Hey, hi everybody. My name is Nicole Rager, and this workshop is a transformational breath workshop. I am recording this video just a bit early so that we're sure that you get it and everything comes through clearly. The only tricky part is that I would love, I would love to be with you in real life. And also, it's tricky because now I have to look at myself while I'm talking to you, and that's not nearly as cool, you know? But I'm going to do my best to treat this like a live video. So that means if I stumble or say the wrong thing or look over here or something like that, I'm just going to roll with it and trust that all is well. And I'm also going to do my best to do this cool thing where I like tune into you, where you are and how you're feeling, and whoever is listening to this video right now, I want to talk to you. Even though I filmed this the day before, I'm I'm hoping that what I say resonates with you, and just know that I'm with you. And can't wait till next year when I get to be with you in real life. So, like I said, I'm Nicole Rager. I am from Nebraska. I grew up in South Sioux City and went to school at Nebraska Wesleyan. And I think that's how I am able to do this right now, is that my friend Jill Hoffman, who's from Lincoln and who I went to school with, introduced me to Matt and Spencer. And so I get the honor and privilege to share with you today. So this workshop, like I said, is called Transformational Breath. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you a little bit about breathing and breath work, and specifically transformational breathing. It's a specific style of breathing. It's actually its own healing modality. So I'm going to talk to you about that and why it's as powerful as it is, and how your breathing can change your life, really. So I'll give you a little introduction there so you have some motivation, and then I want to guide you through a session. So the perk also of being able to make this video for you is that hopefully I can add some music and you can have a little music during your experiential session as we get going. Okay. So breath work. Normally, if I could see you, I would also ask if anybody's done breath work before. And breath work is different than like breathing practices in yoga or just, any sort of meditative breathing. When you hear the phrase breath work, it's a specific modality. And the purpose and intention behind there are a bunch of different kinds of different leaders, let's say, or different little groups of breath work that have slightly different focuses, but the main focus of breath work is to release any stored tension, anxiety, trauma, suppressed or repressed emotions in the body that might be resulting in general fatigue, physical stress, physical problems, ailments, diseases, things like that. And then things like anxiety, depression, any sort of malady really that is going on with your body likely is related to what's going on with your breath, and can be improved by changing the way you breathe. So the reason breath work is so powerful is because your breath affects and is related to every single level and layer of your being. So physically speaking, what do you think happens if you bring in more oxygen than you normally do? You think that'd be a good thing or a bad thing? Yeah, a good thing. Your whole body functions better when we bring in more oxygen, and when the whole breathing apparatus, your respiratory system, is functioning optimally. However, Most of us are only breathing with about 20% of our respiratory capacity. So today, what I will encourage you to do when we get into our session is to breathe with more of your respiratory system. Involve more of it, expand into more of it, and then hopefully it will feel more efficient and flowing. Because if your respiratory system is functioning better, then every cell functions better. If we bring in more oxygen, your muscle cells will work better. Whatever cells, your brain cells, your heart cells, everything will work better if you have more oxygen as fuel. Also, 70% of the detoxification process that happens in your body happens through inhale, exhale. Even weight loss. We actually lose weight when we exhale. So if you're breathing more fully and your respiratory system is functioning better, then we exhale more properly. We let go of toxins, so we feel clearer in the mind. And then again, your body just is working better. So you have more energy, you sleep better, all of that. So that will be the worst case scenario today after our session, that you will feel those benefits, okay? Okay, so that's the physical level. Obviously, breath is important for your physical body. If we stop breathing, we die. Okay, that's the real bare minimum there too. Okay, but then there's this other layer that a lot of people don't know about, maybe intuitively, but don't think about because we don't have to. We just think our breath is to keep us alive and that's it. But the mental and emotional layer of our being is also intricately related with our breath. When you're stressed out, how do you breathe? Have you ever noticed? Maybe like really shallowly. Or if somebody jumps out at you, like, what happens? You know, you hold your breath, you pull in, and actually your whole body, just imagine that somebody just jumps out at you. If I jump out at you right now, it contracts, right? So that happens when fear comes up. Sometimes it happens when any emotion comes up that we don't know what to do with, or maybe society or our parents or whatever past experiences told us that we're not able, or we don't know how, or we shouldn't feel or experience what we're experiencing. Then our breath gets tight, our body gets tight, and it holds that feeling or emotion in, okay? And the breath helps you with that. We breathe really shallowly, so then the intensity of the emotion or the experience doesn't fully overwhelm us, or it doesn't fully come through. Does that make sense? I hope I said that all right. So we have this built-in survival mechanism, and that is in the way that we breathe, to help us psychically and emotionally be able to handle intense stressors and emotions that come up. The problem is that sometimes these emotions that are coming up are just meant to come up, and then we feel them and then they move on. You know, like, oh, wow, that makes me really sad. So we feel sad for a little bit, and then we're like, okay, there it went. Have you noticed that? That if you actually are allowed to feel what you're feeling, that it doesn't hang out nearly as long as you think it might? Yeah, there's a whole science to where there's a scientific study that said something like an emotional response at a hormone cellular level should take about 90 seconds to come through, be felt, resolve, and then it's done. It like passes through our system. But we hold our breath, and then that 90-second thing isn't allowed to move, and instead we hold it for 90 years. You know, some of us are holding emotional burdens and old trauma and things that happened to us way long ago because we don't want to feel it and we think it will just go away. Well, let me ask you, has it gone away? Can you feel that you're carrying some stuff maybe? Especially now, man, with what's going on in the world, like there's a lot of fear and a lot of confusion, and a lot of people's stuff is coming to the surface because we can't just do the things that we used to do to help us ignore it, or just we don't know what's going on in the world. So fear comes up. Sometimes it's so scary that we're like, whoop, can't feel that. So we just hold it in. So the bad thing is that thing gets stuck in our body and we hold it, and then we're walking around feeling confused and heavy and depressed and sad and maybe angry, lashing out at people, lashing out at ourselves. And when instead we could just open our breath, allow the thing to be felt, and then allow it to go. So that's also part of the invitation today, okay? And it isn't just like, I'm not just making this up either. It is scientific also. There's a scientific principle when you're working with your breath that comes into play in emotions. So emotions are all just energy. They all have a frequency, a vibration of energy that moves through your body. The breath also has a vibration. I mean, it's your life force, the thing that fuels everything. It's the thing that brings you consciousness and life. So it has a very high frequency. That means it vibrates very fast, the frequency of oxygen moving through your body. So when we breathe in the way that we're going to breathe here in a little bit, you're raising your vibration, the vibration of your body as a whole. Things like anger, sadness, fear, grief, heaviness, confusion, shame, those kind of feelings that tend to get stuck in our bodies and in our subconscious, those are all lower vibrational energies. You can tell, like when you're depressed, when you're sad, how do you feel? Your body goes like, you feel sad. I don't know, you feel heavy is what I meant to say. Feel heavy. So when we breathe in the way we're going to breathe here in a second, we raise the vibration, and there's a physical principle called the law of entrainment. It says when you bring a high vibrational frequency in contact with a low frequency, this one high, 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 this one slow and low, this one actually transforms. This is like a magnet, and it begins to make this one vibrate faster. So it literally transforms the vibration, the energy of something to a different one. So that means after just breathing, you can let go of stuff you've been carrying maybe your whole life at an energetic cellular level. So that's another reason why breathwork is so powerful. Who doesn't want to let go of some stuff at the cellular level, So then we have the spiritual level of our being that is also affected by breathing. And I think the simplest way to explain this is that when we breathe in the way that we're going to now, and we let go of some of the burdens we've been carrying and clear out some of the stuff, then it makes it that much easier for us to connect with spirit, with love, with our true soul and that which we really are. Just to connect and expand, So that's what I hope for you today. Okay. So that's a little bit about this technique and how and why it works. I would ask you if you have any questions right now, if we were together. I'm going to tell you how to breathe here in just a sec. Let me think if there's anything else I want to say. Yeah, I think that's okay for now. Okay. I mean, the other thing is that I think I see with people and why it's so helpful to breathe is that so many of us are just go, 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 go. Maybe looking at how we can help other people, how we can serve, how we can produce, how we can, especially in the Midwest, we're like good hard workers. And just taking a minute to slow down and receive and be and listen. I think that's just as powerful as anything else. And this gives us an opportunity to do that. Okay. So wherever you are today, let's do that. Okay. I'm going to guide you and we'll just do a little breathing together. All right. So you can put yourself in a comfortable position and you can be seated if you like, and kind of like maybe your 2 feet on the ground. And if I was going to do this seated, I would be sitting back like this, like lounging a bit, because what I want is for you to be able to feel your belly and your chest expand when you breathe, so that there's no restriction. Okay, so even if you're sitting straight up, there's a little bit of restriction, so a little slouchiness is okay. Otherwise, lay down, please. You can lie flat. You can get a mat or a blanket or something. If you're at home, you can be on a bed even, or a couch. Have a pillow, maybe have a blanket near. We're going to breathe for about maybe a half hour, okay? Maybe 25 minutes. And when we first start, you might be like, how am I going to do this? But just trust me, it's going to be really nice, okay? So go ahead and take a minute to get yourself situated. Find a cozy spot. Maybe shut the door. Maybe use the restroom if you need to do that before we jump in. Go ahead. Just give you a minute. I'm coming to you from California right now, by the way. That's another beautiful, that's the perk of this, is that I get to come to you from wherever I am, which is really cool. Okay, so I'm going to assume you're situated. And you can go ahead and close your eyes. And just let all of that information just settle. Let it all kind of float away. It's just something for the mind to hold on to anyway. And then let's start right away by putting one hand on your low belly. Maybe both, okay? With your eyes closed, begin to deepen your breath. Through your nose or your mouth right now, whatever you like. Good. And we're just going to see what the breath has for us today. What your breath has for you today. That's also the beauty of this practice, is that you are going to get exactly what you need. Specific to you. Okay, so breathing easily and gently right now, expanding into the low belly. Good. Eyes closed. Good. Yep. Now, you're going to breathe in and out through your mouth, if that's comfortable for you. And we do that just to bring in more oxygen in a shorter period of time, so you can relax your jaw. Good. And then when you inhale, the low belly inflates. Good. Yep. Good. And then we're going to allow the body and the breath to get into a little rhythm, where we take out the pause between the inhale and the exhale. So it's going to sound like we're just creating this continuous circuit. Look, already in a few breaths, I feel like I feel a little buzzy. So if you're feeling a little buzzy, that's very normal. That is your body getting fully oxygenating, your body getting invigorated. That's good. Your body is charging. And then we're going to let go of any old stuff we don't need. Okay, so you just keep breathing in that way, in and out. Always coming back to the belly, making sure that that belly inflates on the inhale. Good. Yeah, good. And if you feel a little tingling, good. We're going to let that tingling come. You can take out the pause even more than I did. Then your body will get into a rhythm that will just carry you. Good, you're doing great. Yeah. Now, as the tingles come, sometimes the emotion comes also. You might, as you continue to breathe, you might suddenly feel some emotion coming up, or frustration, sad, who knows? Any kind of emotion could come now that the breath is open. Good. Let it come. It's okay to feel what I feel. We're going to allow the emotion or whatever the experiences you're having to travel on the waves of the breath, just in and out. Yep. You're doing great. Yep. So if you feel lightheaded, normal. You can slow it down a little if you want. Yeah, be easy with yourself. We're creating space. Okay? I'm going to say some affirmations maybe. You don't have to repeat them or anything. Just allow them to come in and see if they resonate. You'll know. Yeah, it's safe to breathe. It's easy to breathe. I love to breathe. Yeah, I love to breathe. It's safe to be here in my body. Yeah, good. Okay, now, sometimes it's helpful to assist some of the energy in moving, especially if you're feeling real tingly or buzzy. And so what we'll do is we'll make some sound. Okay, so wherever you are, just take a deep breath in and make a clear tone, like ha. Yep, and just hold it for as long as you can. You can even shake your body out, like ah. Maybe kick your legs. You can stomp your feet. Yep. And do it like 2 or 3 times. So do it again. Big breath in. I love to really go for it. Like shake it out. It feels weird. I know. Just shake it out. Keep going, keep going, keep going. And then come back to the breath. Put one hand on your belly, and now maybe put one on your chest as well. Yeah, see what it feels like to initiate the movement from the inside. Allow the lungs to expand. Yeah, it's safe to breathe. It's safe to feel what I'm feeling in my body right now. Yeah, it's okay to feel what I'm feeling. Good. The breath fills the low belly, and then see if it can expand up into the chest too. And then on the exhale, it just falls. You don't have to push it out or push it away. It just falls out like a little sigh. It's just like a little let go. Good. Yeah, it's okay for me to receive right now. Good. I am worthy to receive my good. Yeah, good. I receive the new. It's okay to let go and to expand. Yeah, good. Yep. Now, if you've got a hand on your belly, one or both of them, you can even feel around a little bit and see if there are some muscles there that are tight. You know, those muscles like to hold on. You know, they want to control, and you can just give them some love with your hands. Like someone's doing a little pressure point. Just push in when you find a little tight spot and then hold it there. Hold your hands and let the breath kind of loosen that up from the inside. Yeah, good. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, it's safe. I'm safe here in my body. I am healthy and full in my body. It's safe to trust my body. Safe to trust my immune system. I trust the wisdom and the health of my body. Good. Keep breathing. Yeah. Yeah, it's safe to trust my body. Breathing into those hands in your belly. Good. Good. Yep. Now when you're ready, there's a place right under your sternum. It's called your solar plexus, so like about 3 inches above your belly button. You can use your hands to feel if that area is tight or tender. And then just use your hands to put a little pressure there, some resistance with your hands. What we're doing is we're opening up the respiratory system so any of that old energy can move. So if emotion comes, let it come. This is the time to feel it. And let the breath carry it. And let the breath let it go. So put the hands on the solar plexus, use a little resistance, and then let the breath come in from the inside and soften. Yeah. Yeah, you're doing great. Yep, keep breathing. Amazing. If it feels overwhelming, you can slow the breath down a little bit. Be easy with yourself. Be gentle. Yeah, it's safe to trust. Yeah, it's safe to let go and to trust. Good. You can feel around any other areas on your stomach that might feel tight or restricted. And send the breath there. Or if you're ready for some sound again, take a breath in and make a clear tone. Oh, you can shake your head even. Oh. Keep holding it, hold it, hold it. Do like 3 good long tones. And then when you're ready, come back to the breath. Good. Feeling the breath move from the belly to the chest, and then it just falls out. Good. Yep. It's easy to breathe. I trust my breath. I trust myself. If there are any other places on your body, maybe your shoulders or neck, sometimes that gets really tense, you can reach up and use your hands to find that spot and then use the breath to help soften it. Yeah, it's safe for me to feel what I feel. It's okay to feel sad sometimes. Yeah, it's okay to feel afraid sometimes. It's okay to feel compassion for myself, to forgive myself. Yep, and keep breathing in and out. You're doing great. Yeah, I have permission to feel what I feel. Good. Yeah. Yeah, it's okay to open my heart and connect. Feel the breath expand. If you're feeling super tingly, that's normal. It's okay. I want you to make some sound. And I want you to move your body, shake it out. Okay, and do that until the tingles feel less. And then just come back to nice, easy breathing. Good, you're doing amazing. Yeah, it's safe to let go of the hurts and the burdens. Good. I receive love and I give love. I receive love and I give love. And keep breathing in and out. You're doing great. Okay, we're going to begin to slow it down now. So if you need to shake any last bit of energy out, or if there's some emotion moving through, just let it come. Really feel it. Or shake it out, whatever you need. And then come back to the breath, nice and easy now. Let's let the breath move softly and gently. Let your body settle into your space, wherever it is. Let the breath continue to move softly and gently, but really let go of any extra effort. Let the breath feel really good. Maybe put a hand on your heart or both. Let the breath feel soft and gentle. As you drop in now to simply receive for the next few minutes. Good. Yeah, let go of all the effort. I ask Spirit now for a clear and powerful signal of connection for everyone here. I also ask if there are any other gifts or awarenesses that need to be received, that they would be fully received at this time. Good, breathing easily and gently. I say thank you, Spirit, for this perfect session. You can begin to call your energy and your awareness now back toward your physical body. Almost like your spine is a vacuum. And it's just calling all the little particles of you back home. And when you feel them there, click into place at your center. I want you to drop them down into your belly. And feel the energy of you there, concentrated, powerful, soft. And then send some of that energy down your legs, out the bottom of your feet, and wiggle your toes. And then send some of that awareness up your torso, down through your shoulders, out your arms, and wiggle your fingers. Maybe have a stretch. Good. Yep. Just noticing how you feel. Noticing how your body feels, how your mind feels, how your heart feels. And then opening your eyes when you're ready. Coming on back into this space. Wow. Oh, I know you did amazing. How do you feel? How was that for you? I'd love to know. I also want you to know that no matter how that was for you, that you did change your energy. So even if you didn't feel anything, or even if you felt a lot, or even if you didn't know if it was working, it was. It's just the way the breath works. So I invite you to look for what feels different, to see what feels different in your body in the coming days. See what feels different in your mind and your perception and your experiences. And just know that you changed your energy with your breath. So if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. You can find me at NicoleRager.com. You can find me on Instagram also, of course. If you have any questions, I'd love to hear from you. Maybe I'll see you in real life soon. Can see you in virtual classes somewhere down the road. Amazing job. Thank you so much, Lincoln Calling. I'm so happy to have been here with you. What an honor. And thank you for watching, for taking time to breathe, to be with me. Because when we take time for ourselves and to do things that are good for us, we're doing good for the world. So good for you. I thank you. And I'll see you when I see you. Drink a lot of water. Okay? Have a good day.
Did you know that since 1993, the Nebraska Lottery has given over $750 million back to our state? In fact, all 93 counties, from Sioux in the west to Richardson in the east, have benefited from these funds. The money has gone to protect our environment, support the Nebraska State Fair, and fund scholarships for Nebraska college students. As you can see, the Nebraska Lottery is helping to build a better and brighter Nebraska.
Thing that's like solid is the ground that you walk on. and you know, you can even have earthquakes from time to time. So don't ever get comfortable. My name is Hakim. I'm the owner of Corn Coast Company. My business has a barbershop, a clothing store, and it's also the home of my recording studio. So I kind of merged all of my passions and dreams into one facility. Things can be smooth sailing for decades, you know what I'm saying? But something like COVID really made me reevaluate, like, you know, what's your plan in action if something like this comes again, and what if something like this comes again and it lasts longer? Are you ready for that? And one of the most, you know, important things you could give, you know, a artist or a creative is just time. So that gave me time to just work on clothes, improve that. It also gave me time to refine my album. It hurt, you know, a little bit financially, but it was nothing, you know, none of my barbers or anybody at the facility couldn't handle. You know, minor setback for a major comeback, as they say. Make sure you create your life around you how you want to live it on a daily basis. That's what I was saying. So,
awesome.
Strive to do that.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
New cracks in the plates, oak flowers in the kitchen sink. Oh, you can see where I'm at, you can see where I'm missing.
Can't you drive me crazy. I just can't sleep. My anxiety hates me. I'm an old school Jeep with the doors off. A little scary, but you know you never fall out. I love everything about you. Shit you don't and shit you do. Shit you teach myself about myself while screaming at the roof. Let's have a toast. Go ahead and brag. Girl, why front? You're the best I ever had. We could break this down, load it up, take a drag. You should double that drink. I'ma meet you where I'm at, baby. You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
The way I talk, the way I walk, the beer I sip on, the weed I bought. It's them long, long nights that I leave you bored. I'm trying to get Italian to coat the floors. I'm trying to get my motherfucking roll on. She like, well, hurry up, you're taking too long. I'm like, well, today it's hard to leave the bed. I got a lot of talent, but depressed as shit. Get money, get money, get money, get money, get money, get money till my eyes close. Please don't ask when my eyes low. I don't wanna know where her mind goes when the time slows and the thoughts grow. Sorrow seeps in through a pinhole. Keeping demons, call them kinfolk. We go way back, old school 6-4.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I'm so lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now. You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying
is Taylor Williams. I am a TMFD fashion design major, and this is my 4th year in the program. As a designer, I would say that I am really focused on sustainability and ethics. I think that we all have a duty to our planet in the fashion industry. There's definitely a lot of room for change, so I kind of want to be able to prompt that change in the industry. My aesthetic as a designer is definitely a little bit more like a feminine in terms of silhouette. And then I would say that it leans a little bit more on the minimalist side. But some of my pieces I like to throw in a little bit of like maybe a little bit of boho, or just a little bit of something a little out of the ordinary to just kind of spice it up a little. I think my overall goal as a designer would be just to have a positive impact on the industry and the world. I would love to have my own brand someday, which is more of like an accessible sustainability and like ethical company. And I definitely would want to create pieces that are really timeless, like things that are high quality, that would last a long time and can transfer season to season and can be passed down through generations. So this dress on the form is made out of vinyl, clear vinyl, and pressed flowers. So there's 2 layers of vinyl and the flowers are in between. I made this dress for our experimental design class, and the inspiration is a little bit obscure. I was studying abroad in Florence, Italy, and I saw on Instagram one of the girls I follow got a new phone case that was clear with pressed flowers in it, and I just thought it was so cool, and I thought it would make a really cool dress.
All right, hello friends. I'm Brianne Key, CMT, certified massage therapist, trauma-informed healer, a local friend and part-time liver of Lincoln, Nebraska. We're here today with Jacoby Van and Kat Weiss, and today we're talking about liberation-based healing for marginalized bodies. This is a segment for Lincoln Calling for Change. And I've gathered these wonderful people here today so that we could dive into a little bit of deep conversation between 3 marginalized bodies who have witnessed, experienced, and overcome various forms of oppression, various forms of breaking through the mold, self-advocacy, and learning how to heal various areas within and externally. And we show up in various areas of our communities. So I appreciate them being here today. We have Jacoby Van, who is a Lincoln local performer, singer, creator, and proudly queer. And we have local artist and community organizer, Kat Weiss. And I am happy to see you guys and happy to hear you and happy to share space with you.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
We're giving thanks. So we'll dive in. We're having a conversation in regards to exploring people and creative spaces where personal freedom and expression thrive in the face of social and political atrocity and upheaval. So what does healing and liberation look like for various types of marginalized folks? Whether you're queer, LGBTQ, two-spirit, whether you are living with chronic illnesses, disabled, whether you are Black and Indigenous, whatever that looks like for you, whatever your marginalizations, taking a moment to sink into how you cultivate liberation, if you're cultivating liberation, and tapping into the collective and how they cultivate, so we can all do this together. This is not a one-person job. This is an every person putting in their best effort, their best compassion, their best love and passion, and kind of guiding each other hand in hand. It really is up to us to take care of and look out for each other. So I'll start with 2 questions for each of you. For Kat, what is, we based on our conversation we had over the phone, what is our relationship to roles of subservience in marginalized communities or households? How do you feel about that question?
I didn't think you would ask me the hard question that I had actually put in there, but then I was like, you know what? I'm glad. And it's
perfect.
Because I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer to that question. So it's kind of like a collectively posed question. I would be as interested to hear like what Jacoby has to say about that too, because my grandma is from Vernon, Alabama, and so my mom came to Lincoln when she was like 4 from Vernon and her whole family, so she was the youngest of that side of the family, and my grandma like worked on a farm, and so she had this like really sincere sort of relationship to work as being the thing that sustains life. And I think that was kind of carried on to my mom in some ways. And then of course we don't know where exactly in my grandma's history like slavery took place because it's not fun to talk about. But of course like that's a part of her history. And then of course a part of my grandfather's history as well. And so I was just thinking the other day about myself and my relationship to my work and how sometimes the boundaries between work and life are like hard for me to. Sorry, I don't know if you guys can hear the sirens going on behind me, but there's like a truck going by. But yeah, I started thinking about my relationship to work and my family's relationship to work, particularly the Black side of my family, and how it's like hard work is so fundamental to our sense of self. And I started thinking about like, why is that? And does that have roots in slavery, or is it like a Southern thing, or like, what is it? So I don't know the answer to that question, but it's something that I definitely think about. And I think other Black folks probably think about too.
I did take it from you. Oh, go ahead, Jacoby, please.
Oh, yeah. I just want to say, I think that there definitely is a relationship that is built in this historical context that as a need to provide for your family and to be seen as a productive member of society, when you're already oppressed and underserved. And I feel like there is a proudness that has come from generations before us in building and taking what little they have and making resources from, you know, these really unfortunate positions in the society. So I feel like that work ethic is passed down generation to generation to generation. But as we rewrite what work looks like in our world, I don't know that we need those blueprints that have been given to us, because, you know, what we live in is such a like capitalist society, and I don't think that working for the sake of work is being productive.
Okay. Yes, and one of the themes that I wanted to touch on in this is that sense of hyper productivity and how we can start possibly beginning to unlearn it, how we now, this new generation, are reprogramming that. And so like that question came up in my conversation with Kat because I mentioned that rest is not a theme that is highlighted or prioritized when it comes to marginalized communities and households. Even me growing up, my mom was in college and also working full-time and raising 3 kids while being in an unhappy marriage to an addict. So it was a lot of traumatic themes playing out at the same time while carrying the theme of being a Black woman. And I witnessed the ways that she was treated in her life that other people in our lives maybe didn't see, or other people that weren't marginalized the same way we were didn't see. And the frustrations that would sometimes come out at home, and the lack of rest, the lack of being able to sit with self, because we're not granted that all the time. We got to put food on the table. We have bills to pay. The electricity is going to get turned off. And even not having children, as a marginalized body, I know that we are in that hustle train. And we've learned how to hustle from watching individuals in our lives that we love not really slow down or not prioritize rest. And I consider rest an act, like a revolutionary act, in standing up for yourself and advocating for what you need as far as those boundaries. And so I wanted to start tapping into conversations like this, because in this revolution, I see so much reform. I see so many people doing the check-ins or starting to hold space for the conversations to go a little bit deeper on the check-in past like, hi, how are you? How are you doing? How's your mom? And more into what can I do for you? What conversations, what things are weighing on you? How can I help uplift your voice? How can I help uplift you in a way where you don't feel exhausted or where you don't feel like showing up is a chore, even for yourself?
Yeah.
Right. So
yes. These questions. Yeah, because I think part of the conversation too was it's like this conversation, even to enter it, is like I just have to acknowledge I'm not an expert on this, that I struggle with it. That I struggle with slowing down and putting on the brakes sometimes. And it's something that I think has a lot of different sources as far as my own story. And so my own relationship to subservience is, of course, like informed by the story I just told you, but it's also informed by this larger story of the American dream and like what it means to be successful in this country and what it means to be a successful creative person, even, because I think that's its own kind of, there's a lot of mysticism around what it takes to be like to make art professionally or to make music professionally or all these things, and it is just a lot of work, you know what I'm saying? It's like what it comes down to. And so it's like I've been trying to kind of answer the flip side of that question is like, how am I fighting that kind of subservience in my own life? Is like I have to kind of very consciously be like, I'm gonna stop now, I'm done. Like yesterday I took a Sabbath. I'm a person of faith, and so I started trying to like observe Sabbath and this day of rest and trying to understand like what does it mean beyond the kind of like legalism, like I can't do my dishes or something weird. Like, how do I really understand what this might mean for me personally in a way that could serve to, uplift my spirit and to find like pleasure in that space and to find joy within it, and not just kind of like limitation, but how do I find freedom within that? And those questions and that exploration, I feel like, has given me so much energy and like joy. So
I definitely feel like this pandemic has made me confront what my relationship is with working for other people and what type of work is valuable to me, and if I'm the type of person who is okay with just like clocking into a job. And I don't think I am. It's something that I'm really struggling with now, because I am back at work after not having worked for months, and I just see myself getting bored and feeling like with my time that I have in this body, I want to be doing better things with it, you know? And I guess like feeling as if I need to rewrite what success is for myself, so that I can not feel like I am not contributing to the world by pursuing my own art. Because I feel like it's the exact opposite, where I am giving the most that I can give when I am placing myself in an environment where I can do what I think is my purpose.
Yes, and that sense of fulfillment, that like goodwill, and having that sense of fulfillment, that sense of purpose, that sense of I am walking a path that is fully in alignment with my interests, with my desires, with my passions, with what I want to like explore and make vulnerable to the world. I totally resonate with that. And a lot of people, when we're working the job to make the paycheck, but not having enough of the joy-based like freedom and feeling that, sitting with that and cultivating it, at least in some form of regularity. Part of this conversation is bringing attention to wanting to normalize rest, and normalize taking a break, and normalize Sabbath, and not deeming it as lazy. I would always hear in my household growing up that if you got time to sit down, you're being lazy, you're doing this. And we use the lack of productivity as a weapon to guilt people, or to guilt marginalized folks, or to guilt our parents or our baby boomer parents, you know? And so that also ties into the roles of subservience. And I don't expect you guys to have answers to these. These are questions to like stimulate the conversation. And conversations for us right now, and then it's also for the viewers who might be marginalized or might not be marginalized, but might be witnessing or be open to witnessing, and then maybe asking, how can I pave the way for these systems to be less brutal? How can I help shift these systems so that people who do or don't have the same privileges of me still get the same, like, equal amount of rest, or can feel that rest is accessible, or even an accessible topic to bring up without feeling the guilt or the shame or the laziness talk, you know, mixed in with it. So moving through to the other part of that question, how can we hold space for oppressed folks to normalize rest, to value their personal boundaries based on not being so hyper productive for the sake of survival?
I want to answer a totally separate question. One, because I find that question so hard, so good. But I think I want to speak to like some of the root of my own hyper productivity at points, or like where some of that comes from. And I think that is shared by other people too, is this sense of like thinking about all of the people that came before me and my ancestors. Who am I to rest now when the work isn't done? You know, that sense of like, there's a guilt, and there's also like a word for it specifically with brown and black people, like the way you feel like you're carrying your community with you, or wherever you go in society, whether you're at the top or the middle or the bottom, like you have this either responsibility to like bring them with you, or this responsibility to not like be a sort to be like a point of shame for your own community. Like there's all of this guilt, or all of that interconnected. And then for me, as somebody as like as a biracial person, and as somebody as light skinned as I am, I also think with the amount of privilege I have in society, and just even my knowledge of that at points, like how like I have to take up this space well. Like there's like I feel a sense of pressure, especially because of the way I'm making my artwork, I'm seen as like a black artist, which is amazing, and I love being perceived that way. But I also think like if I make work in a way that I don't feel proud of, or that's maybe a risk, like how is that going to reflect on the way people perceive black art or black artists, or how is my function, you know, I definitely think about that shit way more than I would like to. Like I wish that I could be more free of that kind of like self-consciousness, but it's definitely a reality for me. Yeah.
That's fair. That's totally fair. Jacoby, do you have any thoughts?
I definitely think about my relationship with Blackness, and like my relationship with art as like always intertwined, because I definitely feel like even in this local community that it comes as like an expectation that like when I step on this stage that it's like, oh, it's soulful, oh, it's R&B, it's you know, and I don't know if that's always true, but the freedom that I feel like I have to be experimental and to explore other things and express other things without truly knowing what they are and not feeling a need to label them, it's not as great as I wish that it was. And it's mostly because I feel like when I enter the room, I enter as a Black person always. So therefore, the lens that people are receiving me comes with all of these things that have nothing to do with me. And then they filter what their expectation is through that. And I feel the pressure of like navigating that in a graceful way, instead of just being like, don't expect my art to be Black art. It is just art because I am an artist, and I don't need you to compare it to every other Black artist that you've seen or known. But it seems like that is a common thread that happens. And it makes me super hyper aware then of like what I am saying about my Black experience when I do speak on it.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Also, I'm in love with this like dramatic lighting in the microphone. Just like,
yeah,
your true Fanny. Appreciate you. Another question that I have that comes up, and I wasn't sure. It's my first time like moderating something, so I made 2 sets of questions, one for Kat, one for Jacoby, but honestly, y'all can just intermingle and answer on all of them because there's plenty of time. So this next question, in my ear. So sorry, over here. Liberation, the validation as a form of love. Jacoby, we touched on that quite a bit in our phone conversation. and how family support can make or break self-worth and personal growth in marginalized households. Do you want to start with that?
Yeah, I mean, I think discussing how liberation is related to like my art, like, right? Which I feel like the like opportunity that art presents in my life is to, you know, express and communicate like the most honest and authentic part of who I am. Not that it is like a direct reflection of me at all times, but just that it is, I feel like what is the best version and the highest version of myself. And that is liberating. And I feel like that is like the truest form of freedom that I've been able to enjoy in this life. So yeah, and I feel like when I have looked back on my past, there is this constant question of like, but is that like enough to pursue it as like a career, as like a, you know, sole source of income? Because I feel like I can not remember my family like ever respecting or valuing or placing support in any of those things. You know, when you have like a parent who's like, I want you to be a doctor, and it's like, you know, I think I could have done that, and that's great, but it's not who I am. And then you then have to question, well, are you just like irresponsible? Are you just an irresponsible person because you want to pursue things that you enjoy? And like, that's not what people are doing. And
Right.
And that seems like such a like privilege to be able to do that. And it almost kind of feels like, well, why do you think that you're deserving of that when, you know, there are tens of thousands of more talented people who can't seem to do that? So yeah, I think that's like a conversation that I have been having with myself to either legitimize or illegitimize my like pursuit of art.
Right.
And yeah, I think where I am now is that like, I know because of the freedom that I experience when I get to create, that is like where I will place my, you know, power.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Kat, do you have any anything to add on validation?
I had a uniquely different experience than that, and I had like generations of artists in my family to some degree, and I'm really like lucky and grateful for the way that my parents encouraged me to make art, even, and just provided me all the opportunities to do it because they could see that I love doing it. And I think that's really in contrast to a lot of people I know, and it's like one of the blessings I really like thank both my parents for. But then there's also this tricky thing of the content of my work has become a point of contention in my family, where like my grandmother, who is African American but is like visibly multiracial, so which is to say, like, she doesn't, like, there's all this mystery with her. So I think that's important to state. It's important to state that just to speak to her experience. But she told me, she said, Catherine, like, why do you have to make all this Black stuff? You know? And she had said the same thing about my Aunt Janice, who's a poet, has been making poems, and she's a professor of poetry in Illinois. So like there's generations of creative art making type people in my family. So it was always seen as like legitimate to pursue creativity as a career, which I'm really lucky for. But then the way in which you do it, the kind of stuff you make, that becomes the point of contention. Is it's like, well, you can't make political or social commentary. Like, it kind of has to be like, people are looking for something a little more palatable than that, a little less challenging. And so I think like that's where I had to really take up space for myself and say like, no, like I have to do this. Really, if everyone else criticizes me, and I even had this fear that like, people are going to be like, who are you to make this thing? And I got to the point, I don't care who asked me that, because I'm making my work for me, ultimately. And I think that was like, it was a challenge. It's a challenge to take up space and to make space for yourself, and to give yourself, for me, to give myself permission to occupy the space that I do occupy. Like, I definitely, even recently with all of the social unrest, with all of the Black men and women dying at the hands of police, I struggled to allow myself to enter like a Black women healing circle, because I was like, I don't want to occupy space. I don't want to like trigger someone in any way, like, or take up space that isn't for me. But I gave myself, I'm like, oh, no, I'm going to go to this because I need to be around people that get it. And when I got there and I said what I just said, there was a woman that started weeping, and she was like, girl, you belong here. And I was like, oh, my heart. So like there was so much healing in that permission I gave myself to enter that space. And like, I allowed the healing to happen by saying like, this is mine. So yeah.
You just touched on like the entire reason why I do this work. I'm like crying. I'm crying now. The entire reason why I do this work really is radical acceptance. When we can radically accept ourselves as people of color, imposter syndrome is a thing. We are constantly trying to talk yourself out of things that you know that you're worthy of, but because you're conditioned to be unworthy or to see yourself as unworthy, because externally you're seen as unworthy or perceived as unworthy, like it messes with you. It messes with your psychology. It messes with you being able to pour that goodwill back into yourself. So being able to step back and say, I give myself permission to be accepted. I accept myself, so they will accept myself. That is the epitome of self-advocacy, and the type of self-advocacy that cultivates liberation. Is the like sheer definition of liberation. I am doing this. You did that. It's like, it's no small feat to walk into a space expecting to feel vulnerable and command love.
Yeah.
Like that's okay. Okay. I love y'all. Making me cry and everything. Being beautiful. Okay, all this joy. So, coming to one of our final questions. And I know I really appreciate how this question kind of came up talking with Jacoby. But what would you say to today's marginalized youth in regards to cultivating their own sense of freedom and acceptance? And either one of you can start with that. Like that's.
Yeah. I think that what I would recommend, honestly, for the youth and anyone is to begin to start redefining what love is for you. And even though, you know, it's like we can accept what heals, you know, what works, the type of relationships that foster growth, and sometimes that's challenging. But just because, you know, your family is your family, it doesn't mean that they have all of the answers, and it doesn't mean that you have to blindly accept the, you know, versions of love that are given to you from them. And when you are able to, I think, define what success is for yourself, define what love is for yourself, and the earlier that you can start having that dialogue, the more empowered I think that we all can be, by, like, you know, rewriting the scripts that are given to us and taking our power back, you know? So I would hope that for all creatives of any age, but especially those who are young and exploring their lives and their art and their expression of themselves, that they do have the agency to define these things for themselves, no matter what influences that they might get from the authorities in their life, because it is your life. And you might come of your parents, but you are not theirs. You are your own.
Yes. Beautifully said, Jacoby. Beautifully said. Kat, what do you think?
I think we should just make a t-shirt summarizing some of Jacoby's points, and we should all wear it. You are your own. I love that. I love that. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, can you repeat the question again? I'm not going. I just need a little
absolutely
fresher.
What would you say to today's youth, today's marginalized youth, in regards to cultivating their own sense of freedom and acceptance?
I love that question. I think for me, it makes me, I started thinking really critically the past 2 years about the impact of slam poetry on my life when I was in high school. And the more I think about that, the more I realize I wouldn't be anything without slam poetry. It was amazing what that space did for me, having queer kids and brown kids and people coming together from the poetry community from all walks of life to present their truths to us. And for us to have to clap and celebrate whatever truth they just laid at our feet, it both taught us to accept other people, and it also taught us to stop and listen and accept one another, and through that ourselves. And so I think find spaces where people will clap for you. Find spaces where you can sit down and listen to people who are different from you, and you can learn to clap for them when maybe you would have not listened before. So I think all of those things are really imperative. And I'll just be really transparent. When I started slam poetry, I am a straight Black woman, and I had never met any queer people really that I knew of. And my slam poetry coach was queer, and I was so small-minded. I knew literally nothing, and I humanized somebody that was different from me in this way for the first time because of that experience. And that was super important, and it was really valuable for me in building empathy and building connection. And so find spaces where you can listen and people will listen to you.
I think that's so important.
Y'all really rock this, and I appreciate you. That's perfect timing. To wrap this up, are there spaces that we can find your work, things you have coming up, I don't know, a really cool performance at Lincoln Calling, Jacoby? Things, where can we find y'all? What can we do? How can we seek you out?
Well, yes, I will be performing on the 3rd at Lincoln Calling, so that's exciting. And I hope that people are able to tune in and really be entertained by what I'm gonna perform. Otherwise, I am like on all social media, just Jacoby Van, first and last, JACOBYVANN. You can find me on Instagram, on Twitter, MySpace, I don't know, wherever else.
MySpace, yes.
Exists online. That's where you can find me.
Yes, thank you. And Kat, where can we find you in and about town?
So I'm on Instagram. I'm not going to be back on Instagram until the middle of October because I'm making space for myself, trying to do some healing work, distraction-free. So yeah, I'm on Instagram at Catherine.Weiss. My first name is spelled Katharen. So there's that. And then I have a website that you can see more of my work. It's just catweiss.com. I'm also doing a new experiment I have to plug, which is Patreon. I'm working towards going full-time as an artist, and so I'm trying to build up my Patreon platform as a way to sort of make that transition less scary, and maybe like including things like if I need help, if I could try and get health insurance or something, like if I could try and create some stability in my life.
Yes.
So I'm trying to be a working artist. That's my goal, is to be able to do all that stuff. So if you want to support me on Patreon, it's just my name, Catherine, or just like Catherine Weiss or Cat Weiss. I need to remember that, but we can put it in the description or something.
Yeah, let's drop
if you want to do that, I'll send it.
I'm also sorry for mispronouncing your last name, Weiss. Catherine Weiss. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate both of you being here. I appreciate both of your vulnerability. These questions were fun and interesting to come up with. Like, how the hell do you talk about liberation with people? You've never done this before. So I appreciate y'all just getting in on that wavelength with me and cultivating this space. I will definitely be looking forward to all of your work. Thank you for joining. Yeah, I think for myself, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Facebook, I'm on TikTok, Brianne Key or Brianne Key, Goddess of Healing on TikTok, GAWDESS of Healing. I'm doing virtual sessions with people. I'm in town in Lincoln 1 week a month for massages and in-person sessions here at Devakula or at the Sage House. You can also get on my email list. You can DM me on Instagram. I also have a link tree in my bio. So we're out here, and thank you for joining.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks.
friends, I said the tide is coming in. This is something we might never see again. Yeah, it's changing with the wind. I said the tide is coming in. I think we may have found something here. Yeah, sparkling in sunshine. Tide is coming in. This is something we might never see again. So gather round and drink it in.
I opened the store in 2003 because there was a need in Lincoln for a locally owned art supply store, and it's been a nice. I'm not a rich woman by any means, but it's been a good livelihood for me and a business that I enjoy. I think some of the small businesses downtown are really, really hurting. They don't have the university support that we have. And I'm worried about those businesses. If they don't come back, you know, these small businesses that are downtown are the culture of downtown. And if they disappear and it gets filled with corporate businesses, it's not going to be the same, not even close to being the same. The arts community is a really important part of Lincoln and downtown Lincoln for sure. If Lincoln Calling is putting in all that energy to take it virtual and still get all these artists to come or perform wherever they are and be part of it, then it's important for people to support it however they can.
And I'm a senior fashion design major here. How I would describe myself as a designer, I would say I'm still kind of trying to figure it out. But I would say some areas that I'm starting to focus on are kind of more gender bending and androgyny. And I'm also very interested in sustainability. So I would say that as a designer, I'm trying to find a way to make those two things work together. I'm really inspired by less form-fitting garments, I would say. I tend to shy away from super fitted things. I'm also really inspired by silhouettes of like the 60s and 70s, which also tends to have a lot of flaring in it and less form-fitting garments. I would say that my goals as a designer are really just to spend this year figuring out how I can make my kind of niche interests work together. As I'm working on my senior design project, I'm hoping to find a way to kind of combine the more gender bending aspects with the sustainability. So I'm hoping to just figure out how to put those together. So this garment was made for my experimental design class that I took last spring. And the inspiration for it was really based on the concept of water. There's several artists that portray a really unique kind of cartoonized form of water that shows the separate colors. And I really wanted to find a way to recreate that out of fabric. So my other inspiration, of course, in keeping with the kind of androgynous thing, I wanted to create kind of a looser form-fitting men's jacket, but that was also kind of not really specific to menswear. And I also wanted to incorporate the sustainability aspect. So the whole top is made from just recycled garments that I thrifted, and they were all cut into thin strips and then sewn onto the base fabric.
Good morning, Lincoln. It's partly cloudy with a slight breeze. Remember to wear a mask, wash those hands.
My calculations will get my people up and out the matrix, convert a hatred to...
I wear a mask.
I wear a mask. I wear a mask. To teach Lincoln's youth.
To restore the heartbeat of my city. To be a role model for my generation.
To protect my coworkers.
To keep my family healthy.
Because together.
Because together, Lincoln is greater than COVID.
Rocky, and I own Suru in downtown Lincoln, and we are a women's clothing store, boutique. We also have a lot of locally produced items, jewelry and things like that. We love supporting everything local. 2020 has probably been the strangest year. It's our 13th year in business, so it's our lucky number 13, and that seems really fitting with 2020. And we've learned a lot this year. We've gone a lot online. We now have our store almost fully online, which is hard to do. We have a lot of one-of-a-kind pieces. So I would say that the pandemic has been difficult. It's hard for me not to see my customers. The more you can shop local, the more you can get in and support your local businesses, the more this community will continue through all of this. So it's not just coming into my store, but it's also supporting all of the local restaurants around, all the local bars that you can, and all of the other local shops. I feel like the comeback is going to be greater than anything because we are so ready for it. I mean, everyone's so excited and ready to support and get out there. Every time I see any of the other business owners down here, I just laugh. I'm like, when this is over, we are having the biggest party down here ever. We are ready to just open it up and just have as much fun as we possibly can.
What powers Lincoln? Well, for starters, many of you. LES is a not-for-profit, customer-owned electric utility, a public power company proudly employing more than 500 community members. It doesn't get much more local than that. But how do our family members, friends, and neighbors deliver that highly reliable, entirely public power to our homes and businesses? It starts with generation, by way of coal-fired power plants, natural gas turbines, and innovative renewable energy sources like methane, water, wind, and even solar power. This balance of resources generates the energy that powers our everyday. Transmission lines act as electricity's trusted middleman. 300 miles of these high-voltage lines stream reliable power to substations throughout the Lincoln area. Substations decrease electricity's voltage, preparing it for distribution within a local region. Before delivery, voltage is decreased once more for safe usage in our homes and businesses. Our modern-day electrical grid allows LES to more accurately monitor demand, increase reliability, and keep costs low for the communities we serve. And now, the next time you plug in, tune in and charge up. Your connection will have a stronger tie to local communities that power one another. Stay current with all things LES, online and on social.
I think the best thing that has come out of this is people really got a chance to see what's important in life and what matters, excuse me. My name is Derek Gaspar Jr. I am the owner and chef at Juju's Vegan, Cajun, and Creole Cuisine. I really practice what I preach, and I think that's why people have responded positively to what I'm doing here, because they can sense that it's genuine. And, you know, I'm not just a guy out here trying to sell vegan food for money. I believe in educating people and showing people that, you know, they too can make this the same food and, you know, and make a change as well. So, you know, when there's these cool events going on, and not only are they, you know, they're not directed at one type of demographic, there's all types of, you know, artists from different backgrounds and ethnicities and, you know, sexualities and whatever. It's a very diverse group of artists that come through, and there's nothing else like it in Lincoln. So I think it's important to keep these things going so we do have things to do when it opens back up.
Lincoln, and this is just my second semester in the TMFD program. So this is our visual display, and it's not just me who worked on it, it's also Sammy and Kara, and they're both from my class that we had last semester when we put these together. And basically it's supposed to be a Instagrammable moment. That's what this entire display is about. That was our theme that we voted on in class. So we tried to focus on having a really cool background and then just having the focus of the display beyond, of course, the products and the models right in front. Our target market for this was just young women who are interested in having summer basics in their closet. Our inspiration, especially mine, came from the fact that we just got sent home because of the pandemic last year, and on my mind was just outside, being outside, having fun outside, since that's kind of where you had to be at the time because you couldn't be in large groups or at concerts or anything, which is what I normally like to do. So originally it was just a go outside theme. Like, I kind of thought it would be cool to have that spray painted on the back, but we ended up mixing our
our ideas and our display thoughts with 2 other girls, and then we came up with this cute little thing, which is kind of a combination of all of ours, and it ended up being called Flower Power, which I think is cool. I love the 70s, it's very fun to me. But I like how this is a mix of nature and modern because of that hello sign. And I also like how the colors are so bright and fun. My greatest challenge, I would say, would just be not being able to directly set it up ourselves, because like I said, we were sent home, so our teacher, Mrs. Jorgensen, had to set up all of these displays for us. So we were the merchandisers, we came up with the idea and the products and everything, but she set them up for us. And then another struggle we had was actually getting our products ordered, because in a pandemic, I guess it's hard to order off of Amazon, which makes sense. I think it was TMFD 230, but it was just a fashion merchandising class was our main focus. Hi.
Namaste. Thank you everyone for joining and coming here today. I wanted to begin by giving gratitude for each and every one of you who are joining. Also giving gratitude for Lincoln Calling and all the support and the help for me to be able to be here and to share and to invite more peace and love into our community and into our planet. And so that's like the really exciting thing about all of this, is when we come together intentionally to invite more peace and more love, rest into our own personal lives, we not only bring healing within ourselves, but we also then radiate that out into the community and into our planet. So I just want to give thanks and gratitude for everyone who's creating this sacred circle for the harmony of our planet. So I want to set a group intention to move through this experience with gentleness and self-love, because often enough during a meditation, the mind can get really busy. And often, and I know this in my own personal experience, especially in the beginning of learning how to meditate, I was always trying to shut my mind off. And so what happens is if the mind is really busy, it's best to just acknowledge that the mind is busy, because then that kind of opens up this space, and that allows you to move through the experience easier. You have to understand that the mind's job is to create. And so if the mind is really busy today, just go ahead and allow and acknowledge that, and then come back to the sound, come back to my voice, and come back to your breath. The brain is like a muscle, so we have to train it to be still. So just constantly coming back. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. And so what you're gonna wanna do is, if you can, find a quiet place to lay down. If it's not comfortable to lay down, just go ahead and sit into an easy chair. You can have a blanket to cover your legs and your feet, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. But if it's possible, it's best to lay flat on your back on the ground. That way you're using the horizontal frequencies of the planet to deepen your healing experience and to help you go into deeper states of relaxation. So, if at some point during the meditation you feel uncomfortable, or if you feel like you need to roll over to your side, that's perfectly beautiful. Just go ahead and listen to your body. But if at any point you're able to come back and lay onto your back, that is the best position to be in. So let's go ahead. We're gonna get this started. I just wanna begin by 1 Om to begin to bring in that energy and to create that sacred space for all of us. Om. Okay. All right. So you're going to lay on your back. You want to have your legs slightly apart from each other. Allow your feet to naturally flop away from each other. Have the arms about 6 inches away from the body and the palms facing up towards the sky. This is going to allow the lymphatic system to move more freely and to create more clearing in your space. This is your moment. This is your moment to really look within. So we're gonna begin just an easy practice of squeezing the muscles and releasing. This is gonna help release a little bit of tension from the day. And so on the inhales, we're gonna squeeze the muscles, and on the inhales, we're gonna squeeze, and on the exhales, we're gonna release. So we're gonna take our consciousness to both feet, giving gratitude to our feet that serve us all day, carry us all day. So on your inhale, I want you to rotate your feet in both directions, scrunch your toes, move your feet from side to side, up and down, and then release. On your next inhale, I want you to squeeze both of your legs, the calf muscles, the knees, the thighs, and then exhale to release. On your next inhale, I want you to squeeze the glutes, the pelvic floor, and the abdomen. Hold the muscles nice and tight, and then exhale to release. Let's do the chest. Inhale, I want you to arch your back, open your chest wide, and then exhale to release. Let's do the shoulders and the neck. Gently, as you inhale, raise the shoulders, squeeze the muscles on the sides, the front, and the back of the neck, and then exhale to release. Good. Let's do both arms, making fists at the hands. So inhale, squeeze all the muscles tight, all the way up to the shoulders, and exhale to release. Good. Let's do the face. Inhale, I want you to scrunch all the muscles in the face, purse the lips, the eyebrows, and exhale to release. With your own intuitive healing, check your body, just scan the body. If there's any parts that you feel are holding tension, maybe the shoulders, maybe the upper back, the middle back, the lower back, you're just gonna inhale to gently squeeze those muscles and exhale to release. We're going to begin now by following the breath. No forced breathing, no pranayamas. You're simply just watching your breath. So let the breath be natural and spontaneous. And as you inhale, you're just going to watch the breath enter in through the tip of the nose, the base of the throat, and then going deep into the abdomen. And as you exhale, your breath is going to rise from the belly, passing the base of the throat, and out the tip of the nose. Good. The consciousness is the driver and the breath is the vehicle. So you're simply watching your breath as you inhale and it enters in through both nostrils, passing the base of the throat and deepening into the navel. And as you exhale, your consciousness rises from the belly, passing the base of the throat and out the tip of the nose. Keep all awareness on this cycle of breath. In Yoga Nidra, we call it the golden cycle, the golden triangle of breath. Good. Now taking your awareness to both feet, as all the muscles are loose and relaxed, the toes are soft, the ankles, the calf muscles, the knees, and the thighs, all tension releasing and melting away. The groins are open, the hips are heavy as they sink heavy down into the earth. The hip sockets, the belly is soft, and feel the waist heavy as it sinks down. The heart space is open and light. The shoulders are reaching heavy down towards the earth. Both arms are heavy. Noticing all the fingers as they're curling naturally. Feel the sensation in the palms of your hands, the wrists, the forearms, the elbows, the upper arms. All the muscles in the arms are loose and relaxed. And then take your consciousness to the back of the body, noticing the right shoulder blade, the left shoulder blade, the right side of the back touching the floor and the left side of the back, the lower back, the middle back, and the upper back. Feel the whole back kind of melting into the earth. And then the spine is straight and relaxed. And with your inner vision, I want you to see all the vertebrae and the discs as you follow the spine all the way up to the back of the neck. All the tension releasing in the back of the neck, the sides of the neck, the back of the head, the sides of the head, the top of the head. Feel that softness melt over the forehead, the right eyebrow, the left eyebrow, and the eyebrow center. The right eyelids, the left eyelids, and then go to the space behind both eyelids. The right eye, the left eye, sinking heavy into their eye sockets. The nose, the tip of the nose, the right nostril, the left nostril, both nostrils together, the whole nose all together at once, the upper lip, the lower lip, and the space between both lips. The right cheek, the left cheek, the right jaw, the left jaw, and the chin. The whole face, all the muscles loose and relaxed. Now the base of the throat, right at the skin, the upper chest, the sternum, the abdomen, the navel, the belly, all the muscles loose. The pubic bone, the base of the spine, all the way down to the perineum. Now feel the whole body heavy, like it's sinking into the earth, or this sensation of being held by Mother Earth. The whole body heavy, sinking, relaxed. Now the opposite sensation. Feel the whole body now light as a feather. The sensation of floating like a balloon, or like a hot air balloon where you're tethered to the earth, but you're floating up towards the sky. Or the sensation of laying on a cushion of air. The whole body is weightless as your consciousness rises 2 to 3 inches above the mat. Now sink your breath back into the whole body, all the way to the tips of the toes, the tips of the fingers, the tips of your hair, and coming back to that breath again. Inhaling at the tip of the nose, the base of the throat, deepening into the navel, and as you exhale and your consciousness rises from the belly, passing the base of the throat, and out the tip of the nose. Good. Now with your breath, I want you to take your consciousness in front of the closed eyes. This is the Chidakash, it's the sky of the mind. And we're going to invoke the witness mode. So you're going to watch what arises, the creation energy. So whatever thoughts arise, emotions, feelings, sensations, you're going to notice how the thought is sustained and then how it dissolves. And then looking for the pause between any two movements of mind, and to take our awareness into that pause, to identify with that pause. And then quickly become the witness to the next round. Whatever the mind is doing, we are cultivating the mode of the witness. Watching, not engaging unconsciously, but consciously. And if we find ourselves engaging, as soon as we become aware of it, come back to remind yourself, I am the witness, and bring the awareness back in front of the closed eyes, watching. As our awareness is expanding and penetrating into the space of the Agnya chakra, receive within you the sacred sounds of the lower chakras and the heart chakra, linking us to the element of earth, water, fire, and air, taking us into deeper states of resonance. With these sacred sounds that penetrate into all levels of our being, just simply receive them. Lam, vam, ram, yam, lam, vam, ram, yam, yam, yum. Sinking into that silence from which all sounds arise.
Okay, good, beautiful. Before you start moving, I want you just to notice my voice, notice your breath, and notice the space that your body occupies. Notice the space that your body occupies. You have a right to be here. You have a right to feel all of the things. You have a right to be here. And as you notice your heart beating, all the blood pumping through the whole body, as we ask for good health and vitality and strength, as we ask for balance of our breath, our mind, and our consciousness, as we pray for peace in our community, on our planet, and within our own hearts. As you begin to deepen your breath, and before you really start moving too much, I want you just to slowly begin to wiggle the fingers and the toes. Just small movements as we begin to come back into the physical realm. And then you can start to have bigger movements, and you can even do a full body stretch, really reaching the arms all the way overhead, stretching, raise the shoulders, really stretching the arms and the legs, reaching. And on your next exhale, I want you to bring your knees in towards your chest. The best that you can, just wrap your arms around your knees, and you're just going to gently rock from side to side, releasing any energetic residue, intentionally releasing that into the fields of the earth. That karmic residue, just letting it go. Feel that sensation of releasing it into the earth. And then when you're ready, you can roll over onto your right side in a fetal position. So you're resting as a child would rest. And you can put your head in your hand, deepening the breath. And I want you to really invoke that sensation of being in the lap of a mother. Any mother, just really invoking that sensation of being in the lap of a mother. All is well. Good. Okay. And then when you're ready, the head should be the last to come up, if that makes sense. Just moving very, very slowly. And then you can come up into a seated position. As you begin to open the eyes, you just want to have an unfocused gaze at the floor or at the earth. Good. All right. Be mindful of your posture as you sit. Notice the sit bones heavy in the earth as you anchor yourself to the earth, and make sure the spine is nice and tall and straight. The heart space is lifted but light. And then we're going to close our meditation today with an old Sanskrit prayer. And it's one of the most ancient prayers. And I finish it with every meditation that I do with Yoga Nidra. And so I want to share that with you. And so it's in Sanskrit. But basically what the prayer is saying is we're asking the divine to guide us from untruth to truth, from darkness to light, and from death to immortality. Om Asatoma Satgamaya Tamasoma Jyotirgamaya Mrityorma Amritangamaya Om Shantihi Shantihi Shantihi. Okay. Let's bring our hands up to our heart space, which connects us to each other, but it ultimately connects us to the heart space of the universe. Breathing into that vast space, that infinite space. And then we're going to cross the left thumb over the right. This just is a physical signification of holding this space into our heart. So we're holding this energetic space into our heart, and may it radiate out into the universe and within. And bringing our hands up to our third eye as we honor truth, bliss, and consciousness. Hari Om Tat Sat, Hari Om Tat Sat, Hari Om Tat Sat. Namaste. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Wyatt. I'm a textile and apparel designer at UNL, and I am a senior. Instead of a designer, I like to call myself an interpreter. I do always tend to focus on the limitations of the fabric and how that translates to the garment and the functionality of whatever I'm making. So my aesthetic as a designer is still not a concrete idea quite yet, but I do tend to focus towards hand-woven fabrics and naturally dyed garments. I do feel that natural dyes have more depth of color to them. There's more emotion in it, and I do thrive when I get to work with those kinds of materials. In terms of cuts and silhouettes, form-fitting things aren't really my jam, but as you can see, I do love rectangles and working with how they can interact with the body in terms of draping and hanging and flowing, and how that can be pushed to the limits as I develop my aesthetic more. My goals for a designer aren't quite set in stone either. As I've been learning more through this program, I have become more interested in the textiles themselves more than designing clothing or any kind of fabric item. I do think that textile manufacturing is something that I'm going to pursue more in depth as I get closer to graduation and hopefully beyond that as well. So I completed this garment for experimental textile design with Dr. Starkey. When I started with this garment, I had this blue and white fabric here before I knew what it was going to be or what I wanted to do with it. So I took this, and I had never draped before. I kind of took the classes out of sequence. So I took this, kind of played with it on the form, decided I really liked having it as a big panel on the front skirt here. And I worked around that. So as I developed this silhouette, I decided I wanted to stick with a rectangle, kind of straight down theme. And my learning process with the draping here is pretty straightforward, nothing too fancy, but I did stick with the rectangle all around. Everything in this garment is pretty much made of rectangles. So for me, it was more of an exploration of how rectangles can interact with the body.
.3 FM KZUM is listener-supported community radio in Lincoln, Nebraska. Every week, over 100 volunteers produce compelling podcasts, talk programming, communicate vital information, and produce a diverse schedule of music that reflects our community. 2020 has been a difficult year for all of us. We have missed seeing you at events, but we hope that you've been able to count on KZUM to keep you informed and bring you some joy. Together, we'll keep that dial warm. We look forward to seeing you in 2021.
I'm Alex Carpello. I have a semester left. I'm a senior, so I'm in between junior and senior, and I'm a fashion design major. I'd say more as a artistic approach, kind of more conceptual rather than just making pure garments. More trying to fuel ideas and a message behind pretty much everything I make. I focus on menswear and currently a lot of big shapes, oversized silhouettes. I'm kind of experimenting in a lot of different areas right now, so I'm kind of trying to try new things. I'd say color-wise, it's really black, white, and gray, and then some hints of green occasionally. And then I'd say lots of texture, lots of different surface techniques. Like I said, oversized. Just playing with different silhouettes and shapes. After college, I'll probably go work for somebody, just get experience in the industry, and then after that, I'd like to eventually branch off and kind of create my own thing, not necessarily just fashion-based, but more design and art-based, to where I can have my own compound basically, and then just have different areas for different things I want to do. Both of these were flat pattern. So for this one, we had to do a top and a skirt. So the skirt I focused on just a gathered skirt, pretty basic. And then for the top, I wanted a more fitted top. And the idea was kind of the new and the old. So the double sleeve, it's a sheer longer sleeve, so it's kind of the old is kind of fading away, and then the new is this corduroy that's kind of taking it over. And then this one is flat pattern too, just kind of just a simple silhouette. It was influenced by this Chinese movie called Shadow. It was in grayscale, and so just kind of like Asian influence, just a wide pant, and then these kind of like this closure detail that's in a lot of like Asian garments, and then just this textured sleeve.
Connectivity is important. Connectivity allows us to stay productive, but that's only one kind of connectivity. There are others, more important ways to stay connected. Connected to the simple things. The ability to spend that most precious of resources, time, with the people who are most important. Take the time. Take the time for dreams. Take the time to care. Take care of the important connections. We'll take care of the connectivity.
Staying home? There's never been a better time to stock up on Omaha Steaks. Announcing the Omaha Steaks stock-up sale. For a limited time, get naturally aged, hand-cut, grain-fed Omaha steaks shipped free right to your doorstep. Plus all your favorites, from burgers, chicken, and pork to sides and desserts. In stock and ready to ship. All 100% money-back guaranteed. All without leaving home. The stock-up sale. Plus, get free burgers when you shop omahasteaks.com/TV.
Know that since 1993, the Nebraska Lottery has given over $750 million back to our state. In fact, all 93 counties, from Sioux in the west to Richardson in the east, have benefited from these funds. The money has gone to protect our environment, support the Nebraska State Fair, and fund scholarships for Nebraska college students. As you can see, the Nebraska Lottery is helping to build a better and brighter Nebraska.
all night, step outside, take a breath, back inside, feeling funky, fresh and fly. We can dance all night now, step, slide, left, right, hands in the sky. We can dance all night, step outside, take a breath, back inside, feeling funky, fresh and fly. We can dance all night now, so I think you should dance.
The only thing that's like solid is the ground that you walk on. And you know, you can even have earthquakes from time to time, so don't ever get comfortable. My name is Hakim. I'm the owner of Corn Coast Company. My business has a barbershop, a clothing store, and it's also the home of my recording studio. So I kind of merged all of my passions and dreams into one facility. Things can be smooth sailing for decades, you know what I'm saying? But something like COVID really made me reevaluate, like, you know, what's your plan in action if something like this comes again, and what if something like this comes again and it lasts longer? Are you ready for that? And one of the most, you know, important things you could give, you know, a artist or a creative is just time. So that gave me time to just work on clothes, improve that. It also gave me time to refine my album. It hurt, you know, a little bit financially, but it was nothing, you know, none of my barbers or anybody at the facility couldn't handle. You know, minor setback for a major comeback, as they say. Make sure you create your life around you how you want to live it on a daily basis. That's what I was saying. So,
awesome.
Strive to do that.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
New cracks in the plates, old flowers in the kitchen sink. Oh, you can see where I'm at, you can see where I'm missing. Can't you drive me crazy, I just can't sleep. My anxiety hates me, I'm an old school Jeep with the doors off. A little scary, but you know you never fall out. I love everything about you. Shit you don't and shit you do. Shit you teach myself about myself while screaming at the roof. Let's have a toast, go ahead and brag. Girl, why front? You're the best I ever had. We could break this down, load it up, take a drag. You should double that drink, I'ma meet you where I'm at, baby.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
The way I talk, the way I walk, the beer I sip on, the weed I bought. It's them long, long nights that I leave you bored. I'm trying to get Italian to coat the floors. I'm trying to get my motherfucking roll on. She like, well, hurry up, you're taking too long. I'm like, well, today it's hard to leave the bed. I got a lot of talent, but depressed as shit. Get money, get money, get money, get money, get money, get money till my eyes close. Please don't ask when my eyes low. I don't wanna know where her mind goes when the time slows and the thoughts grow. Sorrow seeps in through a pinhole. Keeping demons, call them kinfolk. We go way back, old school 6'4".
You say you don't know me. Like you, I'm so lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now. You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying
use their yards to produce food, and we also take that food and compost when we're done with food, or if there's food waste or just things we couldn't eat. It goes here, as well as certain twigs, lawn clippings, any other thing that we're not going to be using or putting in the trash is going in here. So we're trying to use this compost to minimize our waste that goes into the landfill. So we have, in this compost pile, we have 6 different sections that we use for composting, and we kind of, during certain periods, we keep 4 of the 6 closed. You can see with these marked off with these X's here, while 2 are open. So if you're interested in composting, one of the questions you may have is, do I need to do all that? Not necessarily. You could do composting in your backyard with or without a turner. You could just use a compost pile. So basically, in looking at a compost pile, we'll use one of these piles we have as an example. What can go into the pile is really any organic material. Now you have to be careful with things like animal products, so meat, milk, certain fats and stuff, because they can spoil in a way which can kind of create some issues. So it's not impossible to do that, but for beginners you may want to start with just vegetables and fruit and other plant sources. Then you could use straw, you could use grass clippings, you can actually use old cardboard. You don't want to use bleached paper products, but you can use newspapers and other paper products if you desire. So one of the things you have to keep in mind as you're going through the compost is this balance between browns and greens. Now browns are the harder to biodegrade elements that make up actually the bulk of the compost pile. So when you're setting up a compost pile for the first time, you want to have browns on the bottom and then layer it with some greens, and then kind of create these layers within the compost. So as you're building your compost pile from the beginning, you'll want to start with a base layer of sticks and branches and other what we call brown material. This is the harder to decompose material in the compost bed. This is, in this bed particularly, this is buried underneath all of this soil. Then we have what we call our greens, which are grass clippings. You have apples, tomatoes, there's kale in there, there's eggshells. That's gonna layer on top of that initial layer of browns. And then you can throw grass, and there's some leaves in here. There's a lot of dead tomato plants on top, but as these are kind of thick and almost like branches, we're gonna need to do some turning to get this all mixed together so that these can decompose quicker. Otherwise, they're gonna take a long time to decompose. So we're gonna let them dry out just a little bit so they're easier to break down and mix them in. The core of the compost bin, and that's why we wanna get your greens. You could also get, we'll use a blood meal or bone meal from time to time. We don't produce that here locally, but we'll put that in. That bone meal and blood meal will help feed the bacteria and the microbes that are inside the middle of the compost bin. And then when we're throwing greens in there, they're gonna use those as sources of food to get going, and it'll get the core of the compost bin hotter than the outer areas. And so that core of the compost bin, that's where a lot of that decomposition action is actually happening a lot quicker. So we want to turn our compost every 3 to 7 days about to get that core shifted around so that all the material, not just a little bit, can decompose quickly. So yeah, I'm not going to turn all this right now, but some of the other things to keep in mind as you're composting are what you're putting in. We do have some paper here, so this bleached paper is not ideal. So, but compost is a little bit forgiving. Don't feel that if you forgot to turn it after 7 days, if it's 14 days, or you're not sure if your brown to green ratio is exact, which they normally recommend about a quarter to about a third is what I've heard in greens versus about 75% of it in browns. But if it's not perfect, don't worry. It'll just take a little bit longer to decompose. So just keep an eye on it. If it's smelling, if it's getting really stinky, you might need some more browns. If it's taking a long time and you're not seeing this, you can kind of see in here more towards the core. You see that dark material? That's that compost that we're really getting. This is what we're looking to produce. You can see there's bugs in it. It's kind of that topsoil teeming with life. That's what we're looking for. So if you're not seeing that after a number of days, consider adding more greens and then just making sure you're up on your turning, and then that's going to accelerate your compost process. Steps to getting started with compost is to actually have somewhere in your house that you can store it. If you're fine going out to your backyard every time you need to throw some organic material away, fine, but a lot of people, after you cut a carrot or something, a vegetable, it's nice to have some place to put it. So there's a lot of these little containers available online that you can get, and these are specifically for compost. You can use a Tupperware or some other item. The big problem is it's gonna start to stink if you don't empty it out every day. You can leave these for a few days and let it get full without much of a stink, because they have these air holes that vent, but then there's this filter on the inside. I think this is like some sort of carbon filter. So even if there is some small mold growth or just some decomposition that's starting inside your home container, that filter is really going to help reduce the smell. But even if you're doing this, it's a good reminder to every couple of days try to make sure this goes outside. It's just going to reduce the amount of growth and mold and fungus that you could get in this container, because you want that here, you don't want it here.
Hi, my name is Taylor Williams. I am a TMFD fashion design major, and this is my 4th year in the program. As a designer, I would say that I am really focused on sustainability and ethics. I think that we all have a duty to our planet in the fashion industry. There's definitely a lot of room for change, so I kind of want to be able to prompt that change in the industry. My aesthetic as a designer is definitely a little bit more like a feminine in terms of silhouette. And then I would say that it leans a little bit more on the minimalist side. But some of my pieces I like to throw in a little bit of like maybe a little bit of boho, or just a little bit of something a little out of the ordinary to just kind of spice it up a little. I think my overall goal as a designer would be just to have a positive impact on the industry and the world. I would love to have my own brand someday, which is more of like an accessible sustainability and like ethical company. And I definitely would want to create pieces that are really timeless, like things that are high quality, that would last a long time and can transfer season to season and can be passed down through generations. So this dress on the form is made out of vinyl, clear vinyl, and pressed flowers. So there's 2 layers of vinyl and the flowers are in between. I made this dress for our experimental design class, and the inspiration is a little bit obscure. I was studying abroad in Florence, Italy, and I saw on Instagram one of the girls I follow got a new phone case that was clear with pressed flowers in it, and I just thought it was so cool, and I thought it would make a really cool dress.
And I am a student at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln Bee Lab, and today I'm going to talk to you about native bees and what they are. So first of all, most people know about honeybees. They produce honey, which we eat, but did you know that in the state of Nebraska we have over 500 different species of bees that don't produce honey? That's right. So today I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the native bees that are in Nebraska, how you can help them, what you can plant, and finally how you can build a habitat for them in your own backyard. So you can also tell that a bee has inhabited these different dwellings, whether it's stem or the wood blocks, because you can see how they're capped off at the very end. All the different native bees, they feed and use different nesting material. So you'll see different colors, and that means that there's different kinds of native bees living within that residence. So if it's green, usually that means it's a leaf cutter bee, because they go out and they'll cut a little semicircle off of leaves, and then they use that to stuff their nest and cap it. So people want to help the bees, and there's a couple ways you could do that. One is planting more native plants in your own backyard. We'll talk about some of the different species that you can plant. The important things with plants is making sure that you are accounting for seasonality. So you want to have plants that are going to bloom in the spring, early summer, late summer, and fall, so that bees have food year round. And the other thing you can provide is habitat. By planting native plants, you're already providing habitat for bees because that's where they normally live. But you can also, if you want to be a little crafty and do some woodworking, you can make your own wild bee nest. So a lot of people have seen different wild bee nests in stores like Menards, but the thing is that those are not always the right dimensions and the right material. So what do I mean by that? When you make a wild bee nest, you want to make sure that you use preservative-free lumber. What kind of wood should you use? Pretty much anything except cedar. Cedar has natural insect repellent properties, so you don't want to use cedar. So pine, spruce, oak are all really good materials. All right, so before we get started building our own wild bee nest, there's a few more things to keep in mind. And these are just some fun facts too. So when people ask you, well, why do you use these dimensions? You could tell them why. So native bees, they need a certain depth within their tunnels, which is why we've created it to be this size. So we'll provide those exact dimensions for you, but you just need to know that your tunnels need to be at least 3 to 5 inches deep, okay? And we'll also provide the different dimensions of, if you want to include some wood blocks with holes drilled in them, we'll include the dimensions for that. And there's research proving that the diameter of those holes from a certain range is the best for native bees. Okay, so again, to reiterate, you want to make sure that you have a back on your wild bee nest, and a roof is also ideal because it'll help keep moisture from going inside the nesting material. You can have a flat roof like this, or you can have a slope roof. The benefit of having this flat roof is that you can have more nesting material fit inside the nest, okay? Another really important thing to note, if you're going to include the wood block, is that when you drill, you want to make sure that those holes do not have a rough interior. So drill with a really sharp bit and make sure that those tunnels are perpendicular to the wood grain, okay? And another reason that we have this structure is we want to make sure that all of our nesting materials are removable for annual cleaning. This is important, and why some of those permanent structures that you can buy in stores are not very efficient and they're not suitable for wild bees, because you want to be able to remove that nesting material and put in new clean nesting material to avoid parasitism and other issues and diseases that native bees will experience when that nesting material is used up year after year.
Hi, my name is Sheldon Brummel. I'm with the University of Nebraska Lincoln Bee Lab, and today I'm going to be showing you guys how to build a native bee nest. So I'm going to start with 5 pieces. I'm going to have a roof, 2 sides, a bottom, and a back. So all the pieces should be included on your cut list, and now I'm going to show you guys how we assemble them. Sure everything fits.
So I usually do the sides first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was making sure.
And if you rotate that one side in your left hand, there's holes already drilled. No, rotate towards you. Yeah. It'll just help.
No, because then look.
You need a different side.
No. So the main thing you want to do is, if you have it bowed in a certain direction, you want to make sure that that bow is facing in. so that water gets shed away and not in, so that it gets trapped in a corner. So I'm going to check to make sure all my wood is as straight as it can be, and if it has a curve, I'm going to face that curve out. And I mocked up all my pieces to make sure that they fit, and then now I'm going to start attaching them. So we pre-drilled our holes. That's why they fit like this, because we do this with children. But if you are going to be using these long nails, I would recommend pre-drilling a small hole so that they fit in nice and snug just on the part that you're starting with. And that'll just help you too, and you're not on as straight as you can be. Then you can start to pull it in to snug it in a little bit better. Do one side. I'm going to push this in when I hammer the next piece.
Great. Mention the
there
hole
it is.
Drilled on the back to hang up.
And then this is the hole drilled in the back so you can hang it up like a birdhouse. So there's your complete bee nest, and you can have your overhang be a little longer, or you can have it a little shorter, but you need to have just enough that if your stem nests protrude a little bit, then they won't get wet. So now that you have your bee nest house completed, you've got to fill it with material, but let's check to see where we want to mount this first. So I'm going to pretend this is my house or a shed or just somewhere. So anywhere that you'd want to basically have a birdhouse is where this can fit as well. So you need to be getting morning sun. You need to make sure that there's no wind or snow or craziness that's going to blow into this or blow this off of what it's attached to. Don't attach it to tree trunks or have overhanging shade. You want to get good sun on it. It doesn't need to be in full sun necessarily, but having it face south, southeast, or southwest is always preferable. So right here, this is going to be attached, and let's just say this is a shed. I'm going to mount it about head height, because remember, if we're putting this out of the way, what's the point? We want to be able to see the bees going in and out and be actually able to enjoy what we've made. So I'm going to put it somewhere where I can see it or kids can see it, but you don't want to be putting it so low on the ground that an animal is going to be able to come and eat it. You also don't want to just set it out necessarily, because wind could just blow it right over. So that's why we included this hole. So again, 5 to 6 feet off the ground, away from where it's going to get knocked over, but somewhere where you can see it, because remember, these native bees that are going to be nesting inside of here, they don't have a hive like honeybees or a hive that's going to hang underneath like a wasp nest, and they don't live in those social groups, so they're not going to sting you because they don't have the same thing to protect. They just have these single little holes, and it's going to be like a little apartment complex of different bee species in here, so they're not going to come out and sting you. You can actually approach and watch them do their work about this close. As long as you're not harassing them or trying to poke them or prod them, you'll actually be able to get this close to these bees and watch them go in and out of their hives, out of their nest, and bring back leaves and pollen, and you'll be able to see them go in and out, and it's very interesting. So next we're going to talk about what we need to do to fill this bee nest. So a really great source is a lot of the native flora that we have in our state. So this is an old, broken, and it's just a dead milkweed stem. So what you can see is there's all these different nodes inside of a lot of these native plants. And so you can actually cut at the node, and you'll see that it is actually hollow inside. So if you get some sharp scissors and cut this, you'll have your own native bee nesting material, because in the wild, they will actually use last year's stems to nest inside of anyway. And if you don't have milkweed, go find some seed and plant it in your garden and wait for it to sprout up. Once it's lost its leaves in the fall, you can harvest that for the next spring's bee nest. Another great use, one of the best native plants that you can use for filling your stem nest block is what's called Joe Pye weed. It's a beautiful flower. It's actually not a weed, that's just its name, but it's wonderful because when you use the dead stems, they've got the perfect length, between 6 and 8 inches between the nodes. So there's the little back, so you don't have to create a back. It won't be hollow all the way through, it'll stop at each one of these nodes, and they're the perfect length. And so what you can do is, they're also very hollow, and they vary in size. So you start at the thicker ones, you cut, and then you get a thinner one, you cut, and then you go smaller and smaller. So when you stack these up inside of your native bee nesting house, different species of bees will use these different size holes. So inside these Joe Pye weeds, you can see that they're already ready to be colonized by bees because they're hollow. And that's why this is such a great plant to use. Other plants that you can use, if you don't want to be filling a nest with bees, you can literally, at the end of the winter, cut it to about 6 to 8 inches off the ground and just leave those hollow stems for the bees to colonize the next spring. It's the easiest way to make a bee nest. You don't even have to build one and hang it on your house.
All you listeners near and far, this is Jazari Cole.
And this is Madre Miley, and you are listening to
The Kualdom Speech, brought to you in partnership with KZUM for a special episode for Lincoln Calling,
where we discuss different topics and happenings in the community, nation, and worldwide.
And also answer fan questions and address their concerns so their voices can also be heard. Welcome to episode 5.
It's a very special episode of episode 5.
Yes. It is for the festival Lincoln Calling. We're going to be talking about, of course, different events and community nation worldwide, of course, but also touch on the subject of innovation and kind of what we do to tie in with this episode for this year's festival.
As you know, we had all those riotings and protests throughout the nation over the course of the summer. Portland recently passed that it is illegal to use tear gas on peaceful protests. So that way It's kind of more seen as a inhumane thing to do to people, even if they're just peacefully protesting. So hopefully that kind of can get passed elsewhere in the nation, so that way it's not happening to other people when they do go out for a peaceful protest and they end up getting tear gassed for pretty much no reason.
Did you know that when the protests were happening here in Lincoln and they were tear gassing people? First off, the tear gas they're using is military grade, right? Like, you can't even really use that in war, like tear gas like that, from what I was told. But also, the tear gas that they were using was expired.
Well, I don't know how that would be okay, or I don't know exactly like what the effects would be of an expired tear gas canister. I never had to know that.
But I mean, like, tear gas poses like it's a high risk to females who are actually like pregnant. But aside from that, it can like affect their body and cause like complications down the road for that, like in that aspect. And so when it came out that the tear gas that they were using was expired, like the canisters, you know, it raised a lot of questions as far as like the police funding and them using that funding for these weapons. And, you know, like some of the budget was used to purchase these things and they were never used. So it's kind of just like it was wasted money. And then they used expired tear gas on civilians when they're exercising their First Amendment rights. So I'm sure in Portland they've been using a lot of tear gas. Like every video that I've seen, there's always like tear gas someplace in there. So I think it's a good thing that they banned using tear gas made it illegal on using tear gas. Do I think that's going to help? Probably not. I think they're still going to tear gas people.
Or they're going to resort to other methods.
Other methods. Yeah, like pepper spray, all of that.
Rubber bullets, which could be even worse.
Yeah, one girl in Lincoln had her nose shot off. Did you see that?
Yes, I did. It's very unfortunate. Yeah, I'd rather get tear gassed, honestly, than get hit with a rubber bullet. Because that, as you can see, rubber bullets can do a lot of damage. But like you said, if it's expired tear gas, it could prevent further complications down the line. Yeah,
because it's a chemical weapon.
Yes.
Kind of to tie into that, you know, in Lincoln and Omaha, like a lot of people have been calling to defund the police. You know, and you know what defunding the police means, right?
Yes. No more police force. Which would just be...
No, that's not what defunding the police means. See, a lot of people have kind of a notion in their head that defunding equates to abolishing, which is not the fact, right? So defunding the police pretty much calls to attention that the police are juggling way too many things, right? So they are handling highway patrol, they are handling sex workers, homelessness, poverty, crowd control, theft, murder, like all of this stuff. So when you increase police funding and give them all of these different things to handle, it's stripping away funding from organizations and programs that are better equipped to handle things like that. They are cutting funding from like Parks and Recs, library, mental health, things like that to further fund the police, even though their training is not specific to those things. Such as social workers, mental health professionals should be answering calls, you know, in regards to mental health crisis that's happening with somebody versus the police when they don't have much training to handle people who are having a mental breakdown. So defunding the police, pretty much like libraries, Parks and Rec, all that has been defunded because all their funding is being cut and given to the police force, but that doesn't help it, right? So when the police are sent out to handle situations that they're not equipped to handle, these other social programs are suffering because their funding is getting cut so the police can handle a job that they're not equipped to do.
No, that makes more sense to me.
So the problem with that is the word defunding, like you said, like people think it equates to abolishing, which is not. So then when people hear defunding the police, they automatically get turned off to it because they think like, oh, that's not a good idea. But then they don't do like further research as far as like learning what that means. Because when people are like, yeah, increase police spending, increase police budget, which almost means like they're okay with stripping funding away from like libraries, right? Like, well, like, wouldn't you want a library to still exist for people who need libraries? So
I mean, yeah, but
libraries this year already have taken a huge like cut. So I don't think a lot of people are realizing, you know, this is where taxpayer money is going, right? I think people would rather have a library that the community can use versus 10 more police officers to handle jobs that they're not equipped to handle.
That is very true. I'm glad you explained on that because I honestly was one of those people who thought when you defund the police that they were just going to be gone and then we would just have a chaotic nation.
Oh, no, there's no way. Like, you can't just strip away the complete police force, but what you can do is pretty much take the funding that they're getting from all these other programs that is getting cut, give it back to them, right? So crowd control. People say, like, what are you going to do when, you know, things are getting out of hand in a neighborhood and things like that? Well, what about neighborhood watches? Remember those? Like, what about block parties? Throw those so you can get to know your neighbors very well. Like, do you have your neighbor's phone number?
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, like...
Most people, I assume, don't have their neighbor's phone number.
Right, like, I don't know my neighbors. I don't have their phone numbers. But, I mean, like, that's an issue, right? Because remember back in the day when, like, you could get in trouble before you get home, like, somebody already called your mom to tell her what was happening?
Yes.
Like, that's not how it is anymore. People aren't connecting how they should, which is such a shame because we live in a world of connectivity these days.
It's not more of a face-to-face interaction anymore. It's more of a phone-to-phone interaction.
Yeah.
Because you can talk to someone over the phone for as long as you can, but then when it gets to that in-person meeting, it's kind of weird because, like, it's not the same of what you're expecting.
Absolutely. That's kind of what people are calling to defund. And I just saw something this morning. There's a group in Omaha called Pro-Black that holds a lot of demonstrations and stuff. And last night, one of their organizers was cited by 9 police officers for being too loud. So when he was getting in his car and he was getting ready to leave, 9 cops showed up and pulled up to cite him. So you mean to tell me citing a demonstrator for being too loud is the most important thing that's happening in downtown Omaha, to where 9 cops had to pull up?
I can understand, like, 2, but 9 just seems a little excessive.
Do you remember back in 2012, the whole Trayvon Martin situation?
Yes, I do. I actually played Trayvon Martin in my high school play back then because I obviously had to fit the part, but that was such a crazy experience to be able to do that for my school and have people kind of aware, because some people hadn't known what had happened to him, and so it was kind of one of those chain event things that kind of set things off really during that time. The guy shot him.
How was the experience of playing that in your high school play?
It was really powerful. The way it was just how it was in that play. I mean, I only had like 3 seconds of line, but it was just saying his name and making people aware. It was just very, very powerful.
I remember the day that actually happened because I was in Florida for a school trip. Mm-hmm. And I remember them having the news on, and they were talking about it and all that stuff. And it's just like social media was not what it was today. Like, there was no live streaming. There was nothing like that. I mean, this happened in 2012, but I remember having like a busted Android phone, like, and it just is not working how it should. But now it's like everybody has like these super upgraded like smartphones with these cameras and everything like that captures all of this stuff. So without innovation, like, a lot of people would not be aware of what's going on, you know? Because I mean, these days, there's hundreds of millions of people on like Facebook,
Instagram,
YouTube, right? Like, think about it. A single video can get 1 billion views. That's like 1/8 of the world's population.
It's a lot of people. Because you can easily just go up to a protest and boom, start live streaming right then and there.
Mm-hmm.
But back then, if 2012, you probably have to have, you know, a big video camera holstered over. You got to make sure it's working properly. You got to make sure the mic is right so it can capture people's voices when they're talking or yelling.
Yeah. And just aside from just protesting, like, if you see anything like going on, you know, there's always somebody filming because there's always somebody watching, you know? And these days, it's like technology. Could you imagine life without what we have now?
I could. It just wouldn't be... Knowing what I know now, yeah, it would suck. But if I didn't have the knowledge, but still had that 2012 knowledge, and was just waiting, it would probably just be the same. Like, it would just wait. That's how I would see it.
Mm-hmm. And aside from just like that, I would say not even innovation in a technological aspect, but more so just like humans evolving in our minds and just thinking differently on different things. You know, I mean, right now we're living through the second civil rights movement. Like, right? Who would have thought in our lifetimes, at this age, you know what I mean? That we would be seeing everything that's happening happen. There are people that I know that have different views than their family members, or how much they've been exposed to different diversity and looking at things through a different lens and a different light versus what they were taught and raised to believe. So pretty much like what I'm trying to say is like somebody could be raised by like a racist parent, but then like have a completely different mindset on that just because of the exposure that they have like in the social media world and like connecting with people and hearing their stories and things like that. So I feel like innovation doesn't necessarily just need to be technological, but it can also just be like it's evolutional, like as far as human species and minds and the way your thought process works on different things. So as far as like things happening now in Lincoln as part of the second civil rights movement, I would say like a lot of the community has been receptive to it, but then again, like people are losing their jobs because like the stuff that they're posting online, like pretty much just like hating on the movement as far as like what's happening in our community, you know? I cannot tell you how many times that I've just seen people in the live stream say, you guys really have nothing better to do, or get jobs, losers, or things like that. And the clapbacks that have been insane, such as like, well, half the country is shut down because of the Rona, so like what are we supposed to do? But at the same time, it's like people don't see that this is not just, it's not just something that people are doing for fun, you know, like this is like for our lives. You know what I mean? This is like raising awareness for our lives. This is not just a parade. It's not just
going on for too long.
Yeah, it's not just a spectacle. I'd say like a lot of the community has been receptive, but I have lost a lot of friends. People's true colors like show in this time. It's like either
you're with the civil rights movement or you're against it.
Yeah. And see, every time there's like a rally or an event, there's always opposition, which is like what I don't get it. So when people are out protesting injustice and racism, and then people drive by with like Trump flags saying Trump 2020, that has like nothing to do with what people are talking about.
It's not per se that political. It's more of our human rights, civil rights as people, not whether we want Trump in office in 2020. Like
that's just what makes it like, and I feel like a lot of people have a hard time grasping that the whole Black Lives Matter movement and this whole second civil rights movement is not a political thing. I mean, it ties into politics because there can be different like protections against people of color. I'm just going to go ahead and mention that Pete Ricketts vetoed the bill that would protect people from being discriminated against their hair texture or hairstyles or things like that. So do with that info what you will. But I mean, like, that's what I mean. Like, there's always opposition. So it's like people are trying to have equality. But that's such a problem for some people.
Which I wouldn't know. Well, it's probably just how they're raised and their mindset of one way. But we all need to be equal.
Yeah, so I mean, even with that, like, there's been a lot of groups that have sprung up, right, in Lincoln. So there's Change Now, there's a Black Leaders Movement, Fight for Black Lives, and of course there's the UNL, African American Student Union. But then, in response to the Black Lives Matter movement, there's also groups that are popping up in opposition of that. So I mean, like, there's like Facebook groups where they're talking about these protesters are ruining our way of life and we need to stand up and hold our ground and take our city back. Not just in Lincoln, because Lincoln is nothing compared to what's happening in like Kenosha or Portland or anything like that. But it's the same mindset that there's opposition people feeling like we're stripping something away from them by asking for equality. And so that just goes to show that it's kind of eye-opening and sad that people in our community that we live in are so opposed to people of color having equal rights. That's just what it is. And like I said, I put out like a post a while ago saying that kind of these days it's hard to change people's minds, like people who are already set in their ways. So you really have to focus on enlightening the youth. And when I say like youth, I'm talking about kids who are like 5 and under, because I mean, like,
that's when they're most impressionable. That's when kids are kind of in their most impressionable state. So
yeah.
If you tell them one thing, they're kind of going to get stuck with it if you keep kind of like pounding it into them repeatedly.
See, I mean, just like a story of my own, I remember, this is why I say like you have to focus on kids that young. People like 6 and older, sometimes it's just hard to get their mindset changed if they've already been like taught a certain way. Because I remember being in elementary school, I was a 4th grader, and a girl who was like in a grade younger than me was like super upset and angry that I was standing next to her in the lunch line, and she told the teachers that her parents said that she cannot be in line with a black person. That just goes to show, like, my nephew kind of had the similar experience. Like, I don't remember exactly the story. I think they were also at like a lunch table or at like their classroom table, because you know, like in elementary school, it's like just there's several big tables where everybody just sits around. Back in the day, like what, 10 years ago, 12 years ago. Mm-hmm. But one kid was like crying, saying that he just doesn't want to sit next to a black person because like that's just what he would like. How else would you think that they were taught that?
It's not something that
you just learn. You learn it at home. Like that's where all this starts. And that's why I say like sometimes it's hard to just change people's minds who are 6 years old and up. So you really have to focus on the youth and like raising kids who are going to be leading this country one day, because we need to make sure that they know like human lives are human lives regardless of the color of somebody's skin. But like I said, that's such a problem for some people.
That also goes to show that it could be a thing where at a young age they're also taught in school about stuff like this, just racism. Because if you think about it, when do you really learn about that stuff? I remember the earliest I remember like actually reading and learning about it in school was probably the 7th grade. That's the earliest I can remember. I feel like it should be at least brought up. So, I mean, yeah, I know that's gonna be a really hard subject to teach to, you know, some second graders, but you know, just as like a small unit, you know, just kind of bring it up, you know, so they kind of have it back in their mind a little bit while they're getting older, that, you know, oh, you know, this is something that actually happens a lot around the world, in my city, could be in my school, could be in my classroom, you know.
But I also want to mention that there have been like some amazing allies in the community that have like really stepped up and like been out there like listening, engaging, and even just like, you know, on the Facebook posts and watching the live streams and doing what they can to support. Doesn't even necessarily need to be monetarily, you know. I mean, just like sharing this and saying we need to look at this a different way, or just like showing support by sharing different articles and things to raise awareness and being receptive to everything is a lot more than enough, because that just shows that, you know, they're actually open to pretty much understanding the struggle of what people of color go through. That's been amazing to see. Like, I've made so many friends like online just from the live streams and just allies and stuff, you know, to say like I can never really understand like what it feels like to be in your position, but I can sympathize, because a person should not be treated that way. Let's talk about like how things have changed in Lincoln specifically.
I honestly haven't seen really that big of a change per se. I think more towards this, I'd say there's progress for sure from like the beginning of like the stages of protests happening in Lincoln to like now, where, you know, people aren't getting arrested as much for peaceful protesting or thrown on the ground, or, you know, the violations. And the police, they had that one protest at the Capitol where the police did join in on the...
That was like the second night. But let me tell you, it was such a struggle to get that to happen.
I know it was a struggle, but it still happened. But since then, I haven't really seen anything change or heard anything.
See, like, over the summer, they sure have made a lot of noise and like brought like a lot of attention to it, especially in Lincoln. And I mean, like, with like the live streaming, having over just 1 million views of people like seeing like what's happening in Lincoln and in Omaha is great and amazing. But then there's also those setbacks that really make people question, are things really going the right way, or are things changing for the better? Starting with the mayor accepting that grant from the Department of Justice for several $100,000 and like finding a way to quote unquote match that, like a percentage of that through city funds. And her response to that was like, well, we found $150,000 in the city budget to allocate towards mental health. That's great and wonderful and all, but I mean, like, was that going to happen if all of this was not happening?
Probably not.
You know?
I mean, be truthful.
And so that's one huge blow that really made people feel like, well, they're not listening to us. I mean, they hear us, but they see us, but they're not listening to what the people are saying that they want, you know? And another huge blowback was when the governor, like I said a little bit ago, vetoed the anti-discrimination bill to protect women from, or people of color from, their hairstyles or things like that, that they cannot be discriminated upon because of that. No concrete answer as to, or reason as to why that was vetoed. And so that's why I feel like there's not been a lot of progress in Lincoln. A lot of awareness has been raised, but there's not a lot of progress, you know? And I feel like it's time for people to put more pressure on the government. The election is coming up for your state senators. Find out where they stand, things like that. Make sure you register to vote, because if we don't have the right people to stand up for us, like, nothing is ever going to change. Did you know Lincoln wasn't originally the capital?
Yes. I didn't know that. Sorry. But for all of you listeners out there and viewers that may have not known that.
Yeah, so Omaha was a territory. They've been like fighting for the top spot of being Nebraska's capital before Nebraska was even a state. So since 1854, Omaha was the capital of Nebraska. Oh, here's another fun fact. Lincoln wasn't originally Lincoln, and almost wasn't.
Does it say why? Does it?
It was originally
no background.
It was originally named Lancaster, but then they floated around like a couple names, and one of them was almost capital city. So it was originally called Lancaster. That's why it's called Lancaster County, right?
Yeah.
So then they were going to call it capital city, but then settled on Lincoln. And that's probably why there's a statue of Abraham Lincoln on the west side of the Capitol building.
I don't really know the history behind that, but...
So, yeah. Thank you guys for listening to this episode and watching this episode. Wherever you're in the world, stay positive. Tell somebody you love them.
And eat good food.
Peace.
Peace.
I opened the store in 2003 because there was a need in Lincoln for a locally owned art supply store, and it's been a nice. I'm not a rich woman by any means, but it's been a good livelihood for me and a business that I enjoy. I think some of the small businesses downtown are really, really hurting. They don't have the university support that we have. And I'm worried about those businesses. If they don't come back, these small businesses that are downtown are the culture of downtown. And if they disappear and it gets filled with corporate businesses, it's not going to be the same, not even close to being the same. The arts community is a really important part of Lincoln and downtown Lincoln for sure. If Lincoln Calling is putting in all that energy to take it virtual and still get all these artists to come or perform wherever they are and be part of it, then it's important for people to support it however they can.
And I'm a senior fashion design major here. How I would describe myself as a designer, I would say I'm still kind of trying to figure it out. But I would say some areas that I'm starting to focus on are kind of more gender bending and androgyny. And I'm also very interested in sustainability. So I would say that as a designer, I'm trying to find a way to make those two things work together. I'm really inspired by less form-fitting garments, I would say. I tend to shy away from super fitted things. I'm also really inspired by silhouettes of like the 60s and 70s, which also tends to have a lot of flaring in it and less form-fitting garments. I would say that my goals as a designer are really just to spend this year figuring out how I can make my kind of niche interests work together. As I'm working on my senior design project, I'm hoping to find a way to kind of combine the more gender-bending aspects with the sustainability. So I'm hoping to just figure out how to put those together. So this garment was made for my experimental design class that I took last spring. And the inspiration for it was really based on the concept of water. There's several artists that portray a really unique kind of cartoonized form of water that shows the separate colors. And I really wanted to find a way to recreate that out of fabric. So my other inspiration, of course, in keeping with the kind of androgynous thing, I wanted to create kind of a looser form-fitting men's jacket, but that was also kind of not really specific to menswear. And I also wanted to incorporate the sustainability aspect. So the whole top is made from just recycled garments that I thrifted, and they were all cut into thin strips and then sewn onto the base fabric.
Good morning, Lincoln. It's partly cloudy with a slight breeze. Remember to wear a mask, wash those hands.
My calculations will get my people up and out the matrix, convert a hatred of...
I wear a mask.
I wear a mask. I wear a mask. To teach Lincoln's youth.
To restore the heartbeat of my city. To be a role model for my generation.
To protect my coworkers. To keep my family healthy. Because together... Because together, Lincoln is greater than COVID.
All right, good afternoon and welcome to today's discussion called Fashioning the Future, Innovation and the Apparel Industry. We have a wonderful set of panelists that will be sharing their insights into this topic over the next hour, and we will have them introduce themselves in a few moments as well. So my name is Jenny Beth Johnson-Jorgensen, and I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and I will serve as the moderator for this discussion. And I'm so excited to not only be welcoming the students from the Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design to our discussion, but also to be welcoming people from across the Lincoln community and beyond. We'd also like to thank the fabulous team behind Lincoln Calling for collaborating with us for this discussion. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'd also like to take a moment to let you know that the University of Nebraska-Lincoln has proposed cutting the entire Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design due to COVID-19 related budget cuts. So we would appreciate your help, and we will have more information on how you can help at the end of our discussion today. So for members of the audience, if you have any discussion questions, please ask them through our discussion, throughout the entire discussion, through the Q&A feature on Zoom or through the comments section on Facebook. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump into our discussion. So first, I will have each panelist introduce themselves and the companies that they work for. And so I'll go in the order that I can see on the screen, so I'll call your name for your introduction. So let's go ahead and start with Abby.
Hello, everyone. My name is Abby Gross. I graduated from UNL in 2009 with a degree in textiles, clothing, and design, after which I moved to Los Angeles for about 7 years and worked within the fashion industry. And then in 2015, moved home to Nebraska. And most recently, I launched my business Chance last year, which focuses on the fashionable needs of the event goer at concerts and game days. And my first collection focused on the clear bag policy that's now being, it's now basically a necessity at most concerts and game days. And so my clear bags are not only fashionable, but they're also sustainable and better on the planet because the event industry is so hard on it. So.
Great, thank you, welcome. And then next, let's go to Rachel.
Hey, hi everybody. My name is Rachel Sheehy. I am a 2008 graduate of the Textiles, Clothing, and Design program. Out of college, I joined JCPenney as a trainee, and I've been there ever since. So I think this year is 12 years at JCPenney. So I've had a range of positions there, from inventory analyst to digital merchandising, buying side, and digital operations. And then most recently, just about 4 months ago, have moved over to the product technology part. So working to get the technology and the tools that our internal teams need to get the product to the customer in a great experience.
Great, thank you. And next we'll go to Scott.
Hi guys, my name is Scott Bowen. I'm with Signs and Shapes. We are a company in Omaha, Nebraska that employs quite a few graduates from the textiles program. The company designs and manufactures inflatables for primarily live entertainment business, theaters, amusement parks, professional sporting events, and that type of thing.
Great, thank you. And next we will go to Claire.
Hello, my name is Claire Verbka, and I am from Nebraska originally. Did graduate at UNL also. I work for The Buckle as a manager currently, but did start 13 years ago while I was in college. So I got the opportunity to not only, work with people, but also work all the way up into where I'm, helping produce managers for the company as well too. I did, through Buckle, get to go to South Carolina. That was my first location that I managed, and then got the invite to come back and manage my home store, which was in Lincoln, Nebraska. And now I'm at a new store in also Lincoln, Nebraska. So I've been doing that, love people, love product, and that's what keeps me doing it.
All right, wonderful. Thank you so much. So we will go ahead and jump into our first question here. And we know that innovations are helping the fashion industry in a variety of different ways. And it's helping us not only to become more sustainable, but also to be more efficient as well. So I'd like to know, from your perspective, what is the most exciting innovation that our industry has right now?
For me in my business, it would definitely be the materials and different fabrics that are coming out, specifically with my clear bags. There's really not a material out there right now that's not a synthetic plastic. The material that my bags are made out of is called TPU, which is a better material than PVC, which pretty much all the other ones are made out of. But I mentioned on last night's conference as well that there's being strides made where they could be made out of cornstarches or sugar canes, where they would be a bioplastic and be more biodegradable rather than the plastics that are around now. So.
I would say one of the things that's come out of the COVID experience is that, you know, retailers are really having to rethink, how do we get the customer to the product as quickly and easily as possible, but safely as possible too. So, you know, the Target had already started doing the curbside pickup, and Walmart had already started doing it, but it's really forced other companies, if you want to keep up, you got to figure out a way to get caught up pretty fast. Otherwise, you're going to be left behind. And so, you know, just in the last 6 months, companies have really had to not necessarily be innovative, but they're having to be innovative in a shorter span of time than what they would have done otherwise. You know, it could have been on the roadmap to have it done in 2021 or 2022, but if you want to survive, you got to figure it out in 6 months. So people are just having to learn to work differently and faster to be able to stay alive at this point.
To piggyback off of that, Rachel, you're so right. Literally, I was thinking about in preparation of this call, I'm so thankful that our company did put together a way of, we call it the reservation app. So helping people get the product the way that they feel best and how they would prefer to shop too. Due to COVID and a lot of people having to stay home, I think some people crave the interaction. So for some of the storefronts to be still open in those stores, I feel like, or I mean, it could be anything, any type of store, not necessarily clothing, but in our industries, like I feel so grateful to be able to give that contact and personal touch on things still. But then also we connected to a couple different ways. If our online has stayed open this whole entire time, and not only that, but the company has allowed us to be a part of fulfillment for the online stores. Once upon a time, it was only our warehouse that fulfilled those orders. Well, now they've opened it to the stores, which also allows, you know, us to continue to stay involved and be able to be employed again and everything like that too. So it's a cool thing.
And then just to even tack onto that, Claire, it's also, you know, I work in digital. So I've always, I think for all of about 18 months, my career's been in online. It's the same thing, like what you're saying, it's helping the stores to continue to employ people, but it's also an inventory management play as well. Right? So as the stores were all closed, the inventory is just sitting still, but you have to be innovative and you have to be flexible to figure out a way, how do we continue to move through this inventory? Because you know that that's going to be a risk as well if it's just sitting in the stores with no one coming in to purchase.
Excellent. Yeah, it's been so interesting to see how retailers have had to adapt during COVID. And so hopefully we will see an end to staying away from each other soon, but who knows? It looks like it'll be this way for a while. So I do also want to ask another question. What challenges has your company been able to solve through innovation and technology? And that can be any type of innovation, any type of technology that you've had the opportunity to work with.
To answer this question, to follow up a little bit on what Abby had mentioned, there's been some interesting technology and some cool technology around textiles, like for the last decade or so. There's been a lot of new fibers coming in. There are integration of circuits in materials. There's smart textiles. And we started to see, small little sample projects pop up at trade shows over the last decade, and then even some printing, 3D weaving, and some textile printing type options. And I guess what is sort of the normal course is that when the stuff first comes out, it's really cool, but it's not super practical. It's the same way with just regular 3D printing. When the printers first came out, people were printing little gizmos and figurines, and it seemed like it should be really cool, but the actual practical applications in industry were somewhat limited. But in the last couple of years, we've seen a lot of that sort of come to a point where it's practical, both in terms of commercial availability of the items, and then the projects that were sort of growing up around them. And we, technology is to a degree is sort of baked into our processes. So our process is all digital and all 3D, and we've done that for quite a while. And there are, updates here and there, but the basic workflow is somewhat consistent. But textiles, like I said, have gotten pretty cool, and we've been able to incorporate some new fabrics. We did a project for in collaboration with a research firm developing soft robotics, and we wanted a lifelike figure, and so we used a Japanese product that was rather than embedded wires, the fibers that were used were conductive, so we could heat the entire surface of the inflatable and create a body temperature robot, which is probably not applicable to textile design students. But there's a lot of stuff that is coming online that is interesting, and now, like I said, to the point where you can actually buy this stuff and figure out how to use it.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what Scott said, it's very true that the technologies, like for 3D printing, for example, a couple years ago, maybe it wasn't where it is today. For my business, one of the main things that kind of inspired me to kind of go in the direction of fashion for events is just how much waste that an event is. Like one Husker football game can produce like 50,000 pounds of trash, only half of which is recycled. And so I was like, how can we use those plastics and recycle them and make them into something else that are needed for those events? And so something that I've been kind of working on are, have a little show and tell, some like box clutches that are hard. And the whole box is made out of recycled plastics, because one of the biggest things in sustainable fashion is this whole cradle to cradle concept, where you can literally make an item and then it can be completely reused as is. So my idea, and this is a 3D printed just prototype, is a box clutch that is completely made out of plastic. So technically it could be thrown in the recycle bin if it was broken or at the end of its life, melted down, instead of having, metal hardware on it. Because at that point you have to, if you wanted to recycle it, you'd have to take away the metal and melt the metal down separately and whatnot. So being able to 3D print a prototype like this, I wouldn't be able to basically afford to do the prototyping in China. So I was able to use the Do space here in Omaha and the Metro Community College Prototype Design Lab. And I had my goal is to use those recycled plastics and actually physically melt them down into this box clutch and create these really cool colors. And I met with a plastics company, a mold company here in Omaha, and they quoted me about $40,000 to $60,000 to create an actual like metal mold, which obviously I could not afford, but I was able to 3D print some molds out of high temperature material for $500, and now I'm doing that myself in my garage. So just until I can, get to the next stage. So it's been really helpful.
That is so cool. I love how you had an issue in terms of, how to do it, and you solved the issue via technology, innovation. It's just so cool. So cool to see.
Another thing I want to add into this problem, the problem would be that I can't think going into what it is that we're facing is that a lot of people are facing new normals. And so what they used to do or where they used to go to fulfill their wants and needs is so different. And if the distance factor is definitely something that they're trying to do too, just because of COVID. We've also identified too and used this. We have a program called Guest Connect. So how we stay connected to the guest, and we're adding a little bit more of a pizzazz to it by utilizing lookbooks and putting outfits together for people, and also being part of that adding a personal touch to it by having it be connected through me, through technology, but helping them kind of get ready and know what it is that they have available to them to help navigate through, as opposed to going out and having to find all that product for themselves too.
And then taking that to the larger scale at JCPenney, we're actually partnering with some different vendors to do that at a larger scale systematically. So there's not always the bandwidth or the capacity to be able to have one-on-one stylists for your online experience, but how do you utilize the tools and the technology to be able to do that on its own, both from a merchandising perspective, but also from, there's technology out there now that is able to scrape what our item images are online and put together those looks, taking the model off of or out of the clothes to where you can see just the clothes, and it really kind of removes that distraction in a sense and shows the customer, how can I wear this one item with different outfits? So it's an outfitting tool, but with algorithms.
I think it's so important to have all these options out there in the industry, so then everybody gets what it is they need. Because all of us, we would know, I could ask each one of you guys, how would you prefer to gather your needs? And it might be all different. And I think that's awesome that everybody's thinking so big.
And it's great to have, to your point, Claire, there are some customers that want the one-on-one, they're the hand holding sometimes in a sense, and then there's others that are perfectly fine going online if you've still got the options there. But you've got to be able to solve for both the in-person and the digital experience, both.
And just even the most obvious technology that we use every day is social media and apps like Skype and things like that. I know I follow Claire on social media, and I've messaged her a few times because she would post a cool outfit, and just getting through people like that, and my manufacturers in China, and being able to Skype and see the samples in person rather than having to ship back and forth and waste the money and time. Just being able to utilize those types of programs have been obviously exponential.
Yeah, so we know that technology is changing constantly. And so how do you keep on top of that? How do you keep up with those changing technologies and innovations within the fashion industry or the industries that you work with?
It's constantly looking to see what else is out there. Obviously, everyone is very busy and, might I say, swamped in your everyday work. And so that part is hard, but it's just constantly looking out there to see what are your competitors doing, but what are also aspirational brands doing. Of course, no one's ever going to compare JCPenney to Nordstrom, but you always have to look out there at that next level to see what is that couple steps ahead. Where can we maybe leapfrog to skip a few steps to just improve that much better. So just always looking at that aspirational too. Don't always have to look at just your direct competitors.
I like to apply an approach always in anything that I'm doing, because obviously everything is always ever changing, especially in the industry and with service and how we help people, is to think like a rookie. And what would you do if you could almost eliminate some of the things that you always do, so that you're able to re-challenge yourself and, think of a new approach to the same thing, or to add an avenue or anything like that.
Yeah, the biggest things that I use are podcasts, Instagram. For example, I'm very passionate about sustainable fashion, and so some podcasts I listen to are Wardrobe Crisis and Conscious Chatter. A few Instagram accounts I like to follow are Fashion for Good, Fashion Revolution, the Sustainable Fashion Forum. I went to, when we still could have in-person conferences in April 2019, I went to Portland and went to a sustainable fashion conference and learned so much and met so many brands that were doing awesome things. An app that I find super interesting, that's just fun to even dink around on and learn, is called Making. It's by Nike. It teaches you about all different fibers and materials and textiles. And you can compare the supplier practices with the chemistry and the environmental practices and see which, based on your, wants and needs and what's important to you, which one would outweigh other ones in those factors. So those are the ones I use.
So again, probably a situation where the specifics of our industry give us experiences that might not be super useful to the audience here. One thing I would recommend, I mentioned it earlier a little bit, there's some really cool trade shows that obviously there's a bunch of stuff available in fashion, but if you have a little bit deeper interest in the processes behind these and pattern making and textiles, there's some pretty great trade shows. There's specifically, there's one called Textiles, which is in Germany and Frankfurt usually every other year, and I think it's in Atlanta every year. And that is a trade show that would have everything from resin suppliers for nylons, like raw resin. If you really cared about the materials that you were working with or speccing, you could learn how they're made and who's making them, all the way up to machinery and pattern making software. So that's, I mentioned it before, but that's where I saw, 3D making, patterning and fashion software was, starting to show up 8 or 10 years ago. And you could sort of get a sense for that was going to be something that was adopted. And I'm not in the fashion software business, but I think that probably every significant platform for pattern design has a solid 3D element. And I know that it's getting utilized in workflows with more and more frequency. And so if, as a student, you were there talking to those folks 2 or 3 or 4 years ago, when you're graduating or a couple of years into your career, you've got a bit of a head start in that sort of thing. So I'd encourage you to look at trade shows, not only just for fashion, but for textiles and pattern making.
So tying into what Scott was talking about a little bit, what opportunities do you see in the industry for 3D applications or virtual reality or augmented reality, those types of technologies? Do you think they'll catch on?
I can tell you from the data that we've seen so far, while people like Lowe's and Home Depot use like see it in your room or see the paint on the wall in your room, we have a lot of merchants that will bring that to us, to our technology team, and say, hey, this is what we want to do. But every time that we've tried to test it, the customers, it's not that important to them. Yeah, it's cool, it's nice to have, but it's also still a lot of work for the customer to use too. You have to have a very dedicated customer who's really into it to be able to take the time to utilize that functionality. So for us, yes, we've looked into it, but from everything that our data has been telling us so far, it's just not a top priority necessarily. But it doesn't mean that you stop thinking about it or you stop looking into it. You still keep it on the radar, but that's where it's been for us anyway.
This isn't something I use in my business, but I have heard of a technology. I'm not sure where they're at with the app of when it comes to like custom sizing and custom tailoring and suits and things like that, where you could actually take a picture of the person in different angles, and then they could basically get the measurements straight from a picture and do custom tailoring in that way. So I know that's kind of the direction things are going in that type of way. So that's exciting.
I think that it's going to be more and more important. 3D design is going to be more and more important for collaboration, either between designers and manufacturers and factories or within projects. And again, unique experience, but everything we do is 3D, and everything in our industry is done digitally in 3D with the very few exceptions. If you're a really old, experienced designer on, say, Broadway, you get by with maybe making a clay maquette, but there's maybe 10 people in the world that have enough prestige that they can do that. Everybody else is working with 3D drawings because you've got a designer in London and a shop in Chicago and a shop in Asia and a shop in Nebraska, hopefully, and we're all working on the same project, and we can either look at pictures, or we can, which has happened, overnight, tiny little maquettes across the globe to look at, or we can email and share digital files. And I would really encourage students, no matter where they're headed, to at least give themselves a little bit of background. Maybe they don't have to worry about which program they're learning, but I would at least get some experience with 3D design. We use it every single day, and a lot of what we do would be completely impossible without it. We did a project recently for a famous, like the most famous themed amusement park group in the world, and we created a character. And before this was going to be an inflatable costume. Before we produced the item, we created a 3D file which was sent to the executives, and they viewed it in a top secret holographic room where they could actually walk around the 3D version of our eventual product and see it in sort of real life before it was actually manufactured. And there was a discussion about the height, and instead of looking at a piece of paper or even a screen, they could actually see 2 different sizes of this character and then pick one. But for us, it's like there's zero doubt, and there's like nothing gets done without heavy doses of 3D, and it's all down to, it allows you to do a lot more with a lot more precision, but it allows collaboration that doesn't come close to happening in any other way.
All right, so overall, what do you think the future looks like in our industry, and how is innovation going to continue moving us forward? So what is the future like?
I think it's hard to say. I don't think any of us knew what was going to happen 6 or 9 months ago, right? I mean, I know it's cliche, but it's just constant change and constant evolution, and it's constantly listening to the customers to hear what's working for them, and then how do you continue to expand on that. And it's just a constant learning process. In retail, nothing ever stands still. And I don't remember if it was on Thursday night or Friday night in one of the sessions, but someone enjoys what they do because it's different every day. And that's absolutely true, because you don't know what you're going to be dealing with. You don't know what you're going to learn each day. And then every day you're going to have to evolve and adapt, and just continue to learn and grow from it.
I definitely hope that we'll have a more sustainable fashion industry, moving forward. We're definitely heading that direction. Just in the different practices that we're doing, we're learning new technologies and new ways to produce, organic cotton, uses less water, and just kind of come together as a fashion industry, and rather than being competitors in a way that, like, for example, a lot of these things to create a sustainable brand, like even, compostable poly bags, for example, to put your bags in, some of the minimums are so crazy high that at the, conference that I went to last year, it was like, how can we maybe I partner with 5 other brands and we go in on that big, 10,000 poly bag order together, and just really work together in new ways to basically create a cleaner planet.
I think the future looks super promising as long as we do a couple things: stay aware and promise to adapt to it. It's ever changing. So if you do the same thing every day, it's eventually going to run out. That would probably be the only demise I think that we would have in the industry. And as long as we stay aware and, again, provide what the people are in need of, we'll be good.
I think in terms of technology and what it looks like, it is definitely going to advance. And like Rachel mentioned, I have no idea how it will advance. But so say 20 years ago, you were a graphic designer or a painter or something like that, some sort of artist. And most stuff was done by hand, and you had a choice. You could either choose to learn Corel Draw or Illustrator. And except I think the guys that make South Park still use Corel Draw, but almost no one else does. But if you just like picked one of those, you would be okay. And now, like, it's impossible to imagine a serious art job or a graphics job or a design job where you're not using Illustrator or some similar software, and just almost nothing is getting done by hand. And without knowing much about the fashion industry or fashion in general, probably, I could sort of see the same sort of type of thing happening, that 10 or 15, 20 years from the road, down the road, I don't know what the platform will be. I don't know exactly how it will work, but I don't think that there'll be a lot of options or a lot of jobs for people that don't have a pretty solid background in technology. And if you're going to be merchandising, then whatever that means for merchandising, if you're a designer, then some sort of digital capability for your designs. And there'll be a guy or a lady or three that still get by old school with hand drawings or a notebook and do all their work, but that won't be any of the rest of us. And so I'd advise just at least being aware of what's out there and taking a stab at a couple of them and just sort of staying current and seeing how things go.
Yeah, I would just add on to that, Scott, that even merchandising online, you're going to have to deal with technology and tools. Like I said, I started in inventory. I majored in merchandising. My first position was as an inventory analyst, right? But you still have to be able to understand all of those foundational points to be able to continue to grow with it and have that to be able to analyze, like Claire said, what does the customer want? And then understand how all those tools and that technology works together, because the technology is going to continue to evolve. So at least if you've got that foundational understanding, it just helps you to build on it from there.
Great, thank you so much. And so at this point, we will open it up for questions. So Andrew, are there any questions?
Yes, we have a few. So the first one is, after the pandemic, customer buying intention altered drastically, which adversely impacted retail businesses. And as a result, the retail businesses modified their operations to be more aligned with customer mindset. Do you think the realignment that these retail businesses did is sufficient? And if not, what else can businesses do to innovate? And specifically for small and medium enterprises. And this is for everyone or anyone that wants to weigh in.
I would say no, we haven't done enough yet. I would also think that it's a little bit easier. There's a little bit more agility in smaller businesses. Now I understand that there's a lot of costs that go along with that, but one of the challenges with as large of a company as JCPenney, we've got 800 plus stores. Well, that also means that you have that many more stores and that many more employees, and your processes have to be that much more detailed to be able to roll something out that widely. But it also moves a bit slower too. But there's always going to be more to be able to do to help that customer. And beautiful calico cat, by the way, Andrew.
Innovations as well.
Yes. But there's always going to be more that we can do to make it easier for the customer. How do you get the GPS aligned even closer to where it's less work for the customer to let you know when they're there? You just know when they're there, you go out and you help them. You can do deliveries out to the car. Can we do returns from the car so the customer doesn't have to come into the store? So there's always going to be more.
Yeah, this time for me has definitely been hard, considering my business surrounding events, and they have all been canceled. So it's really providing a service on top of like the brand and the retail aspect of it. Letting know the reopening process of events to my customers, when our Husker game is going to start with fans again, and when our concert's going to start up, and just providing a service rather than just selling. And that's kind of where I've had to go before I feel like I can really start, putting a sales pitch, out there again. So
I think that being a little bit of it's a bigger company, we're not little, but we do individually own and take care of our stores and really weigh in to, I guess, having the more manpower above us. You know, when I think about what I get to do is identify the need of my customer and what it is that they need and what they're asking for, and share that information to those like our buyers in our company. And what they were able to do is act on it so fast because of their prior relationships. So I think that navigating and having those awesome connections before COVID came, and before we had to shut down for a while, utilizing the strength of your connections or what was going well, to then adjust quickly, hopefully, to the new. And then also just making sure too that that you do think about all the different ways that you get to help the guests or get connected to them, whether it be, you know, really identify and try to capitalize on all of it. Is it in person? How can you do that now in those sense that people feel comfortable doing it so that it works? Is it online? Okay, awesome. What can we do? What do we need to adjust so that it, you know, do we send more email blasts to stay connected to them so that we can have it a better solution or a better outcome? You know, just really identifying what it is and all the ways that we get to connect to the guest or to the shopper or to the whoever, whatever you call it, customer.
So moving on to the next question. This is for everyone as well. Does anyone have tips or advice on how new or small brands can keep up with constant innovations all around us?
I would probably just reiterate what I said earlier about listening to podcasts and following social media. If something that you're passionate about, say it's workout clothes or that thing, just literally Google what types of business or podcasts are out there for, you know, that type of interest. I follow another podcast called Product Boss, where they teach you and you learn about how to create a small business out of any sort of product. So yeah, just utilizing those types of social media channels.
When a tester brand comes into my store, what we get to do is learn about the product, understand it, the ins and outs, what the materials are, what makes it great, why would a guest want it, why would they pick this over that. So starting there and just really knowing the ins and outs of your product, I think is important, but then also connecting it right away to the person who needs it. Who do you know that would need this? Let's give them a call. Who do you know that would need that? Maybe, like connect it to a brand that's like it. Well, I know that Abby goes to, you know, shop at the mall all the time, so maybe she would like it. Let me call her really fast. But I think trying to promote it in a sense that it's in people's worlds too. So then they can then share it. So, because word of mouth is powerful. So if I get introduced to something that's brand new and it changes my world in a sense, I'm going to share it to everybody that I know because I think that they would need it too. So having that happen.
I'd add to that, another thing they can do is just be ready. A small business, especially if it's just a person, is super flexible and super quick in a way that a larger company never could be. And one way that we saw that recently was when the pandemic hit. You know, the mask recommendations were all over the place from day to day, but towards the beginning, it was obvious there would be some kind of market for masks. And if you travel to Southeast Asia at all, you could have guessed that ahead of time even. But Chris Hughes at Artifact, who's in this group at some level, he jumped on masks really quickly and did well for a while, did really well for a while making masks because he could just go down to his shop on a Saturday and come out on a Monday with a pattern, and he had the fabrics in hand and he was ready to start making masks. It was one of the interesting things, one of the 1 million interesting things about the pandemic was how larger companies really got shell-shocked. And I was so confused why, Chris Hughes was selling masks so quickly, and like where were, Nike and the Gap and whoever, like where were those people? Like why weren't they making masks and selling them for a couple bucks? And the answer is they are huge, and they have they don't have factories. They probably don't even have sewing machines. They have Rolodexes of factories in Southeast Asia, and that didn't work. So a small entrepreneur, and maybe a lot of people listening, already did this with masks. So that's just one example. But if you have really low overhead, and if you're in a position where, financially you've got a little bit of flexibility and an opportunity comes up, you can jump on it and you can do pretty well. And that's you're disadvantaged in every other way, economies of scale and capital and resources and travel and everything else. But the one thing you got is a smaller, tinier, sole proprietorship. You've got tons of flexibility and speed. And if you're just aware and looking for opportunities, you can jump on them, same day. And that's where you beat someone that's got, medium or large size. So that's another little bit of advice.
So the next question is, the future relies heavily on innovation in textiles and technology. Do you think advancements are happening fast enough? And are there any specific areas you wish more research had been done?
I think this part goes for both technology and with materials. It never goes as fast as we want it to go. Because of course, in a perfect world, would we have better technology to run things for a digital space in 3 months? Absolutely. But whenever you start to get into the nuts and bolts of all of the testing work that needs to be done, the integration work that needs to be done with the existing technologies, it just takes time, unfortunately. And, I think everyone wants it to all go faster than what it really does. So does it go fast enough for us? No. But whenever you get into the real details behind it, I think for most things, it goes as fast as it can.
Yeah, I agree. It's never as fast as we'd like it to. Specifically, it almost makes me sick to think about how many of those PVC kind of cheaply made clear bags that probably cost, 50 cents to make and are being sold for $3. How many of those are ending up in landfills, and those aren't going to biodegrade. They'll be there for thousands of years. And my bags are made out of a material called TPU, which will biodegrade better, and it won't release toxic gases both in the way that it's made and when it does slowly decompose, but it is still a plastic. And so I would love to have more science and the technology, specifically for my business, in how we can make these kind of saran wrap type food grade materials made from sugarcane and cornstarch. How can we make a thicker, clear material out of that could withstand at least some wear and tear, and create a more sustainable material for my business in particular. And there's also, great strides being done. For example, there's a biodegradable glitter now. So I know Cirque du Soleil now uses that. They, have all the glitter on the people who dance. I know there's a sustainable sequin company where they literally will take off sequins of, on garments that aren't being used anymore, and will resell those so they can be reused, because those are made out of plastic and will just be there for thousands of years in the landfill. So yeah, it's exciting.
So there are two questions for Abby. So one is, can you repeat the name of the material you sourced for your molds? And did you say you were able to fabricate it at MCC? I'm sorry, you're muted.
Sorry, yeah. It was called a high temp resin. I got it off of a website called Formlabs. It was about $200. And then I was able to, I used a 3D designer I found off of Fiverr.com. It was very reasonably priced, maybe cost me $100, and he designed the molds for me. And then I got it printed at the Metro Community College Design Lab. They were very helpful. I used an application called Preform. You can download it for free on your computer to kind of, you know, situate it in there, and it was very helpful.
And the second question is, can you expand on your sustainability efforts and who you're working with to build your business? I know you mentioned a few partners, but are there any others?
Yeah, so I'm still a very small business. It's pretty much just me, and I have a social media gal. I have my manufacturer of my clear bags is in China. I was able to source the TPU material through China. I used Alibaba.com. That's where I found all my hardware, and I sourced that myself. In terms of the TPU, sometimes you have to think outside of the box. I remember when I was first researching this idea of a more sustainable clear bag, I would, Google alternatives for PVC in fashion, alternatives for PVC in clear bags, and I couldn't find anything. And it was not until I was searching for a shower curtain on Amazon one day where I was like, what's this clear material made out of? And it was TPU, and so it just wasn't being largely used in fashion in that time because it was about double, triple the cost. And then I also, in terms of the plastics and the box clutches, I found a company online, Precious Plastic. It's really cool. They basically give you all this free information on how you can basically recycle plastics and create awesome things on your own. I also, for 1% for the planet, I give 1% of all my sales to this organization called 1% for the Planet. And they're really cool if you want to research them. And then, I also work with a startup collaborative here in Omaha, which has been very helpful with resources and financing and things like that.
Great. So the next question is for everyone again. What are your brands doing to improve sustainability and use materials that are better for the environment?
Well, I've touched on it quite a bit, but definitely just trying to create products that use sustainable materials. I also have some zip pouches that uses organic cotton, and it's actually has a beeswax layer to it. I get it from this awesome farm in Texas. I actually buy it off of Etsy, and that creates, a natural kind of water resistant to the fabric rather than using a faux leather, which is essentially still just a PVC plastic. So trying to just find alternatives while also, getting the needs of the customer met, because obviously, if you're at a game day or a concert, it might get spilled on, and so you need some sort of water resistance to that maybe a cotton just by itself couldn't give. But there are alternatives to everything, just if you research.
I'd say for pennies, I'm not very closely involved with the product development side of the business, but I know that they were doing some work with recycled plastics and including that as some of the material in some of the Arizona jeans. Even doing the labels, how do you do your packaging to be more sustainable too, right? It's only on there until it's purchased. It doesn't need to last. It's going directly into the trash. So how do you even make little things like that be more sustainable too? From recycled polyester, recycled cardboard, whatever the case may be. Less of the little plastic, the hanging tags, how it gets connected, right? So, you got to think about every little part of the garment from when it's purchased or when it's put out onto the floor to when the customer gets it home, right? It's not just about what the customer wears or uses every day. There's even the sustainability part of the supply chain, the packaging behind it, all of it.
Like what Rachel mentioned, I was just going to say, it's not, I don't do product development either too much, but what we can do through sponsorship, which I spoke with before, is that we do have some denim that uses Reprieve, which is recycled water bottles, and get to share that it takes 8 water bottles to make one jean. So that's saving a lot if we're selling a lot of those. So I always let people know that they're doing their part if they're purchasing one of those jeans over maybe another one.
And
yeah, go ahead.
I was going to ask a follow-up question about the water bottle-based material. So there's a lot of interest in it just because there's so many water bottles and plastic is difficult to recycle other ways. But is there any concern if you're like washing a garment and putting jeans to like a lot of wear? Is there any concern about microplastics that might come off and will that end up with like water supplies and other places?
I wish I knew a little bit more about that. That would be something to follow up with, and I will ask about it now that you rose the question. I'm curious about that too, but I'm can only imagine there might be, but I don't know. Good question.
And so and a lot of non-textile people are asking you that focus on like ocean sustainability and things like that. But it's interesting if those two worlds could come together and try and figure out like if that's an issue or not.
Absolutely.
There is kind of like this, there's this kind of competing narrative sometimes, which like for cotton, for example, it takes a lot of water to, create cotton. That's why organic cotton's better. But then if you're using, polyesters and materials that have, synthetic plastic type fibers in it, you get the microplastics issues when you're washing. So it's not always, the one answer is the best answer. It's kind of a circular idea that sadly isn't perfect. You just have to do the best that you can. I do try to focus on natural fibers in different areas, since my clear bags are always going to have to be plastic at this point. But just washing your clothes a lot less can definitely help. You don't need to wash your jeans every time you wash or you wear them. You can spot clean them. Don't use dryer sheets. You can get those little balls that would do the same thing, but that's not being wasteful. So there's other things that you can do, because microplastics is definitely an issue that has some room to get better at.
Great. So the next question is for Scott, and it's about the inflatable costume industry. And it's asking, in the last 10 years, were there any transformations or changes that were most striking? And are there any upcoming changes in the next 10 years that you think will be highly impactful or change the industry greatly?
This is a great question because I know a lot about the inflatable costume industry and feel super qualified to answer this question. The inflatable costume industry is super tiny, by the way, and there's not a lot of people making inflatable costumes. So our business and our niche is creating high-end inflatables, whether they're costumes or scenic pieces for not for like unless they're really wealthy, not for retail or home use, but for events and venues. And there has been a lot of innovation. The fabric we use is a proprietary fabric that we invented, and then it's manufactured for us to meet all of our needs. And that has undergone a couple of updates over the last decade. The piece that changes is the sort of the requirements. So we, for better or worse, our business is really doing things that haven't been done before. Because once we establish how to do them, then other people can do them, and we move on to the next thing that hasn't been figured out yet. Yeah, we've done a lot of cool things, but they're project specific. So we've used all kinds of different projects or textiles to accomplish certain goals. There's been more and more projects that are integrating non-textile elements. So we have non-disclosures in place, so I can't tell you what the specific examples are, but you can just imagine big famous amusement parks. So there's been costumes that have integrated 3D printed elements and animatronics and remote vision and all that has to integrate with our inflatable. That's what I mentioned before, the necessity of a 3D design, because we could have, a couple partners around the world that are all collaborating on a 7-foot tall costume, and all that stuff has to fit and integrate really well. So I guess even though I said I was super qualified, I don't know if I'm answering the question very well. But yeah, the answer is yes. Like we're constantly, every year we're doing stuff that has not been done before, where the client comes to us and wants something, and our answer, if we're honest, has to be, we think we can do it, instead of, we definitely can. And then we sort of work through things that come up. Yeah, that's my answer.
Okay.
Does that get it, you think, Andrew?
Yeah, I think so. And I think it does lead into our next question well. So Claire Nicholas was really interested to know, are there any trends in the world of smart textiles or wearable technology? So this is when you have like a microcontroller or some other technology integrated into the garment itself. And are there any trends in this area that you think are interesting, or you think will be a prominent part of the textile industry in the near future?
I can start, and I'm not qualified at all to talk about trends, but like I mentioned before, I know that the technology is developing and getting a lot more useful. And it starts out pretty gimmicky, but it's been that way for a while, and it's starting to seem a lot more useful. I know that there are projects where you can, they have, say you embed sensors in textiles, and there's two different ways to do it. There's sort of the cheating way, where you would weave a couple of wires into a piece of fabric or some sort of sensor, and then there's newer methods where your actual yarns are made out of some sort of conductive material that can either provide heat or relay information. But I know that like in athletics, there's a ton of interest, and there's some things being done where your athletes who are paid tens of millions of dollars to perform really well, and they have all these analytics going on. The physiology is a piece that's a little behind everything else, and so they've made workout outfits that have a bunch of sensors in them, and now you've got during your practice you can see what everyone's heart rate is. You can see what body temperatures are. You can to some degree and track muscle things down to the muscular level. So there's a use there. I mentioned that we had used a textile that produced heat. There's some obvious applications for that. As those get more efficient, you don't want to have to carry a car battery around with you to keep your parka warmed, but that stuff is getting a lot more efficient, and batteries are getting a lot more efficient. So it's totally conceivable that some sort of Arctic gear will have a embedded heating element, and instead of like an electric blanket where it's just some hot wires, your actual fabric is conductive. So yeah, the stuff that's been around for a while is starting to be used. Will it be next fall's hot item? I've got no idea, but I know that it's coming and getting more practical.
Well, thank you so much. I was going to say that conversation makes me think of just wearable technology. Think of the explosion of the Apple Watch. Everybody just craves the more information on their own selves and what they've got going on, that I can only imagine it'll continue to explode.
And even if you went to one of the last Taylor Swift concerts, you got a wristband, and basically throughout the entire concert, it changed colors as the music was going, and it was all wireless and created a whole other experience that was really awesome.
Great. Thank you so much for meeting with us. We are already at time. I wish we had more time to keep going with these discussions, but thank you so much for joining us today. And as I mentioned before we started our discussion, the Department of Textiles, Merchandising, and Fashion Design is proposed to be cut by the University of Nebraska-Lincoln. So there are ways that you can help. Please sign our petition or promote our program using the hashtag SaveUNLTextiles. You can also write us a letter of support and send it to the Academic Planning Committee at UNL. And please attend our hearing if you are available, which is taking place on October 14th at 3 p.m. If you'd like to speak, you do need to register. So the link is available here on the screen and also on our social media channels. So thank you so much again to our panelists and for everyone for attending our discussion. Thank you so much.
I'm Mattel Rocky, and I own Suru in downtown Lincoln, and we are a women's clothing store, boutique. We also have a lot of locally produced items, jewelry and things like that. We love supporting everything local. 2020 has probably been the strangest year. It's our 13th year in business, so it's our lucky number 13, and that seems really fitting with 2020. And we've learned a lot this year. We've gone a lot online. We now have our store almost fully online, which is hard to do. We have a lot of one-of-a-kind pieces. So I would say that the pandemic has been difficult. It's hard for me not to see my customers. The more you can shop local, the more you can get in and support your local businesses, the more this community will continue through all of this. So it's not just coming into my store, but it's also supporting all of the local restaurants around, all of the local bars that you can, and all of the other local shops. I feel like the comeback is going to be greater than anything because we are so ready for it. I mean, everyone's so excited and ready to support and get out there. Every time I see any of the other business owners down here, I just laugh. I'm like, when this is over, we are having the biggest party down here ever. We are ready to just open it up and just have as much fun as we possibly can.
What powers Lincoln? Well, for starters, many of you. LES is a not-for-profit, customer-owned electric utility, a public power company proudly employing more than 500 community members. It doesn't get much more local than that. But how do our family members, friends, and neighbors deliver that highly reliable, entirely public power to our homes and businesses? It starts with generation, by way of coal-fired power plants, natural gas turbines, and innovative renewable energy sources like methane, water, wind, and even solar power. This balance of resources generates the energy that powers our everyday. Transmission lines act as electricity's trusted middleman. 300 miles of these high-voltage lines stream reliable power to substations throughout the Lincoln area. Substations decrease electricity's voltage, preparing it for distribution within a local region. Before delivery, voltage is decreased once more for safe usage in our homes and businesses. Our modern-day electrical grid allows LES to more accurately monitor demand, increase reliability, and keep costs low for the communities we serve. And now, the next time you plug in, tune in and charge up. Your connection will have a stronger tie to local communities that power one another. Stay current with all things LES, online and on social.
I think the best thing that has come out of this is people really got a chance to see what's important in life and what matters, excuse me. My name is Derek Gaspar Jr. I am the owner and chef at Juju's Vegan, Cajun, and Creole Cuisine. I really practice what I preach, and I think that's why people have responded positively to what I'm doing here, because they can sense that it's genuine. And, you know, I'm not just a guy out here trying to sell vegan food for money. I believe in educating the people and showing people that, you know, they too can make this the same food and, you know, and make the change as well. So, you know, when there's these cool events going on, and not only are they, you know, they're not directed at one type of demographic, there's all types of, you know, artists from different backgrounds and ethnicities and, you know, sexualities and whatever. It's a very diverse group of artists that come through. And there's nothing else like it in Lincoln. So I think it's...
Hi, my name is Lee Kramer, and I'd like to welcome you to today's episode of Calling for Change, where we're really excited to be featured during the Lincoln Calling Festival 2020. So thank you for joining us. Today, our episode is What's Next, What's on the Line, and How to Engage Lincoln's Grassroots Organizers. And I'm really excited to be here today with three really awesome organizers from our community as a continuation of our conversation about civic engagement. So
As a first step here, I'm going to have each organizer introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their movement. So Nicolette, would you like to go first?
Sure. Hi, I'm Nicolette Siegfried. I work at Civic, Nebraska, and I have the honor of serving as the president of the South Street Temple. And so that's where the majority of my organizing work happens, is within the Lincoln Jewish community.
Awesome. And our next organizer is Kinsey Maybon.
Hi, I'm Kinsey Maybon. My pronouns are she and they. I'm the field director for the Nebraska Civic Engagement Table. So my movement is everywhere. We are made up of almost 75 nonprofits across the state of Nebraska. So I've got my fingers in a lot of pots.
Awesome. And our last organizer with us is Kieran Wilson.
Hey, my name's Kieran Wilson. I'm a local artist and activist. I've been doing a lot of organizing with the Black Lives Matter movement independently, also working with a really awesome group of friends. I'm looking at kind of expanding the movement, moving into encouraging youth voting, encouraging civic discussion. But yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Sounds great. Thanks to you all for joining us today. So my first question is, how did you get involved in your organizing work and why is it important to you? So Nicolette, how would you answer that?
Sure. I started doing organizing work as a young person with the Jewish Federation in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And then just as I've gone throughout my life, just found various movements that I was passionate about and things I was passionate about. Did some organizing on my college campus around recycling, things like that. And then when I came to Lincoln and as a member of the Lincoln Jewish community, organizing within our community to take a stand against hate, especially in the past few years as anti-Semitism has been on the rise, figuring out ways for the Lincoln Jewish community to help educate folks about anti-Semitism, racism, all forms of hate, and how we can work to build a stronger community, to get to know each other, have that dialogue. So that's a little bit about my journey as a grassroots organizer.
Awesome. And Kinsey, what about you?
Yeah, I, like many people, kind of just fell into organizing. I too was pretty involved in my college campus, but I was also pretty active in high school. I grew up in Beatrice where there were not a lot of people of color. So through that, I kind of had to advocate for myself and educate people. And then in college, it was around the time that Mike Brown was murdered and all sorts of things like that sort of kicked up, the Black Lives Matter movement kicked up for the first time. And so I kind of found my way through that.
Yeah, so my father has worked for nonprofit organizations his entire life. And so I used to go on like trips with him, kind of travel to these other countries and, you know, have an opportunity to try and be however impactful a middle school kid can be. But over the course of my life, I've just always found more and more and more opportunities to kind of step into roles to be impactful in my community. It's something that I'm really, really, really passionate about. And I think my first real step, like the point that I would say that I really feel like I became an activist was during the March for Our Lives movement after the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. I just threw together an event with absolutely no plans. And when I say threw together an event, I mean, I posted an event on Facebook and within like 5 minutes, there were 400 people going and I started freaking out about like, okay, what am I going to do? But that was really my start. Yeah. So it's just been kind of like a gradual progression.
As a native of Lincoln too, I'm really excited that all three of you are with us today, just because I have kind of separately seen all of your movements evolve and change and grow in the community. And I'm just really excited to learn more about what you've been doing. So my next question is, I'd like to know more about how you build connections in the community. I know that connections are a really important part of organizing work, both more formally and informally. And so I'd love to know, how do you do that? What tactics do you use, and what do you think is really important while you navigate that?
I can speak a little bit on this. So the first, when we talk about organizing, sometimes I think people get really like formal about it. But in reality, it's just having conversations. I organize, well, I guess not anymore, and maybe in 5 years when we can go back to bars, but I organize in the back of bars all the time, talking to people about what they're interested in their community and ways that they can get involved. I talk to my neighbors, I talk to my friends. It really is just trying to understand where everybody's coming from and finding that common ground. And like I mentioned the other day while we were kind of talking, you can't be organizing if you're not building connection. That's just not how it works. You cannot organize in a silo. It just doesn't work that way. So building connections is incredibly important. And I don't want people to think that there has to be this like big, huge structure that they have to follow when it's really just, hey, how are you? Let's talk. What would make your life better? And just asking people that.
Yeah, and I can definitely add on to that too. For sure, what Kinsey said, of course, like organizing work doesn't happen without connection. So that's so critical to this work. For me, what my focus has been the past few years has been on building connections within the Lincoln Jewish community with each other. So just bringing folks together, figuring out ways to bring people together, to get to know each other better, to figure out like what are our shared values, what are our community values, and then how do those connect to the larger Lincoln community so that we can have a voice in, at the city level with advocacy efforts on policy change, things like that, how we can also just help add to conversations about race and racism and anti-Semitism in our community, how we can support other people who are experiencing hate. So that's really been the focus I've had, is just really building a strong Lincoln Jewish community internally, getting to know each other, thinking about those shared values, and then thinking about how we connect to the larger Lincoln, the community of Lincoln. And then, of course, bigger than Lincoln too, but that's really been the biggest focus for me, is like internally, how are we connected to each other? Not just knowing each other, but really knowing each other and asking some, not like super big questions, but just a little bit deeper, right? Just really thinking about what does tie us together and what do we believe in and what are our values and our vision for our community as a whole.
Yeah, just to jump off that, I like what you were saying, about seeking out like your kind of like localized community. One of the things that I think a lot of people don't realize they have the power to do is, seek out a need that you have, seek out something that you don't have and that other people don't have, and come together and acquire that, So I'm speaking more specifically from an arts perspective. Some friends of mine, we wanted to shoot film photography. We didn't have a scanner. We knew that would save us money. So we teamed up, put money together, and bought one. It's a really good way for you to organize, engage, build a community, because that there are needs out there that aren't being met. And by coming together, by working together, we can meet those needs. And I think it's also important to acknowledge, like, this can happen at different levels. I mean, as you're saying, you can have these conversations in the back of a bar, you can have conversations with your family members, or you can go show up to a city council meeting, you can speak, you can invite your friends out there. There's so many levels to this hierarchy. And, I don't want to go after people for not getting involved, but what I will say is, like, there are so many ways for you to be involved. So there's kind of no excuses. But yeah, I think that's a really good way to do it. Find something that ties a group of you together and come together and, make something happen.
As kind of a follow-up to this question too, I'm wondering, as everybody knows, we're in the midst of a public health crisis. And so, we're not having a lot of those same points of meeting that we had before, maybe with events in the community or tabling or other opportunities like that as much. And so I'm wondering, how have you been able to continue to reach new people and engage more folks despite some of these challenges?
Well, I think things like this right now, this is going to be my second of 3 like Facebook live events in the last like 2 or 3 days. And I think that's really cool, right? Like Facebook, you don't have to like sign in, you don't have to like pay for stuff, you don't have to like do any of that sort of stuff. You don't even have to like walk anywhere and show up. You can just sit on your couch. And I think that that's helping people get more engaged, especially in this time where I think people are feeling a lot of fear and rage and not really knowing what to do. And it's hard to like find a way to channel that energy when we can't go meet in person. And I think that it was really nice to do like the marches and rallies and things like that, and having the opportunity to be around other people with masks on, but trying to take care of ourselves at the same time while being with other people. There are ways to get together, but it's really important, especially right now as things are sort of going up, that we find ways to interact. And also, I am in so many new group chats. I don't even know how I got added to some of them.
Yeah, I think social media has also been, we know that it's always been a really powerful tool to bring about change. But I think one of the things that I'm seeing as a shift is kind of like our culture is becoming more comfortable with this concept of, speaking on these issues. I think if you ask people, like 2 years ago, hey, would you post this this conversation about white supremacy, they probably wouldn't say this up front, but would think, I don't know if I want this on my feed. I don't know if I want, the people that I follow to interact with me in this way, or, the classic, oh, I don't really do politics. But now I think that's shifting. I think we're starting to hold each other accountable, and so I've met a lot of people through that, through people sharing things that I'm sharing, or through just having conversations. In that same vein, I've met a lot of people that I don't necessarily agree with, but working to have civil discussions, over the internet. That's another really cool way that I think that we're able to navigate this within the pandemic.
Yeah, so one of the things I've worked on is the Together One Lincoln initiative, which is about having conversations about race and racism with friends, neighbors, family members, people you work with, people you're in other communities with. And all of that work is happening through Zoom or other technology tools, streaming tools. So we're hosting facilitator trainings in partnership with Inclusive Communities, and those are happening via Zoom. We're hosting community conversations. Some of those are Facebook Live. Some of them are, hosted through other means. But yeah, that's just really coming together through technology. And I will say, for me, I've been doing this work for several years now in Lincoln, and the attendance level is so high. And I think it is because there aren't barriers to showing up somewhere. So part of it is great to be able to have it, through Zoom or something like that. People can join from home, because I've seen more and more people showing up than I've ever seen in the past few years. And obviously there's things that are changing, but there's also just an ease about it too, which is really nice.
So kind of to go maybe a slightly different direction with this, I liked what you said about, the accessibility. People are able, there's less of this threshold that you have to overcome to get to something. I think that as winter comes, and as the pandemic gets worse, it's important for us to work to kind of find ways that we can be impactful without being in proximity. Because we were just talking about going to marches. You can be outside, you can be socially distant, you can wear a mask. In the winter, I still intend to march, but I don't know, a lot of people might not. And so I think that that's going to be kind of what we're going to see from the movement going forward. I have been having discussions with some other organizers kind of about that, how can we be impactful when we suddenly can't be outside? So I think it'll be really interesting to see. Do you all have any ideas though? I'm interested in a little brainstorm here.
I mean, I'm kind of an OG organizer, so I've had to walk in snow. You can walk in snow.
Yes.
Kind of how I see it. But I think just finding more engaging ways to do internet stuff. It's hard because we've all been trying to be creative over the last however many months we've been inside, which, by the way, is not my favorite way to live my life. I knew in March this is not going to be great for me, but just finding other ways to engage and finding ways to talk to each other. I would really like to see more community spaces as opposed to just organizing spaces or activist spaces where you're not necessarily asking people to do stuff. You're just asking people to be together in a digital space. My dog just came running and is now under my legs, but yeah.
I think that's great, Kinsey, what you're saying, for sure. I'm happy to be out in all weather, but yeah, definitely not everybody can do that. And some people just don't want to do that, which is fine. Maybe a little bit of thinking about where people are already gathering. So I think about, working with youth. So after school programs, where they're already together, is that a space where we can plug in to think about engaging, younger folks, or maybe potentially through some sort of like shared meal or like coffee meetups, like you were saying, Kinsey, just not about a specific ask or even a specific framing, but just being together. So like, is it just like a virtual like coffee hour or something like that, or a virtual happy hour if that's your thing, or a way to share a meal together and have that kind of around the table discussion where everyone's at their own homes doing that with a streaming device. I don't know. I think those all could be fun ways to engage folks this winter.
I love that. That's a really great idea. And I think I've done the meal thing with a couple of people, and while it's kind of weird to watch other people eat, like there's something really comforting about doing that simultaneously and having discussion at the same time. It's it's something I miss, and it's been really nice to be able to do that. So
See, I'd just be bummed like watching someone eat a better meal than what I made for myself, which is probably what would happen. So
then why don't you ask a friend to teach you all how to make their favorite meal? I mean, like that would be super fun to do. Be like, here's the shopping list. We're all going to get on, and I'm going to show you how we cook this. That'd be something I'd love to do with my friends, because, some of my friends can't even boil water.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just hop on and just watch people eat. I'll just sit there, no food, just sit there and watch them.
Brings you closer together. So as we're talking about, navigating COVID-19, but also thinking through your experience of just being an organizer, getting into the movement, all the lessons you've learned through that time, what are some things that you've learned either in the more recent past or since you started that you wish that you'd known, and something that you think is important to share with other organizers?
One of the biggest lessons that I've learned in this movement, I won't go into details of it, but really early on, there was someone that was like upset with what I was doing. It was kind of voiced to me in a way that, was kind of hurtful. And at first I was like very upset about it. I was like, no, this is wrong. This is not fair. I'm trying to do the best I can, like, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then I had like a weekend where I just, stepped back, thought about it. And I realized like, we are all capable of making mistakes. Nobody is perfect, and you can't walk around with this mentality that you are, because the way that like hurting someone works, or the way that offending someone works is that you don't get to decide if you hurt someone or offended someone, And so like I spoke to that person, we reached like a better standing, but I was really an impactful experience for me, because I think, in the future, if I'm confronted with a similar situation, the first thing I'll do, rather than be upset with the way something was expressed to me, is look at what someone was actually saying. What things are true? What do I need to work on? How can I be better? I think that it was just kind of this thing where, you are setting out to do so much good, and you're putting so much time and effort into things, and you feel like someone doesn't necessarily understand that. And sometimes that gives you a big head, And so I think definitely keeping in mind that we're always capable of making mistakes. I think that that's something that was really instilled in me from that experience, and that I will carry going forward.
Yeah, I have learned 800,000 lessons. I think if you're not learning lessons, you're not actually like participating in life. One of the biggest things that's a part of my job is that I hire and train organizers every year that then go work for nonprofits for a year, like on contract. And one of the most important things that I teach, I think, there are a couple, but one of them is like, not everybody's an organizer, and that's okay. It's okay to like be an activist without being an organizer. Organizers at their core are people who unite and move people based on a common thread. I would say activists are people who participate in those movements. And you know what? That's okay. Being an organizer is actually not being a celebrity. And if someone is behaving that way, be very wary of them, because the reason they're behind into the work may not be the ones that you feel. And then kind of along with that, I want to say, like, when it comes to organizing, it's really important to remember that it's not about you. It's not about your ego. It's about the community. It's about the people. It's about 7 generations in the future. It is not about whether I feel like things are done perfectly. I'm a big believer in done is good enough. If it gets done, then it's good enough. So long as we are trying to be equitable and inclusive and all of those things, of course, but trying to control how everybody else does things or trying to be the face of a movement is not worth your time, because that's not what's going to get the work done. And I think along with what Karen was saying, like, everybody's going to mess up. You're going to mess up. People mess up. You're going to fail. And it wouldn't be human if you didn't. So I think a lot of people who get into organizing want everything to be perfect and want everything to be done right when they do it. And this is the first time and the only time we're going to have to do this. But that is not true. It wasn't true in the 1900s when the labor movements started. It wasn't true in the 1960s with the Black liberation movements. It's not going to be true now. So those are kind of the lessons I learned.
Yeah, totally agree with everything Kieran and Kinsey have both said. I think when you do this work, there are some people who do get upset with you, and sometimes that's just because they disagree with what you stand for, and that's okay. I think really I really try to focus on learning and a little bit of teaching, right? Like, I want to just be very, like, learn so much more, and like, that's my focus. Share what knowledge I can share, but my primary focus is really learning. And definitely, I see as a parent, so much of why I do the work and why I want there to be a thriving Jewish community in Lincoln is because I have 2 children who are part of that community, and I want there to be community for them, and I want them to feel like they have a voice and a place here. And so I'm not doing this work for me. I love being a part of it. I love being a part of this community, and I want to be a part of a thriving Jewish community too, but I really want to do it for all the people that come after me and for all the people that are a part of my community. I mean, I love being able to see people come together and to be stronger together and to recognize that we have a powerful voice together. And when we get to have when that happens, it's so beautiful to watch. And it's not because of me, it's because of all of the people coming together and doing that work together and being connected to one another. And I think that that's the part that you have to really think about, is like stepping out of it from yourself and your own perspective, and really always staying teachable, and really making sure that the focus is the folks that you're working with, and not yourself, because that could be a trap that you could fall into for sure.
Yeah, another thing I just wanted to add, this is kind of not something necessarily that I learned from organizing, but I think it's one of like the biggest lessons that I've learned in my life. I went to this talk. It was part of the Ian Thompson Forum at the University of Nebraska at the Lead Center. And this gentleman, David Brooks, he's a columnist, conservative columnist with the New York Times. He was speaking. And when I was on my way there with my family, I was kind of like, oh, conservative columnist, like, no, thank you. But I was being closed-minded, and that speech, that presentation, it really opened my mind. He spoke on kind of this mentality where we're like, why do people vote against their own best interests? And he said, people don't vote against their own best interests. We have a different idea of what their best interests are. And so the lesson that I learned from that is that if you want to have a conversation with someone, or an argument or discussion, it's more important that you acknowledge their perspective, where they came from, how they've established their beliefs rather than what they believe. Because at the end of the day, we're rational individuals. We act rationally, we believe rationally. Just as true as all of your beliefs are to you, someone who disagrees with you, those beliefs are true to them. And so trying to combat it from your position, the things that make you're right, is never going to be impactful. And then additionally, you have to be aware that there are some things that, you're not right about, or that no one's right about, that the stance is not rooted in something where someone is factually good, someone is factually bad, There's not this black and white in the world that we like to believe there is. And so I think that if we all did a better job of being aware of that, and it's not something I'm good at. I'm still working on it. Like, I still have my prejudices with people that like have a different political ideology than me. But if we all work from that standpoint of like, I'm going to understand people's experience rather than just be mad at what they believe, I think that would really, really, really help us bridge some of the divides that we're seeing right now. And so I guess the way that I learned that lesson was specifically from that talk, but kind of the manifestation of my mistakes was getting in petty arguments on Facebook, back when I was in middle school, high school, sometime in college, and maybe even sometime in the past couple weeks. But getting in those petty arguments, because at the end of the day, you start to realize these are self-serving. Like, I'm trying to dunk on somebody, you know, and when you dunk on someone, you get points, they don't get any points. So you're doing it just for yourself, which is bad. And so, yeah, I think working on that, you know, we talk about people need to work to get rid of like internalized homophobia, to get rid of internalized racism. You know, we talk about all these things that we have that we internally struggle with, and how, you know, these other people need to deal with it and fix that. I think that something that we all also struggle with is this internalized ideological discrimination. You know, we perceive all of these things in someone that might not even manifest themselves in them because we associate it with this other characteristic, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think working to break down that structure and be more self-aware is also a lesson that I've learned and have been working on.
That's so good, Kieran. I love that. And one of the ways I think about that is really thinking about, like, am I coming with demands and saying, like, this is what we're doing and like this is what we need to do? Or am I coming to the community and saying, okay, like, let's think about, like, here's this challenge we have. Let's think about how we can solve it together, and like what are our values that we share, and not telling them what the values are, even if I think I know, because I'm a part of the community and I think I know what our values are, like not doing that, right? And just taking that step back and just asking those questions and giving people space to like actually just come to those values themselves and those ideas themselves and share that. And I think that that's just a completely different framework than what I had done for so long, which was like coming and saying, we care about this thing, this is what we need to do, right? Like coming with the solution and why is not always very helpful. And I think when you're dealing with people outside of your community, that's the same framework, right? So like getting to know them, what do they actually value, having them tell you that, not telling them what their values are, for sure, is so incredibly helpful.
Yeah, and I agree with all the things that have been said. I just want to add, so my perspective and where I come in, or how I come into these conversations, is like to always make sure that I am coming from a place of love, even though, like, I am a temperamental person. I've got a temper. I'm hot-headed. I am loud. I get all up in my feelings. I know this about myself, but that's fine. But I come from a place of love always, and I come from a place of respecting everybody's humanity and their like right to live in their own dignity and their full dignity. And when you do that, it becomes a lot easier, and you like pull that into yourself. It becomes a lot easier to have these conversations with people and say, you know what? I didn't think about it that way, and I may disagree. I mean, there are some things that we disagree on that like are like the humanity of other people, and I'm not gonna move on that. But like there are some things where it's like, oh, property taxes or whatever, that I'm like, you know what? I never maybe considered it that way. Let's talk about like why that's a problem for everybody and figure out a way together to come together to do something for everybody, and trying to convince everybody of this like greater good, because that's going to be more useful in the long term than saying, oh, like, you know, you're the property tax people and you're like, blah, blah, blah. It's way easier to actually find common ground based on humanity and love. And I don't feel like that's a thing that's actually taught to Americans at all. We're not really like taught empathy. We're taught about like individualism and things like that, and trying to break down the barriers of that so that we can actually get the work done and we can actually build community is like the most important place for me to start.
I think this is kind of in the similar vein of what you were saying, but I think another really important thing is you know, you're talking about property taxes and being willing to like hear out another perspective. Oftentimes the people you're communicating with are not the best people to understand like that belief, you know? At the end of the day, we're not all the best orators. We're not all the best at using words to vocalize our beliefs. And so seek out information that contradicts your beliefs. If you're afraid to do that, then surprise, like you might be wrong. You know, if you're afraid to actually challenge your belief, if you're afraid to look up the best argument against what you believe, then you're afraid that you're wrong, and that's a problem. You know, we can't just kind of walk around with these blinders on to information that might actually challenge our beliefs. We have to be willing to learn and grow. And you know, one of the most impactful manifestations of that for me was working with the March for Our Lives movement, working with high school students from around Lincoln. We were doing research into gun laws and trying to find a more moderate stance that Nebraska could do to, like, you know, push this conversation forward. Like, where can we get started? And in doing that, we did so much research. And I remember having one meeting one morning with all of these students, and they were talking about the Second Amendment and all the research they've done and how it kind of had impacted their perspective on it. And that to me was such a cool experience. Like I learned so much from those kids because they were so willing to like continue to teach themselves, continue to learn. And so I think that's an awesome thing too, is always be a student, you know, always be willing to take in that information. It's like really awesome. Like I love working with kids because of that. Like they're so willing to learn. So.
Thank you so much for all of your thoughts on this. So interesting. Kind of shifting gears here a little bit. So we've talked a lot about the tactics you're using, how you're connecting with people, how to mobilize more folks. Not surprisingly, this takes a lot of personal energy, and burnout is a real concern for organizers. So how have you experienced burnout, and what do you do to mitigate that? What kind of self-care practices do you have in your own life?
So I'm going to speak on this in kind of two ways. One as like someone who employs organizers and wants them to like be okay. And the other is like a person who has experienced burnout myself. My first like full-time paid organizing gig was in the fall of 2016. And I worked every day for 2 months between 8 and 14 hours with no days off. That was not great for my mental health, but it like, there's this expectation that organizers, especially organizers who like do it for money, are supposed to spend 80 hours of your week doing it. And like, if you get sick, buy 2 bottles of Robitussin, take 1 day off, and then you're like ready to go. And like, that is just, you know, I came up in a culture like that. And as an employer, like, I'm just really not interested in watching my staff do that at all. And I'm blessed to work in an organization where our executive director is also an organizer and came up as an organizer. So we have 4-day, 32-hour, I want to clarify, because sometimes you say 4-day work weeks and people are like, oh, you work 4 10s? And I'm like, haha, no, I would not. I'm too tired for that all the time. But, you know, we have a shorter work week, and that leaves me Fridays to like do yoga and go to therapy and like all of these things and spend time with my friends. And, you know, I was really looking forward to like spending my Fridays getting pedicures and manicures, but like now I'm not doing that because thank you, pandemic. But like that sort of, oh, I love it. That's sort of like literally just like the basic stuff. I also cook for myself a lot, and that might be work for some people. I totally get that, but I love to put on music and just like dance around my kitchen or put on a spooky podcast and like be afraid in my kitchen and make sure all the doors are locked, but still be cooking dinner. And so for me, like that's my self-care as an employer, someone who manages organizers. And every check-in, I'm asking people how they are. On a scale of 1 to 10, how whelmed are you? If I see someone at a 10, I'm like, all right, we're planning your vacation. I don't even want to talk about work. Let's look at the calendar. When are you taking days off? I'm going to clear them right now. I help someone book like the Holiday Inn. I help someone get tickets for the Jonas Brothers concert last year. Like that is your responsibility as a person who's like moving through this work. And I know that, like y'all are maybe like not people who employ organizers, but you might someday. And so people watching and people in this like panel, I just really want to make sure that like, yes, we talk about self-care for ourselves, but it's also an institutional problem. And I think that that's something that I would love to see people like advocate for themselves more, and for people who have the power to like actually deal with, instead of just being like, well, I did it. Well, it's like, that doesn't mean anything to me. Like I'm not interested in forcing people to do the horrible things that I had to do, you know? So yeah.
That's also great, Kinsey. I will speak to this as just an individual. I think just really normalizing self-care and fun things, you know, whether it's hanging out with friends or getting your hair done. I'm definitely missing getting my nails done. Kinsey, this pandemic has been sad for my nails. That was like the one New Year's resolution I kept, and I kept it for 2 years. I like made a resolution to get my nails done, and I did it. So anyway, now I'm not doing it, and I'm like, but yeah, so normalizing just like fun stuff too, because it can't just all be the work, I think is so critical. And then for me, I work in human resources at an advocacy organization. So for me, I really want to be sure that we're normalizing taking time off of work. We offer unlimited time off, which is great, and making sure people are actually taking the time off and checking in with them and asking them like, how much time have you taken off? When are you planning to take time off? And finding those ways to support them in that work too, and giving space to have community at work and normalizing those tough conversations people have to have, or sharing difficult feelings or having emotions. I think that that's something that I've seen really come up a lot in human resources discussions during the pandemic, is making sure that it's okay. Like, people can have emotions at work. I've been working since the early, since 2001 is when I started my first job. And I think when I started working, you couldn't be emotional in the workplace. Like, there was just this idea of you don't have emotions when you're there, and you could never cry and or be upset or any of those things. And I'm not talking about being disrespectful to people, but just being able to show your emotions, I think, is so critical. And so I want people to be able to have that emotional intelligence in the workplace. And I think it's critical to the advocacy work, because it's really difficult work. And so there's that. And I think as a leader in an organization, you have to model that behavior and take that time off yourself, and not put in all the hours. And sometimes you do have to work long hours, right? But then how do you recoup that time? And for me, as having kids, I want to be present with my kids, and I want to spend time with them, and I want to do that as well. And I don't want to just be doing work all the time. So those are the things I think about for self-care.
Yeah, and then, well, I should say, first of all, we need to have a nail painting sesh. We can hang out. That'll be our self-care, have a little meetup. Yeah, so I think that one of the most important things for people to kind of be aware of is how much energy are you wasting, Are you operating at a capacity where you're no longer at 100% because you don't have energy? You have to be aware of that, because, at the end of the day, all we are is a pool of energy, And I always bring this up, but the Martin Luther King Jr. quote about, the moral arc of the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. It is our job to all try and bend that. And you're a pool of energy. And if you're not using your energy right, that's wasted energy, right? We're not going to be able to bend it as far in our lifetimes. And so I think that avoiding the burnout by being aware of how am I placing my energy? Am I arguing with a family member that I've been arguing with for 10 years and they've never once seemed to concede anything to me? Is that a good use of energy? I'll let you decide, but in my eyes, it's not. Or another thing is okay, what if there's a march every day next week? Should I go to every single march every single night? No, that's not always the best way to use your energy. So I think just being aware of that and being comfortable with taking a step back, or figuring out something else to do. It's okay to get tired of the same routine, switch it up. I will say, for me personally, one of my biggest motivations is the work itself. And so I think I have a pretty far threshold for getting burnt out, but I still do get to that point. And so one of the things that I try to do to avoid that is I give myself wins. I'll organize something that I know is going to go the way that I want it to. So one of the things that I'll do is I'll just organize an event. We had a bike march. When was that? 2 weeks ago, where we rode around giving out supplies to the homeless. We had a little talk. We all hung out, sitting outside of Pepe's and Juju's. Yo, everyone, go spend money at Pepe's and Juju's. But yeah, and so it was just a really nice day. And, you're still being impactful. You're still having these conversations, but you just know that it's going to go right. It's not going to the city council and trying to, propose something that you really, 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 really think is important, and then having them not take interest in it. You're going to get that win. And so I think that's another really awesome way to kind of avoid that burnout, is give yourself those wins, do some activist work that just feels good, and it's going to be successful no matter what.
Absolutely. I just want to touch on two things that both of y'all have said that just made me think of things. But yes, give yourself wins. Absolutely. Living in joy is actually a radical act. And I think sometimes people forget that you can do this work and see all of the things going on in the world that are frustrating and sad and rage inducing, but still be happy and being with people that you love, being in a community that you love, doing things that you love. So live in joy at the same time that you're trying to do this work, because that's going to help recharge your batteries so much. And then also talking about being aware of when you're going to burn out is really important. But more important than that, I would say, is letting other people know. I think that's something we forgot to mention. It's just hey, reaching out. When I'm starting to feel burnt out, you better believe on my staff meetings, I'm like, look, I'm tapped out. Kenzie's done. I'm just going to be answering emails this week. I cannot add anything onto my plate. When I'm doing my like personal stuff, my personal organizing stuff, I'm like, hey, y'all, can anyone take these couple things off my plate? And we do that for each other. That's love. And that's how an organizing network and your like people network is supposed to be. So recognize those things in yourself and tell other people, because people are not mind readers and they cannot help you if you don't ask for it.
That is so important, Kenzie. Be your own advocate. You've built this beautiful community of connection. Like people will take care of you. People will hold space for you. So like advocate for yourself and say, hey, I need this. And like work will still get done. People will, you know, carry that load. Like that's just how this happens. And it's really beautiful when that happens. So just be sure that you do ask for it when you need it. That's like the most important point for sure.
Kenzie, I also like what you had to say about, you know, living in joy and in love. Because I think that that's another really awesome way that not only do you help yourself, but you help other people. You know, if you foster a community of like love and joy around the movements, around the organizing that you're working on, it helps people feel encouraged. It helps people feel empowered. Additionally, people viewing from the outside, you know, they want to come and be a part of it, or people who kind of oppose the work you're doing. It becomes suddenly harder to be against something that is inherently full of love, joy. I think that's really awesome. I love that a lot.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, our time is winding down here. We'll have to be finished at 2:50 today, but any just last thoughts on how folks who are watching right now might be able to support the movements you're working on or connect further in the community? Just a couple ideas there.
Yes, there are tons of nonprofits doing texting, phone banking, canvassing, that sort of stuff, like Nebraska Appleseed, Heartland Worker Center in Omaha, Civic Nebraska, Out Nebraska. Tons of groups are doing work. And then also just make sure that you know who your neighbors are and live in love and like love every person that you come into contact with.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We timed it at the same time. My thing was like going. Okay. Yeah. So what I wanted to say was, you know, just continue to try to be like the best ally you can be, the best organizer you can be. Just continue to try to do the best that you can do. And then additionally, like understand kind of what I was saying earlier, like you are going to make mistakes. And, you know, the best way to move forward after a mistake is first to acknowledge the mistake, second, to apologize for the mistake, and third, to do better, you know, to do better next time. And if you're willing to do those three things, then you're doing a good job already. And then specifically about like actual specific ways to get involved. Yeah, there are a lot of organizations doing work, but I think one of the cool things is like, you know, what do you want to do? How do you want to be involved? Make it happen. There's so many ways to be impactful. Once again, you know, there's not an excuse for not being impactful in some way because you can do it. So.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. I just want to thank our panelists today for joining us and for this really interesting, great time to learn more about your work and your experiences. And I just want to encourage all those folks watching today, get connected, reach out to the organizations that these folks are either working with or connected to, and please join us. So thanks again, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is the Commonwealth, where we feature leaders of disruptive change. Today's guest is Letura Idigima, who's an artist turned entrepreneur working to increase the access of arts to the youth of her community. This is also a crossover episode with Lincoln Calling, which is a music festival taking place this weekend. Learn more at lincolncalling.com. Letura, thank you for joining me today.
Yeah.
So when I was doing research on, I guess, the different areas you work in, from being an artist with your photography to that, and you've worked in education, you're also an entrepreneur, and I came across your SoundCloud account that you're a singer, right?
Yeah. Wait.
Yes, yeah, and so that kind of makes you a Renaissance woman.
Oh my God.
Yeah. When was the first time you thought of yourself as creative?
Oh my gosh. Probably like early high school, really.
Okay.
Or maybe even before that, maybe middle school. I joined like the choir team or whatever you want to choir.
Okay.
In middle school, I was a part of like the all-state like girls choir. I think that's what it was called. But I think that's really when I kind of, realized like, oh, like, girl, you're pretty creative.
Yeah.
Like
So then from there, like, when did you start getting into photography and like the different mediums?
So I got into photography in college. I took a couple photo classes in high school, but I didn't really think much of it because it was like a required class.
Of course, yeah.
So I didn't really like fall in love with photography then. I was a student at UNL, studied criminal justice for 2 years. I decided to take an art class and honestly fell in love with photography during then. I just needed something different. I didn't want to write. I didn't feel like writing papers and whatever like that semester. So I was like, oh, well, let me just try something different.
Okay.
Took a photo class and it was on from there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I love it. You are also the founder of the first art bus in Lincoln. Talk more about that and like what is the art bus and what's the story behind it?
So at the time, this was about 2 years ago, I was working at Lincoln High as a behavior and special needs para. So I was working with a lot of students, low income area, and I decided to run an after school art program for the students there. And after the semester, I reached out to the students. I was like, what would you like to see in your community? You guys love art. Do you feel like you have access to art? If you do have access, is it affordable? Because art is pretty expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the students said like, no, I don't have art supplies at home. If I'm doing something art related, it's through the school. So that's kind of where Art Bus LNK was born. I try to figure out a way to bring art opportunities directly to students rather than having them figure out ways to come to us. I mean, in Lincoln, there's a variety of art programs in Lincoln, but they're either in like clear South Lincoln or North Lincoln. There's really nothing in Central Lincoln. So I think a lot of students are missing out from the programs and opportunities. And then you have to, add costs on top of that. It gets pretty expensive. So, I figured why not create a mobile art studio and go to different parts of Lincoln, bringing art to kids.
Yeah, when you started that art program at Lincoln High, how did you see the students engage with the art? Like, were they willing to do so? And then what was their reaction like to their first experience with a creative medium?
So, I mean, the students there, the students in the group, they were already kind of in the art scene. So they knew how to express themselves through art. But I think having, an adult figure kind of say like, you're good at what you do. Someone behind them saying like, you can make something of yourself pursuing art was definitely, I don't know what I'm saying.
Yeah. Like, I'm sure that's the first time someone's done that to them.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So did you have someone like that in your life that like at the point when you first like got into it that said to you like, you're good at this, you should pursue it?
Honestly, no. My parents at the time, they were just kind of like, what are you doing? And my parents came to Lincoln from Nigeria, so they were big on like, you need to get an education, and it needs to be, somewhere in the criminal justice field or the medical field. Like, you got to do that stuff, be successful. So, when I told them I was dropping out of school, they were kind of like, girl, like, this is not what we signed up for. This is not why we came here. But really, like, aside from like art professors, I didn't really have someone say like, oh, like you could really make a career out of yourself. It was a lot of self-motivation, just, getting myself to realize like I can make a career out of this. So it was a lot of like me just motivating myself. But I mean, now my parents are just extremely, extremely supportive. But yeah, I didn't have someone kind of in my field saying like, hey, like, you can do this.
Which is cool. You are that person for other people.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Well, how do you find motivation to pursue the creative career when without that support initially?
I I am a Christian. I am big on, talking to God, building my relationship with him. So it was a lot of praying, this is what I want to do. How can I do this? But I relied on God and my relationship with him kind of, to boost up my confidence and make this happen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
So then back to the bus. When did you first buy it? When did you buy it? And I guess where? How did you find the bus?
I bought the bus last October. I got it off of Facebook Marketplace.
Okay.
Some guy was selling a bus. He was planning on turning it into like a party bus, and I guess he just didn't have the time. So I was scrolling through Facebook one day, and I was like, oh my gosh, this is my bus. Went to check it out, and it was perfect. And here we are.
Yeah. How much work did you have to put into the bus?
So the bus I purchased, he took the seats out, so I didn't have to worry about that. He put some flooring in. So I didn't have to do a whole lot of extensive work, but I did all of the painting, both the inside and the outside of the bus. I had to sand everything down, but it wasn't a whole lot of work this round. So I'm happy about that. There might be, another bus in the future.
Yes, yeah.
So that will definitely require a whole lot of work, since it'll be me doing pretty much everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And how did launch go? Because the bus is now servicing young artists, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So we were planning on doing a launch party in April, but COVID hit. So we kind of had to figure out, what to do and how to go about doing things. So I took a little break, but decided, whatever, can't really do much. So we decided to do a social media launch the 14th of June, and decided to do a little trial run over the summer. So we did a 5-week long session in different neighborhoods in Lincoln. We were at Gateway Mall, the Williamsburg Hy-Vee, the North Hy-Vee, F Street Community Church, and other locations like that, trying to get a feel of how open the community really was to something like the art bus.
Yes, yeah. It's interesting to me that the idea stemmed out of the lack of art opportunities in central Lincoln, but but you've put a big emphasis on moving the bus throughout Lincoln and all the different areas of the community. Why is that?
Well, again, the overall goal and the main goal is to focus on low-income neighborhoods, but I didn't want to have a stereotypical mindset. I didn't want to be it's South Lincoln, they're more middle, higher class, so they can afford art opportunities, and that's not always the case. You don't know everyone's financial situation, so I didn't want to assume we shouldn't service South Lincoln because those parents should be able to afford art opportunities for their students. So I just, again, the main goal is to be in central Lincoln, but I'm wanting to service all of Lincoln, just to provide art opportunities for all kids, because you just never know their situation,
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You also own and operate a wedding photography business.
Mm-hmm.
How has that gone with the mess of COVID over the last 6 months?
It really wasn't all too bad for me. So I'm happy about that, but it was pretty stressful, just because with COVID, you just don't know what to expect. It may be good one week and it may not be the next week. So I really felt for my brides that are having to reschedule their weddings and postpone things and have to plan a whole new wedding in the midst of all of this. But for me, on the business side, everything has worked out, so I'm super happy about that. But
yeah, that's good to hear that it's all working out, because for a while the weddings were banned. Yeah, which is, it's good to hear that you didn't take as big of a hit as people would maybe assume. What about weddings do you like? Why weddings?
Oh man, I love love. I love how love and just everything about it brings people together. So being able to be a part of such a special moment for others, I love love. And weddings, it's all about love, So being able to be in that field and share a moment with a once in a lifetime moment with people is the best feeling ever.
Yes, yeah, it is a cool opportunity to like help them capture the day.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes. And so Letura, last question I have for you. What value does access to art have to like the youth of our community?
Well, I am a firm believer that art is therapeutic. It heals. It's a way for kids to express themselves and not have to do it vocally. There's just something about how you can release emotions and whatever else through art. And I think it's important for kids to have that avenue, just to be able to express themselves freely and not have to figure out words to say, you know? I'm sorry. Oh my God.
No, it's
I'm like overthinking everything.
Yeah, so I went on the radio yesterday.
Okay.
And I did the same thing. Okay. And radio's different because it's like a 2-minute slot that you have to like jam pack.
Yeah.
And I was like, I blacked out halfway through what I was saying. And so you're not giving yourself enough credit. You're speaking very articulately in general, and it is a very cool message.
Okay.
You know? So I guess, have you experienced that therapeutic element of art, and like in what way does that fit into your like mental psyche?
Yeah, so I mean, when I was in school at UNL, I felt kind of lost. I was studying criminal justice, but I was lost. I didn't know what I really wanted to do. So once I got into photography, I felt I was able to express myself and emotions and everything else through capturing the world in front of me, rather than because I mean, criminal justice, you're behind a computer, you're typing, you're doing research, you're just locked into like a room and a screen. So being able to just kind of wander and get outside and explore the world, you know, behind me was, you know, amazing for me. It's one thing to view something like in front of you, and it's another thing to, you know, actually capture what you're seeing. Photography definitely created or helped me figure out ways to express myself visually and really take a moment to capture the reality of life around me.
Yes, absolutely. It's cool that you, I guess, value that, and then you're also like, your mission is to instill that into like the next generation of creators. So Letura, thank you again for joining me. I really appreciated it.
Yeah.
Yes. The Commonwealth is edited by Kyle Kua, directed by Alec McChesney, and produced in partnership with KZUM Radio. Special thanks to Emmy Hernandez and Isabel Cheeseman for creative guidance. That concludes this episode. Thanks for being a member of the Commonwealth. If you enjoyed what you heard, please tap the share button and send it out to your friends and family. If you're listening on Apple Podcasts, please leave us a review. We occasionally have to leave out portions of an interview. Instead of deleting them forever, we upload them to our Patreon page. Go to patreon.com to check out our profile. Your subscription helps support the show. Tap subscribe to stay updated when we release new episodes.
Entitled The Ends of Industry, Sustainable Fashion and Corporate Social Responsibility. My name is Andrew Zimbroth, and I will be the moderator for tonight's panel. And we have a great set of people from our department and academia, as well as from industry, to talk about trends for sustainable fashion that are happening today. So this is streaming live on Friday, and it'll be rebroadcast tomorrow on the Lincoln Calling website. That'll be free of charge, and it'll be rebroadcast from 3 to 4 p.m. Also, tomorrow at 1 to 2 p.m., we will have another panel called Fashioning the Future. And so to start, I'm going to ask all the panelists to introduce themselves and just give a quick overview of their background and what they're working on currently. Also, I'm going to ask them to give just a quick answer of a trend within textile sustainability that they might be interested in. And I know yesterday we had a lot of audience questions, so to make sure we can get to as many as possible tonight, I'm going to ask them to keep their response to about 90 seconds tops if possible. So are there any panelists who want to begin? Okay, Sandra,
Hi.
and you're unmuted now, so please.
I'm Sandra Starkey. I'm an assistant professor in the department, and I teach predominantly product development and the apparel design classes that include flat pattern, draping, experimental apparel design, and apparel development for industry. And I'm really interested in sustainability. So I'm really interested in upcycling, but also minimal waste, zero waste, and just approaching sustainability in a multiple ways. So that's kind of my interest. And I've actually been working on a sustainable garment recently. So that kind of combines the multiple processes that have to do with sustainability. So hi.
Great. So
I can go next. My name is Chris Hughes. I'm in Omaha, Nebraska. I have a company called Artifact that I founded in 2010. We make carry goods, bags, backpacks, handbags, accessories, and specialty aprons. And one of the things that we've had a continued interest in is using repurposed materials for our bags, particularly vintage materials. So that's me.
I can go. Hello, I'm Abby Gross. I'm from Omaha. I graduated in 2009 from UNL with a degree in textiles, clothing, and design. I moved to LA for about 6 or 7 years and worked in the fashion industry and learned a lot, and then moved back to Nebraska in 2015. Most recently, in 2019, launched my company Chant, which focuses on the fashionable needs of the event goer for like concerts and game days, but with a sustainable approach. And so my first collection centered around fashionable, functional, and sustainable clear bags that adhere to the clear bag policy guidelines.
Awesome. So my name is Gage Marouz. I'm a recent UNL grad, graduated in 2019 with my degree in environmental studies. And during that time, I worked at the Office of Sustainability for a couple of years as a sustainability specialist. I went down to New Zealand for a couple months and working with green buildings at the New Zealand Green Building Council, which was an awesome experience. And then I currently work at Arch Rival, a marketing agency here in Lincoln, as a field marketing manager. So our client is the global clothing brand Hollister. So I kind of help manage about 20 of their brand agents, which are kind of like influencers, but they're hourly paid. And I also founded a company during my last year of undergrad called Greenstain. It's an eco-friendly apparel brand where we really try to give consumers data and real numbers behind their sustainable impact and what that actually means as far as sustainability. So a sustainability trend I'm kind of interested in is really foundationally setting up a business to be net zero from the beginning as far as carbon emissions throughout all of our operations.
Hello, my name is Ichi Yang, and I'm a professor here working in the textile science area. Our work is mainly in 4 R's: replace, reduce, reuse, and recycle. Replace, what we try to do is replace the current fibers and make the new fibers more sustainable and environmentally responsible. Reduce is we try to reduce the consumption of chemicals in textile processings. And reuse and recycle mainly focus on the used textile materials and textile chemicals during processes. So these are the 4 R's that we are working on, and I'm glad to discuss the details later today with everyone.
Great. So the first discussion topic is based around new source materials. So for various reasons, some fibers that are very popular today, they can take a lot of resources. So for example, cotton requires a lot of water to grow and it takes a lot of nutrients out of the soil. So some people have proposed using new source materials for textiles. And Professor Yang has some great research, and it's very interesting to hear about some of the things he's doing using just byproduct of things that will replace some of these less sustainable conventional fibers. I guess the question is, how open are like the big textile apparel companies to adopting these new materials? And are they are they ever resistant to trying something new if it might be more sustainable?
Well, regarding the textile industry, as far as I know, there's one thing that everyone wants to is to be more environmentally responsible, no doubt about that. But the issue here is the cost. So for any work that scientists or engineers are doing, we have to consider the costs as another issue. So there are two things here. One is environmentally more responsible. The second thing is we still need to be profitable. So one hope is we have this young generation here today. If everyone think environmentally responsible materials are better for us and we would like to pay a premium for that, then I think we'll have less resistance in industry. So the industry can move up full speed to go to more environmentally responsible processes, materials, and final products. So there are two things here, right? One is better for the environment, for sustainability. Second, profitability.
Yeah, I think one of the hardest things about being a brand that focuses on sustainability in your collections and mission is you can't really compete with the fast fashion prices and their turnarounds for collections and how quickly they get things out and, you know, keeping things fresh and new. So I think it's just, you know, getting that message out of, you know, how not only ethically how, you know, these are made and how cheaply they're made, just, you know, just really getting that message out that, you know, we're not doing that in that way and we're trying to be socially responsible, and hopefully people just have a mindset change, because I don't think we'll ever be able to, like, you know, decrease our prices to the point of like a Forever 21 or things like that. But I do think there are bigger brands like Adidas and Patagonia that are very socially responsible and are big into sustainability. Their websites are awesome to check out and see the new fabrics that they're using, and their carbon footprint is, you know, has been decreasing over the years. And so bigger brands are definitely can make big strides. And so I hope I see more doing that.
Yeah, kind of what I'm starting to notice too, and some things we'll talk at Arch Rival about is that, you know, a lot of industries are starting to be forced to take a stand on certain issues, and one of those being sustainability. You know, what we find often is that Gen Zers, you know, expect brands now to have a stand in these things, and they support things like sustainability. And because that is something that is inherently value-based, it has to be something that internally you value. You know, there are still some brands that will hold that business case in those finances and, you know, their current supply chain above the value of sustainability. And so I think moving forward, it is kind of this two-way street where consumers need to start almost demanding that things become more sustainable. That'll put some more pressures on the industry itself to go that direction. But also kind of like Mr. Yang was saying, if we are able to get costs down for those specific materials that are more sustainable and are able to offer a business case, it's definitely gonna be a lot more alluring to some of those bigger name brands.
And it's interesting, I know a lot of the answers there mentioned like price for sustainability and the trade-offs for each. And I think another interesting question is looking at the performance of a more sustainable material versus like performance versus sustainability as well. So cotton, it's a very versatile, it washes well, it lasts a long time, it has a lot of uses. But do you think consumers would be open to a different material that might like not be as washable or might not be as comfortable if it was more sustainable than cotton or another conventional fiber?
My answer is yes. I'm probably a little bit too optimistic, but I'll give you an example. In the last 3 decades, I've been asked this question repeatedly. How long do you think blue jeans will last? Every time I say no more than 10 years, every time I was wrong. Because if you look at the comfortability, look at the quality, Denim fabric is one of the worst. Poor color fastness, not comfortable, very coarse yarn, very cheap yarns. But hey, because of the designer's power, it lasts forever. And after that, I learned my lesson. So I know designer and drives the consumption behavior. So it's very crucial that we can have that kind of trend saying natural, more sustainable materials look prettier. I'll give you an example, like linen. Linen jackets is very popular in Europe, and it just wrinkles all the way. They just look ugly according to our common sense, but in Europe, people think it's great because it's a natural look. So if our designers all work together, go through that way, I'm sure consumers will buy that, will buy into that, and look at these things, say, hey, they are better than what those other fibers were used to because of the environmental impact they have. So it's very possible.
Yeah, I think some of that quality control can happen too in the production factories itself, you know, and ensuring that, you know, organic cotton versus cotton, for example, that the people actually, you know, putting these garments together in that production phase have high quality standards. What we find in fast fashion sometimes is that a lot of these clothes just aren't built to last. And so, you know, roughly 3/5 will end up in an incinerator or landfill within like the first year of being manufactured. So I think there is an opportunity to really hone in on that ethical manufacturing and paying people living wages and in great conditions to ensure some of that quality control, so that you know, as we are designing these clothes that are a little bit more trendy and sustainable, they're also built with quality so that they're able to compete with all these other materials as well.
I have a comment to just make that's a little bit of an offshoot of that, and maybe it's more of a question addressed to like businesses like Artifact and Chant, but isn't it also important, and I think in terms of sustainability, to be adding in like additional value or qualities that kind of add to the longevity of the item? I mean, I know with Artifact, you know, you're using vintage leather and your bags are unique. And I mean, those are all other qualities that add to the sustainability of products. So, I mean, if someone would want to chime in on that, I think that's really critical.
And I can speak to that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I started Artifact back in 2010, and my interests as a designer and aesthetically involve natural materials and particularly vintage materials. I like the look of older products. And a couple years into Artifact, I read a book written by Yvon Chouinard, the founder of Patagonia. It was called Let My People Go Surfing. And it really jarred my mind because the things that he was thinking about as a business, honestly, I just hadn't really considered. So it's been an interesting, not really a struggle, but a pursuit along this way of, okay, I love making things out of leather, and I have not found a substitute to leather. We've tried other materials. They just don't hold up. And one of the things about sustainability is it falls along a spectrum, and quality is an environmental issue. You could make things out of repurposed materials or things that have been upcycled, but if they don't hold up, then what value are they really bringing to this conversation? Whereas with my products, I've always, even our tagline is buy it once. And when we make a product, we have people that have been using our aprons and our bags for 10 years, and they're still going strong. And so as a business owner and somebody that's conscientious about how do we do this moving forward, I'm battling between what is the ethos and the aesthetic of my brand, and what is in the best interest of my environment. And so one of the things, like particularly with leather, is we've moved almost all of our leather to vegetable tan process, where the leathers are tanned using oak tannins, as opposed to chromium salts or other heavy minerals or things that are caustic or detrimental to the environment. But like I said, sustainability is on a spectrum, and I'm not on the same level as somebody that's coming into the market right now that's going to make all their clothing out of recycled bottles. And I don't purport to be that, but what I'm trying to do is how do we continue to evolve and incrementally make changes within our company that are leaning towards that sensitivity. So that would be my comment on it.
So with Chant and making the clear bags, you know, one of my most difficult things that I have to deal with is that the material that I'm using is plastic. There's no way to make a natural fiber of, you know, a clear bag that's usually made out of PVC, which is actually known as the poison plastic. So my, I guess, biggest feat was to find a material that could not only stand up with the look and the clarity that PVC can give, but then also isn't as detrimental to the environment. So I make all my bags out of a material called TPU, which is thermoplastic polyurethane, but it's still a synthetic man-made plastic. It's way better than PVC, but my next kind of goal is to find a material that I know that isn't created yet, but I think we're on the forefront of that can be made out of sugarcane or corn starches, because there is like food grade and hospital grade like saran wrap type materials that are that thin material that are used in food packaging, that I think if you know, we can do the testing and all of those things, that, you know, we could get to the point where it could stand up in the fashion world and completely eliminate PVC. But that's, you know, something that I'm struggling with is, you know, how do I go about that as a small business? We actually have a plant in our just backyard here in Blair called NatureWorks. It's a division of Cargill that, you know, definitely is a great resource. I, you know, have reached out there. So that's kind of like, I would love my vision for 2021, 2022 to explore that. So that's been my biggest, you know, difficulty in making it sustainable while also not, you know, trying to greenwash and be like, this is the end all be all, because there's definitely, you know, improvements to be made in that arena. So
10 years ago, the total textile fiber consumption was only 50% of today's consumption. Today's consumption is 120 million tons or 264 billion pounds of fibers every year. So when we talk about sustainability, it's not that we have a choice. We just cannot rely on what we used to use to meet the demands of humankind. It's just doubled already. Another 10 years, if it doubled again, where can we get all these traditional materials from? So this is something that's more serious than it's our choice. It's not our choice. We don't have a choice here because of this huge increased demand every year. So it worries everyone who are in this business, in fiber business. I talk to those people in industry throughout the world. Everyone worries about that. How can we have 500 billion pounds of fibers in another 10 years? That's what the annual consumption will be. At least 500 billion pounds annual consumption. Where can we get that? We cannot grow that many cottons or grow that many cattle to meet our demands. What can we do? We don't have a choice here. We have to figure out alternatives. Reuse, recycle, use the wastes, currently called wastes, are probably one way to answer that questions. But we need to have a lot of other means, other methods, other technologies. Like what Abby said, polylactic acid is one choice. Blair has that polylactic acid. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, one of the biggest things is just people like, you know, us as business owners and that focus on sustainability is just getting creative and thinking outside the box. And even if it's not been done that way before, how can it be? Like, how to just change the narrative and explore new techniques, kind of, you know, with this corn and whatnot being made into the, you know, bioplastics and whatnot. And so it's going to take people like us, and just thinking outside of the box really, and not, one of the things that I hate the most is when people say, well, that's the way it's always been done, so let's change that. So it's just getting creative.
Yeah, kind of on top of that too. I think a really cool opportunity within the fashion industry itself is to innovate the business model. I know quality control as far as materials and waiting for technology to catch up in certain areas so we have better alternatives is definitely one path. But for any entrepreneurial, fashion and textiles students watching this right now, there's tons of room to innovate the business models here within the fashion industry. Patagonia is a really good example of that. And if your garment is torn, they will fix it for you. Kind of similar to Chris, like the model is they just sell you one thing and that's all you're going to need. So as far as that and upcycling, recycling, working with business models to where maybe it's subscription services to where maybe you have one specific shirt, and if it breaks down for whatever reason, you could send that in. So you as a consumer still have a garment that is premium and is quality. But on the back end, the business is fixing and upcycling and recycling these materials. So it is kind of this closed loop system. So for all you entrepreneurs out there, tons of room for innovation here with the business model.
Great. I do want to move on a little bit to the next topic, which is upcycling. And I know it was mentioned by a few of you. And for those who don't know, upcycling is when you take a currently existing textile and you repurpose it or you turn it into something else. So instead of just throwing away a garment, you turn it into something else useful and you extend the life of it. So there are some really creative companies that do some cool stuff with upcycling, like Chris's company. But unfortunately, most of the upcycling companies are relatively small, and they just don't scale as much as like a fast fashion company or something else out there. So is there a way to improve upcycling or increase the consistency of upcycling in a way that could make it a more significant amount of the textiles produced every year in the global apparel industry?
I could speak to that. In the 10 years that I've been running Artifact, we will take on projects where we will use upcycled materials, and it's been a mixed bag. I'll be honest. We've done, all right. Got a cat that wants my attention, but we've tried some stuff where we incorporated vintage materials and they didn't hold up to the rigors of use that our customer was expecting from our product. And we took a hit as a brand on that, and we made everything whole with people, but it was definitely a hard lesson. And we've also learned that the amount of time to deconstruct a piece so that it can be resewn into something else requires exponentially more time and money. And we've learned also the hard way that when I thought an idea was really cool and it inspired me, like one time we were making these satchels and bags using World War II shelter halves. And the material was solid, but the time that it took to make these products took the price point of these bags and increased it by about 30%. And we just found out that at the end of the day, the people didn't want the product enough to warrant that price, as opposed to the similar designs that we were, using material right off the roll and making efficient cuts during that. So it's been a learning curve and a lesson, and we've learned to select our materials. And admittedly, again, my aesthetic really drives a lot of our decisions. And I have I've tried to use like rubber materials, like the raft material, and some of the materials that are recycled from like billboard signs. And for me, things just have to resonate with my senses. There's a real tactile quality when I interact with materials, and just the crinkly, just feeling of it when it was up against my skin and using it, it just made it so hard to do. Not to say that other people haven't incorporated, we've made wallets out of the material, but to make larger pieces, it's hard there. So it's, you know, it's just been a kind of an undulating sine wave of success and the opposite of success. So, but.
Yeah, I think as, you know, a designer and a business owner, when it comes to upcycling, it has to make sense on both sides. It can't just be, you know, this sounds like a great idea and would be, you know, great to say that these are upcycled materials, but you really have to have a product, an end product that people are going to enjoy and will be functionable and will last. Something that I haven't had any products with upcycling yet, but some things that I'm, you know, kind of toying with is, you know, I center around the event industry and products for that. You know, how many t-shirts does, you know, us as Husker fans like have over the years that we either throw out or don't wear anymore? If you go to a concert and you have all your old Justin Bieber t-shirts or different things, like how could, like, say everyone went to a Husker game and brought in a t-shirt that they don't wear anymore, and then I used that material to almost create patchwork type t-shirts that were like vintagey and cool looking and things like that. But then you really have to weigh okay, what, you know, is the manufacturing process going to be? And, you know, is it worth the end product? Or would it be more beneficial just to be able to, you know, put those t-shirts and recycle them in the correct way so they don't end up in a landfill? So it's definitely a give and take. And then even with the clear bags, all those kind of cheapy ones that you might get free sometimes or at $3 at College World Series, you know, I can only imagine how many leftover, you know, bags at events, you know, logos, College World Series of those clear bags. And I'd love to, you know, have people bring all their extra bags that like that they never use and do something with that with the reusable PVC. But then it's a big undertaking to think about, but it's definitely something that I've thought about in my business model.
Yeah, and it's an interesting point. So one idea that comes to mind, there's a company that takes old t-shirts and turns them into quilts. So for people with the sentimental connection, like it's a way to keep those designs without storing the shirt as it. And there's a consistency for at least somewhat consistent, like most t-shirts have similar consistency that the construction process is not too difficult to work with. So it seems like there's a challenge, one of just like being able to like find enough raw material in certain forms, as well as just make sure the deconstruction process is feasible as well. Yeah. So I guess do you have to start right at the beginning when you're looking at various materials to upcycle, or can you start somewhere else and then incorporate it later on in the process?
Personally, I design from the very start. So if I'm going to make an upcycled product, I'll know that it's going to be using upcycled materials. And you have to be very intentional when you do design with sustainability in mind, because it's very strategic. For example, I have these organic cotton canvas like zip pouches, and I specifically made the pattern so it was a rectangle. All the patterns are rectangles, so you don't have any selvage leftover, you know, fabric, and it's basically use the entire piece. So like when I'm designing that, I'm knowing that I'm starting with a rectangular roll of fabric, and that's why I made the pattern that way. If it was just a t-shirt and you have the different, you know, cut lines and whatnot, I wouldn't be able to just decide to use that. It was a very intentional design choice.
Okay.
I could say with some of our projects in the past, we might, I deal in vintage and I've always been interested in that. And so I have a cadre of pickers that are finding materials for me. And so let's say we come upon some dead stock or surplus material, I will look at the design and allocate, what yardage do I have available feasibly for this, and then build that out. But then to make it float business wise, I then can backfill with our other materials. So maybe the particular design that we're using Mexican serapes for, or something like that, and we only have enough to make, a finite amount. Well, then that design can still be used if we want to switch to a twill or a canvas or something like that. But a lot of times there's not, depending on the materials you're sourcing, there isn't always an unlimited amount to work from. And if you take the time and energy to create a silhouette or a pattern, it's not going to behoove you to design something that you can only make maybe 4 dozen of, because you put in all that time and patterning, and you have to have some way to carry that design through so that you can make it profitable for your company.
And could that be a selling point if you have a limited amount of stock or something?
Absolutely.
Or just having like a unique garment, which I know runs counter to many businesses now that want to sell the same purple shirt all around the world and have it be the same every time they make it. But is there any appeal to customers have like a unique item?
Scarcity is always appealing to customers, and it's something that I'm looking towards. It was definitely something that I was focused on this year before I became preoccupied with surviving COVID as a business. But yeah, I mean, I wanted to create a little bit more awareness, particularly on my website, because a lot of it's marketing, and I didn't do as good of a job as I probably should have in the past to explain to people that, hey, this piece is extremely unique. And especially if you're dealing with things where you're repurposing and you've got these unique former seam lines from its previous life, those can be very artful in the way that they're represented in this new piece. And they literally are one of a kind in that context. But it's about allocating the time and the energy to figure out how do you want to communicate that. And like I said, it was definitely something that I wanted to address this year. But then we had to make an abrupt pivot in March to cloth mask making. And we've been doing that for a while. So.
Great. So the next topic I want to talk about is greenwashing. So greenwashing is when a company, they either claim that they're doing something more sustainable or they're producing sustainable garments. And really it's mostly just, it comes back to that marketing. And the actual truth is that their garments are not as sustainable as they appear to be. And it's often in response to consumers that demand a more sustainable product, but are not that knowledgeable about where their textiles come from. So I'm very interested to know your thoughts about what consumers can do to purchase genuinely more sustainable garments and not be tricked by like less than ethical greenwashing campaigns.
I love this topic. And first, I'll just say, like as a consumer, if a brand is claiming that something is eco-friendly, ask them to prove it. Where is that transparency? Eco-friendly sometimes can be this word that is so holistic in general that there isn't that much clarification. And kind of like Chris and Abby were alluding to earlier in this conversation, it is kind of a spectrum, sustainability. So I think the more you can just ask brands to prove it, be transparent, put a number to the impact. I know that's something personally at Greenstain we're trying to do, is give you that data. So now you have a tangible number that's like, oh, this is the impact of my garment or its carbon footprint. And even if it's not zero, now we have a starting point. How do we get better as an industry? How do we hold others accountable once we're able to have this data and have these metrics? And ultimately, as a consumer, in things that you can do, well, where you purchase is where you support. And so if you find yourself in front of a brand and they have cool products, but they aren't being transparent about sustainability, and that's something that's important to you, get on them about it. Ask them to prove it, make that a priority. But at the end of the day, your purchase is where you support. So go support brands that are doing it right. I know a couple off the top of the head. Allbirds is really good at communicating sustainability and the actual like carbon footprint of their garments themselves. Tentree is doing a good job. We'll plug ourselves at Green Same for trying to work our way in there as well. But yeah, that's kind of my thoughts on greenwashing.
So yeah, to piggyback on what Gage was saying, I'm going to give the answer that no one really loves to hear, but you just got to do your research. You can't really take anything at face value. If a business is going to put it on their website and tell you how to do it or how they do it and the whole process and why you can believe them, that's what I look out for. They'll put it on there if they do it. That's something that I'm definitely going to be adding to my website even more. I want to just be able to be 100% transparent and show you like, hey, even though the material I'm using in my clear bags is better than PVC, it's still a plastic. These are the steps that I'm trying to be, that I'm going to be doing to make it better and so on and so forth. So just, I think people appreciate that, just being transparent as well. And, as a small business, that's kind of something that's nice because people understand that, we are trying to do the right thing, but it's a process and you can't, check or tick all these check boxes at the same time as the sustainability world, because there's so many different ways that you can create sustainably and design sustainably, and you can't really do all of them at the same time. So yeah, greenwashing can definitely be, a hard topic to talk about, but it's really just research. So check out their website. Patagonia is great. Check out that website.
I mean, I think more and more consumers are demanding that companies are more transparent. And so, I mean, I'm seeing more and more companies like Everlane that are showing, they're proving their processes. They're showing images of their factories. They're showing documentation about how they're pricing and all of that. And so I think, again, you've all kind of said this, but I think it kind of falls back on the shoulders of the consumer. And so if we're holding companies accountable, they really have no choice but to kind of rise to the occasion and be more transparent.
I can speak for myself. Like I said, like several years ago when I read Yvonne Chouinard's book, I was humbled to a degree that I wouldn't make any attempts to speak about my brand. And yes, we use upcycled products when it's available, but the majority of the stuff we're not. And we're trying to, and even talking about leather is a slippery slope. You could say that leather is a byproduct because cattle's being processed primarily as a food source. But if you talk to somebody that doesn't even eat meat, then they would obviously have varying different opinions on that. And so for me personally, it's something where like I'm open to that conversation if people want to ask about that. And it's something internally as a culture and a company that we're working towards, but by no means am I out there beating my chest saying, hey, this is eco-friendly, you need to buy this. I have my opinions about the materials that I'm using and where we're working towards, but it's definitely nothing that I'm building into my marketing. You can deduce that if I'm using recycled materials that I'm thinking about, I'm conscientious about it. But a point that Gage made that made me think it would be interesting is if there were consultancies that could actually help companies to understand better, because it's something I'm actively trying to learn about, like how when Yvonne made a comment, I think I read maybe a month ago that by 2025, Patagonia wants to be completely carbon neutral. And that's amazing. They're a company that has the will to do it and they have the resources to do it. But when you're a small business, and you're kind of just taking things incrementally at one step at a time. I mean, sometimes it can be daunting to figure out even where to start. So,
you know, it's daunting, but I think that, you know, you have to start somewhere, and you don't have to. I feel like a lot of times we give up because we're not doing great, huge things, but the small things really count. And I think in terms of a small business, I think the consumer can appreciate that. It doesn't have to be monumental like Patagonia, because, you know, you're not the size of Patagonia, but I think small things also matter. And I think it's just important to bring that up.
And there are a lot of tasks, what we as scientists need to do. For example, leathers. Could we reuse the leathers? Could we make them new again after use? I'll give you an example. We are working on reuse wool. So there are short wools, thick wools that we cannot use nowadays, and the wool garment after use. If we can remake fibers out of that, just like leather, make them have similar properties like leather, and appearance, hands, and performance will be similar to leather, then you can use them instead of just use the virgin leather for your purposes. So there are a lot of work engineers and scientists need to do, and I'm pretty sure people are working on that. Like in our lab, we're using chicken feathers to make fibers, and we can do it continuously already. If it's not because of the pandemic, I can show you a garment already from chicken feather. And you can feel it. It certainly doesn't feel like chicken feather. It feels like silk. So there are possibilities out there. I'm pretty sure in 10, 20 years, you'll see a lot of choices, a lot of options for you to select the materials for your current products or newer products. So it's not your responsibility. I believe it's engineers' responsibility, scientists' responsibility.
And I'm really sorry to stop the conversation, but I know we have a good number of questions from the audience. So I'm going to ask Claire to ask some of these questions, and hopefully we'll give as good answers for those as well.
Thank you. So I'm going to throw out two questions that, I mean, of course, tie in with this discussion. One is more a question about materials, and Jennifer Lopez asks about organic cotton. Many see this as a sustainable fiber. Is it really that much better than traditionally cultivated cotton? Yes, organic cotton does use natural pesticides and is meant to last longer, but doesn't it also use more resources? Since the plant is not genetically modified, wouldn't more land in fact be needed, as well as more water to grow it? I would like to hear anyone's take on this and other sustainable fibers that are grown in a similar manner. So maybe we can do that one first, and then I'll ask a question about labor. Anyone have thoughts on organic cotton? Should we buy it?
I can touch on it just a little bit here. You know, I don't have too in-depth knowledge on like every small little aspect of organic cotton, but from what I've read, it is a step in the right direction as far as sustainability. There are other materials that are going to be more eco-friendly, that use less resources to create and ultimately create into a pattern. I know Tencel is doing a lot of great work with their lyocell fibers and their modal, which is essentially kind of wood pulp coming from like eucalyptus trees. Hemp is another great alternative as well. But yeah, I think there's definitely room to grow as far as like material choice. Organic cotton, from what I've read, is better. But there are other materials that are more sustainable for sure.
Yes, no such a thing currently available that's absolutely better than cotton yet. But as we all know, cotton is one crop used most pesticide. One crop uses more than 20% of world total pesticides. So if we can go one step forward, saying we're not using these non-degradable, very toxic pesticide, that's a step move forward. there are a lot of disadvantages as of organic cotton this day. But as Gage said, it's a one step move forward and towards the right direction. And I believe in a decade or so, we will have some better fibers than the current organic cotton.
Thank you. There's another question from Mohammed Arafat Hossein, and this is more about the kind of production chain and kind of labor issues, I guess. So, you know, broadly speaking, how does labor kind of we've talked a lot about materials and kind of processes, but labor issues fit into sustainability. So he's asking, how do brands or how can brands impose on their suppliers, many of whom are in sort of developing world contexts, that they follow the regulations or the policies that are fall under their corporate social responsibility strategy? So should they invest directly in those suppliers and sort of upgrading equipment, or, you know, having a very hands-on approach, or should they incentivize those suppliers in other ways, but indirectly?
I do make my clear bags in China, in Shenzhen, China. Thankfully, I was able to get a recommendation for there, but websites like Alibaba.com, for example, it's a great resource for, you know, I found all my, you know, hardware, my chains and things like that, and it was just doing my research, and a lot of them will have certifications that they do have to pay money for, and kind of go through a process to make sure that they're an ethical business and their working standards are, you know, where they need to be. So it's, again, just, you know, just kind of playing the field when it comes to finding the right manufacturer. And you know, I would Skype with them a lot. I would see my bags being made. I you know, even though I couldn't be there, they are very technologically advanced and are willing to do that. So, you know, instead of always having to ship things back and forth, I could, you know, see bags just via Skype and approve things and be able to, you know, feel confident that where my bags were being made, you know, was a you know, a good production.
For me personally, with Artifact and the materials that we source, we work exclusively with leather tanneries in the United States. I've been to the tanneries, I've seen that. And as far as the textiles, I get them from mills in the United States, but there's many steps in that process. And the gray goods, most of them are coming from India. And I wouldn't say it's completely closed door, but somebody with my size of a company, we just don't really have a means. We have to trust the vendors that we're working with what they tell us. And I do know some people that have more established brands than myself. They're having the sewn product manufacturing done in like India, and they also can go and see where the material is being sourced, so they can get a more top-down view of that. But right now, where I'm at with the size of my company, we just don't have that capability at this point. So a lot of it's still based on trust.
We have another question from Melissa Spilnick, directed at Gage and Dr. Yang, but maybe anyone could weigh in here. So in terms of sustainable apparel manufacturing, what countries are the new players and or have the most potential in the future? And maybe even if there are places in the United States that are doing, like Chris, you were just talking about, doing great things, we could also give them some love. So,
well, the US is much better than those major players in terms of sustainability. There's no doubt about that. If you go to Milliken Company, right, their headquarters is in Spartanburg, South Carolina. So if that's the largest textile company in the United States, and it's one of the best in the world. If you go to US companies, they're better. But the issue here is also the costs, right? So a lot of companies need to balance the two. And if you talk about textile players, of course, Asia is the place. Right? Abby mentioned China, Chris mentioned India, then Bangladesh, Vietnam. These are just name a few of the Pakistan also, right? These countries. But in terms of sustainability, they're doing their share of work, but not as good as US companies, no doubt about that. And pretty soon they all get better. If you look at China 20 years ago, it's not today's China. Yeah, so the sustainability work, environmental problems at that time is much worse than today's China's textile industry. So they are improving also, but certainly there's a long way to go. Everything is also determined by the profitability, as I said from the beginning. If the order gives them a very small margin and you ask them to be absolutely environmentally responsible, it's almost impossible. Right? As I said, textile industry, the major problem is waste effort. Actually, if you think of treating waste efforts, $5 a ton, you can do distilled water. Distilled water is $5 a metric ton. But even so, nobody can afford that. 2 cents a yard increase, that's luxury. Nobody can afford 2 more cents per yard of fabrics. So when we talk about sustainability, of course, profitability is another thing that we have to think together. If all the buyers are willing to pay the money for sustainability, the world is cleaner. But the issue here is everyone needs to make a profit in order to survive. So these are the two things we have to balance.
Yeah, I can add on to that too real quick. So I know when we're thinking about our supply chain holistically, you know, the distance that the materials have to travel plays a pretty big role in the carbon footprint itself. So, you know, there could be countries around the world that are, you know, having these production facilities that are ethical and, you know, they're paying their workers a living wage. But when we look at the life cycle analysis of a garment itself and the pattern and the material, you know, how far does it have to travel and how does that overall play into its carbon footprint? So our basics or blanks wholesale manufacturer right now cuts and sews our t-shirts in Haiti. And so that facility is very transparent on, you know, what they pay their workers, the conditions, also the sustainable materials they use. But what we're entering the cut and sew game right now, and we're working through our first collection in development currently. And what we're finding is that being able to have our mills and our production facilities within Los Angeles itself is significantly going to reduce the carbon footprint when looking at that life cycle analysis. So again, even though other countries may be doing it well, the more we can stay local, the better when we look at a garment's life holistically.
Thank you. So there's an interesting question from Ashberg about with the idea of buy it once, do you believe there will be a rise in tailors who can make the repairs and alterations in sustainable garments? So is there a kind of new renaissance of that kind of skilled work, maybe?
I think it would certainly be a lot more alluring if there was infrastructure in place to be able to do that at scale. You know, that could be an opportunity for a business to arise where, you know, maybe they have all of these different pieces of machinery and people who are skilled to fix certain types of garments. And so brands could maybe send it to this specific facility to make all those alterations and upcycle and fix and tweak and things like that. But I think what the industry is lacking right now is that infrastructure to do it at scale to make it profitable.
It actually just isn't profitable. When Patagonia does it, he does it as a loss leader because he has a very personal concern about the environment, and it's something that's important to him. At Artifact, we carry a guarantee that warranties our products as well, and it is definitely from a business standpoint, a financial encumbrance to do it. But I believe in the product, and I believe in our company in that sense, and I feel that it's important. So we do it that way. But it by no means, in 10 years of me doing Artifactive, I've seen where if somebody was to set up a sewing facility to refurbish stuff, that it would be at a price point that would be palatable to a consumer. Because in many instances, it takes more time for me to repair one of our products than it does for us to make that exact same product from start to finish. And so and again, that's another thing that I on my list of things that I should do a better job communicating and my brand about. I don't think a lot of people understand all the inputs that are required to be able to service a garment or a bag or something like that, because you have to literally deconstruct it and then rebuild it to fix it.
Well, I think we're very, very close to 8 o'clock. So I might, there's still some questions, remaining, but we can, if you are so inclined, answer them by, typing, or I can also send questions to the different panelists, and I'll let Andrew kind of make some closing remarks. But thanks everyone for great questions and great answers.
Yes, so thank you for the entire panel for just some really interesting feedback and insights about sustainability and corporate social responsibility. I think the last thing I will announce now is, so right now, just due to COVID, there are some significant budget cuts going on at the university. And one of the proposed cuts would be closing down the TMFD department. It's not final, it's a proposal right now, and we are hoping to change this cut and have the university find the funding from elsewhere. So we're reaching out to you guys to just help show the value of the department and what we. So there's a few different ways you could help, and we would really appreciate if you guys could do one or multiple of these different things. So we have a petition online to save the department. We also have a social media campaign under the hashtag #SaveUNLTextiles. So I know we were collecting letters of support. I guess that deadline's passed, but the hearing where the university will discuss shutting down the department will be on October 13th or 14th at 3 p.m. And if we would love to have some of you guys come speak about what the department means to you or how it's helped you in the past. And if you want to do so, you can register at this link below. And we will post these in the Facebook group and other places so that you don't have to scramble to write these down right now. Otherwise, thank you all for attending. Thank you for the great questions. And once again, thank you to the panel for sharing their time and insights with us tonight. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm MJ Peters. Welcome. Thank you for joining us for this Lincoln Calling panel, Digital Experience. Today, this panel, we're going to be talking about sobriety in the scene with a focus on addiction in the world of entertainment. I'm super excited to be the moderator for this discussion. Again, my name is MJ Peters. I'm an Omaha Creative Directory, and I'm also a performer myself. I perform under the name Mad Darling. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to our panelists and let them introduce themselves, starting with Grant. Hi, Grant. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, y'all? Thanks for having me. My name is Grant. As MJ said, I'm a stand-up comedian and filmmaker. I'm originally from Lincoln, so very happy to be a part of Lincoln Calling. I'm based in Austin, Texas right now.
Awesome, perfect. Our next panelist is Catherine. Catherine, you want to say hello?
Yeah, hi, thank you. I'm very grateful to be here. My name is Catherine Pompeo, and I am a yoga instructor in Lincoln, Nebraska. and I teach people who are recovering from addiction. So that's my main focus with my service. And so I'm just, very grateful to be here. Thanks for inviting me to the panel.
Lovely to have you. Thank you both. Next, we have Jonathan.
I'm muted. I'm sorry. Hi, my name's Jonathan Leach. I live here in Lincoln. I'm a full-time musician. I'm the music director at City Impact, a nonprofit here in town. Just really happy to be here. This is cool.
Awesome. Perfect. And last we have Sadie. Sadie, you want to say hi?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sadie Thompson. I am the Chief Implementation Officer for the Wellbeing Initiative. We're a peer-run organization, and by peer, I mean a group of people who have lived experience with mental health and substance use challenges. I'm a person in recovery, and I'm super stoked to be able to be here with you guys.
Awesome. So great to have you all. I'm really looking forward to this topic. I'm very curious to hear all of your stories. Jumping right into our first question, how does one adjust to living substance-free? How do you find acceptance or normalization of sobriety, whether that be in your experience or any tips on what would be helpful for that? Whoever wants to jump in. We don't need to have a certain order.
For me, the hardest part about being transitioning, right? Transitioning, the hardest part about that is trying to convince people that it's legitimate. You're a certain way for so long, and it's a way that's widely accepted. It's the general consensus. So once you start to deviate from it, it's really hard to get people to respect that choice, just because it's not necessarily normal or as widely accepted. So for me specifically, the hardest part, or the biggest obstacle in transitioning was letting go of my kind of internal desire to get people to understand or appreciate my choice. Once I kind of let that go, I was able to just live my truth and just be free of it.
Yeah, I think that's definitely was a piece of it for me. Also, just doing all the things that I used to do, like wasted, sober, was a really, it was really challenging. It was like, oh, I've never gone grocery shopping sober before. This is weird. Or oh gosh, Christmas dinner with my family. They're not sober, but I am, that's bizarre. And so there's pieces of my life that stayed the same, looked like they stayed the same, but I was sober for it. And then there were pieces of my life it's not really that much fun to go down to the bars all the time with my friends when I'm not drinking. It we really don't have as much in common as I thought we did. I'm just standing around and y'all are getting wasted. So finding new fun things to do with people who were also sober, or whose main focus wasn't getting wasted, was kind of a big challenge for me. And it took me about my first year to kind of find some new friends and a new group of people that I felt at home with.
Yeah, just to piggyback both Sadie and Jonathan, I think the hardest part, in that transition is letting go of your kind of identity, and kind of what Sadie was saying with the scene that you're in, whether that's if you're just in a bar scene or if you're in a music scene, comedy scene, whatever. Just now you don't identify with those people as much, and you're trying to build a new identity for yourself as a sober person. And I think that's what Jonathan was saying. It's like, it's hard for people to believe, like, okay, yeah, we'll see how long this lasts, or, you know. So I think those first few months, for me especially, that was, yeah, that's the biggest challenge.
And I kind of have maybe a different perspective, because I don't deal with substance or addiction, you know, any kind of abuse, substance abuse or addictions. And so, but I have my own addictive traits that I notice. But I spent a lot of my adult life, I would take periods of time where I didn't drink or I didn't do any drugs at all. And I would go to places where my friends were and sit there and watch them. And it was just not a very comfortable thing for me, because I felt, you know, like, in a way I was kind of judging them because of the way they acted when they weren't sober, you know? And so, yeah, it's different. And I've bartended and I've been a cocktail waitress and watched people, and now it's by choice that I choose to be sober and to be clear-minded. And like Sadie was saying too, that's changed the people that I associate with or that I want to hang around with, because it just doesn't fit. The energy's different. I mean, so yeah, that's my perspective of it.
All right. And I'm sure you all have different stories of how you guys came to this point, but how did you know when it was the time to make this decision, this change of lifestyle? How did you know it was the right time?
For me personally, the first time I got sober I was 25, and I had just moved to Texas, and I was living with my sister and nephew, and I realized that I had brought a lot of my habits, call them habits, addictions, with me. And that was the first time it was like really eye-opening to be like living with you know, your family, and watching a 4-year-old, and you're like, oh, I'm drinking a pint of whiskey every night to fall asleep. You know, I'm not going to the bars every night. I'm not in that scene. I don't have that identity, but this is what I still need, and I'm dependent on it. And so that was a big eye-opener for me. And I decided just to do a month sober. I was going to do dry July, and I hit 30 days, and I just started feeling better, and I kept the ball rolling. And I let that roll for 363 days. And I kind of that was all, you know, I gave the glory to myself. I was like, yeah, this is me through willpower staying sober. And little did I know, it takes more than that. You know, you can't do it by yourself. And I fell off the wagon, and I thought I could just start drinking again. I was like, okay, maybe it's not a problem. Maybe I can just casually drink. And that eventually spiraled into what pretty much was an 11-month bender for me. And then just, you know, through loved ones and just another wake-up call, decided to get sober again. So for me, it took that being sober for a year, that falling off the wagon, and seeing like, oh, you can't just casually drink, and just that acceptance.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned kind of having a start and then kind of falling off the wagon, because that was a part of my story too. This time, I got sober on what some people call legal scholarship, which means I needed to be sober so that I could stop getting in trouble. But before that, I mean, everyone in my family also experiences addiction issues, so it was a very talked about thing. And they all had been sober and not sober at different points in my life and kind of warned me about it. So I had tried to get sober before that, before being 24 years old, about 10 times for about 8 years. And the longest I could ever stay sober by myself was about 53 days. And then it was like I had white knuckled it long enough that my fists were tired, and I just had to, you know, take a drink or smoke a joint or whatever. And so this time I really leaned on a recovery community. And I kind of did some things that other people who'd been sober longer than me suggested that I do, and like followed them around. And what's interesting is the people that wanted me to get sober when I was younger weren't sober when I got sober this time. And I actually ended up influencing a couple of them. And they were like, I'll get sober with you. And like, so it was interesting because they were always like, Sadie, you really need to get sober. And I was like, nah. And then I got sober and they were like, oh, wow, if she's getting sober, I probably should too. So thanks for mentioning that. I think it's an important piece. People don't realize that a lot of us don't just get sober and then we're sober forever. Like, we have to try multiple times with multiple different routes to figure out what works for us.
For me, it was very similar to that too. There was like a lot of times where I was saying to myself, like, I've always been like really health conscious, and so there was, and my dad is like very fit, so I knew that like for me the way that I was living wasn't necessarily how I wanted to be as far as like health and fitness went, but it was fine. But the moment that I really noticed it, I was pursuing music like a couple of years prior, and I had this really good momentum. I had this momentum, and I felt like I was going places and that things were lining up so that I could have like a successful future in the music world. And then there was this moment where I caught myself saying like this kind of like crazy excuse as to why I didn't want to make it as a musician. Like, I had spent and cultivated my entire life trying to do this one thing. And then somebody was like, why are you here? They had like said something, like I was working at a bar and they were like, why are you here? And I was like, ah, man, you know, because music industry's da-da-da-da-da. And like, I caught myself while I was saying it and I was like, oh, you're lying. and it was really eye-opening, right? Because I was wasted, and there was just this like moment of like sobriety, like a rational part of my brain that was like, dude, this is an excuse. And then after that, I started being kind of, I got addicted to this, to answering the question, right? Like, why do I keep making these excuses? Why have I not gone any farther? Why am I still here? Why am I still at this bar? Why am I drinking every night? Why am I getting blacked out? Why am I not writing? Why am I not creating? Why am I not trying to push this further? And this is my life's dream. And so, yeah, so then after that, and it was just this kind of pursuit to answer that question, which ultimately led to me realizing that I needed to be sober.
I think for me, I got tired of the suffering. So I personally have had a lot of alcoholics and addicts in my life. 2 of my children are both have addiction issues. And there was just, you know, I think like a lot of us do, I looked outside of myself to try to find things to make me happy. So I did try alcohol. I did try drugs. I tried shopping all the time. I tried, making other people happy. I mean, relationship things, all that stuff. I tried trying to make me happy, and it didn't end the suffering, right? And I started going to some meetings when my son was going into treatment, and I went to Al-Anon. And I was hearing other people that were suffering too. And that was really an eye-opener for me, because of course I thought I was the only one that suffered. You know, nobody else has the pain that I have, right? And then shortly after that, I went to live in an ashram for about 30 days to do training for yoga. And in the philosophy of yoga, they're telling me the same thing, that we come here and there's suffering, and everybody's looking outside of themselves to end that suffering, to become happy. And when I heard that, and I'd been hearing it from 2 different places, and I just knew that there was something more to life than what I had been doing that day to day, you know, trying to fix this and fix that and run and do whatever it is, you know, that I needed to stop and look inside and find out who I was, you know, and why am I here, right? And at that was a turning point for me. And at that point, you know, my teacher had said something, somebody had asked him about, is smoking pot okay? And he said, well, you want to have a clear mind. And I thought, yeah, you know, I do. I want my mind to be clear. I want to enjoy life, and I want to see it, and I want to feel it, right? And whether it's a good or bad feel. And so I think that was, for me, was a huge turning point. And that's when I decided that was it, that I don't need that stuff anymore. So, yeah.
Thank you all for sharing. So I guess I'm super curious about, I want to take time with this question, being in the industry and talking about, you know, being as entertainers, or I guess, you know, as you're healing, how does being sober affect performance, work? How does it affect being in that scene, like at events, and how you interact socially?
I think a lot of performers, especially performers that are addicts, we don't realize it, but we lean on substance for crutch, and we tell ourselves, oh, I need this shot before I get on stage because it's going to loosen me up and I'm going to perform better. Or, you know, I always told myself, I'm gonna Hunter S. Thompson this script. You know, I'm gonna do drugs, and I'm gonna live life crazy just for the story. And in reality, you don't get very many of those stories, because you either black out and you forget them, or they're really just not that good of stories, and it's not worth it. And I think, yeah, relying on that as a performer, you know, it's hard because you're engulfed in a scene where alcohol is around you constantly, and it's when you're in it like every night, you know, the audience and those people aren't there every night. You know, maybe they're going out having a drink like a normal person, a couple drinks, and that's good. But you're there every night, and you're drinking every night, and it just kind of blends in to the norm. It just seems normal, and you're camouflaged, and I think it's really hard to snap out of that, because it's kind of going back to what we were saying before. It becomes your identity, and the people around you are the same way, and they're either in denial or just adding fuel to your fire. So just being able to step out and look at it that way. So.
Yeah, being that's so accurate. It's so true. Being like a performer, because I play music all the time, and as much as, you know, I'd love to not be in bars every day, I it's kind of, that's the job. And I was just kind of joking about this like 2 days ago with a friend, because I was like, man, it'd be so sweet if we could just get the money that they would give us for free drinks added to the check. Like if I could just get the money for all the free drinks that I'm not drinking for every place that I go to, and they're like, drinks are on the house, and I'm like, sick. It's just stuff like that. But it's stuff like that that messes with you, especially when you're sober, because the incentive it's free. It's like being an addict, man. And then somebody just coming and giving you exactly what you want on a platter, and then like revering you for being in that light too, like being a patron of the place that you're performing at. It's a symbiotic relationship. So it's a weird existence to have this relationship with a place that kind of facilitates an environment that you actually don't want to participate in that respect, but also, right, but like to not be there. It's a place where you're constantly working against the grain. So it's like that every day that you go to work, every day that you perform. And it's never like not, it might not be as intense some days, but it's never not a tempting offer to have free drugs, free alcohol. And yeah, it's tough. I mean, I've been sober for years now, and it's still like, damn, maybe today. Like sometimes I'm like, maybe today. And then I'm like, no. But, right, it's hard to refuse a platter that's being gifted to you and beautifully presented and crafted. And when they treat you like a superstar, it makes you want to take that gift even more, right? Just out of respect, or like a mutual courtesy. And so yeah, it's tough for sure.
Yeah, I think I have to come from a little bit of a different perspective. So I actually was a professional ballet and tap dancer for 10 years prior to getting sober. I've never professionally danced sober, but it tied really easily into performing arts, because when you need to work 9 hours a day and then also have a life, there's a lot of things that can help you stay up and keep moving and work through the pain and all of that. And so it just kind of was a symbiotic relationship, obviously, until it wasn't anymore. But I think there's a level of perfectionism that comes along with that type of performance art, and I'm sure a lot of performance art, but there's an intense perfectionism. And so when I did get sober and I started teaching dance and choreographing stuff for people, that perfectionism came out with like claws, because it didn't have those substances to kind of like chill it out a little bit and be like, the edges can be a little blurry. Like everything it had to be perfect. It had to be exactly this way, the way that I see it in my mind. We're going to practice it until it's perfect. And like, artists don't necessarily work very well in that environment either. Especially if you're being more intense than they are. And so I had to really learn how to do that piece of my craft in a more relaxed setting. Like, just chill, bro. Like, a little bit of their self-expression should come through. What do you think you're doing? You're choreographing movement art. The thing that's cool about movement art is that different bodies do it in different ways. So that was a huge learning curve for me, was to relax a little bit and like find some serenity within me, instead of trying to focus, like Catherine was saying, on like it being perfect on the outside so that I could feel good about it. But I think the other piece too is for me, like going to shows, because I've always loved going to shows. And as a dancer, listening to music and being out on that dance floor is like where my heart's at, and doing that sober was so weird. I remember going and dancing and feeling like everybody's staring at me and this is so awkward. And it's like, you know what? Everybody else is probably pretty high, or they're having a great time and they don't care what you look like. And so it took 3 or 4 shows for me to like finally find my groove again on the dance floor. But then like I recognized I'm going to all these shows, and a few years back I got to see DJ Shadow, and way back in the day, DJ Shadow was like my jam, my wasted jam, and I saw him sober, and I remember the whole show. And I mean, I kind of aged myself a little bit there for being in the scene, but like it was the coolest thing. It was like, oh my God, I saw this dude that I like iconized for so long, like, and I remember the whole show, right? And so then like getting to see Tool just recently in A Perfect Circle, and seeing it and remembering the whole show, remembering which songs I thought were the coolest and the best done, and that to me has been the most hopeful and inspiring part of getting sober and being in the scene, is that like I actually remember the shows, and I have so much more fun, and I'm not falling into people when I'm dancing. I'm actually aware of where my body is, which is always a good thing. So yeah, I guess I had kind of 2 different perspectives on that, but hopefully I didn't talk for too long.
And I'm just going to say, just short version here. I too was a dancer too. And my dad was a jazz musician. So I was raised in all of that. My mom was a dancer and a yoga teacher. And yeah. And so I love to go dance. And so I am the sober person that gets out on the dance floor when nobody else is out there, and I don't care, and I'm comfortable with that now, but also I'm like in my 50s. So, it's different than it was when I was in my 20s or 30s. I wasn't comfortable like that. But, even, and now I don't do that. I don't go out too much, and I love music, but I don't want to go sit in a bar and listen to music. I mean, I can only take so much of being around people that are drinking and are getting wasted. And that's just not where I want to be. So, unfortunately, I don't get to do the things that I used to really enjoy doing. So I dance around the house, or, and that's fine. But yeah, it's different. It's a whole different, I don't think I could dance when I was wasted. Like, I'm opposite from you, Sadie, because I was just like, I was too embarrassed. But anyway, so that's all I had to say.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's super interesting to hear these stories. I guess it kind of piggybacks off of that, but how has being sober affected your health in general? I guess like not only mental health, but physical health. If anyone has any stories about that.
Yeah, I think as soon as I got sober, those first 30 days, you feel a drastic difference. Not only just, I'm not hungover every morning. I think when you're drinking every night, you become used to being hungover in the mornings, and that becomes the norm. And then, I remember that hangover when I fell off the wagon, the first hangover after falling off the wagon after a year. That should have been enough to be like, okay, we don't do this anymore. But as far as just like health, me personally, as an addict, I've found other ways to feel my addiction. So working out becomes the new addiction, runner's high or lifting weights, and people look at you and they're like, you're so dedicated. It's like, no, I'm a crazy person. And you see it right away, you lose weight, you feel better. Mental health wise, that's a whole nother story. Me personally, I was diagnosed just this past year with ADHD and bipolar 2. And I realized so much of my drinking was coping with that bipolar and those spirals, and using it to mask something deeper. And so, just sobriety is self-discovery, and learning so many new things about yourself. And yeah.
Yeah, I completely, like, exactly agree with that. I like the moment, like when I started getting sober, it was easy for me to to fill that space with physical activity. Like there's something that feels really good about like getting rid of toxins. Once you like consciously choose to like take all the toxins out of your life, then you're like, I want to get all of them out. Some sort of like subconscious thought process there, I'm sure. But yeah, my physical health has never been better. My mental health, I don't think it's not that my mental health is worse. It's that I'm able to look at my mental health under a clear scope now. And so though I feel like it's like, oh, it's so much worse, it's being illuminated, and I'm in a place where I can consciously do work on it, right? As opposed to just kind of covering it up for years. It's crazy. Yeah, but I feel the same way.
Did you guys notice when you got sober that you were more of a sweets person after you quit drinking? Anybody relate to that?
I was more of a fast food person.
Yeah, you trade up. I call it trading. I know some people call it trading up. Like I eat a pint of ice cream every night instead of drinking myself to sleep. But yeah, that was a big eye opener because when I drank, I was like, yeah, I'm not a big sweets guy. And then like that first month, you're like, oh, I'm going through sugar withdrawal because there's so much sugar in alcohol.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, trading up. I highly recommend it for people that are starting to get sober. If you're craving those, just go bag of M&Ms. Everything will be okay.
I'm gonna giggle about that because I'm type 1 diabetic, so I've had diabetes since I was a kid, and I could not trade up into sugar. That wasn't an option. But oh man, does dark chocolate help with cravings. I will say that, and that's pretty low sugar option. But I know a lot of people, they later find out too, I know like several of my friends that they can't really overdo sugar in sobriety either, because it starts to get like, that starts to become kind of like an addiction. And we all know that too much sugar can cause a lot of health issues. But I'm not going to get on that soapbox today. But I because I'm type 1 diabetic, my health was in terrible condition when I got sober. I mean, I was severely underweight, and eating was just not a thing that I did very often. I got most of my calories from booze, and so like learning how to feed my body in a healthy way was a whole new journey. And I went through a lot of different phases with that. I was a gluten-free raw vegan for 3 years of my sobriety, and that was fun. But really learning how to like fuel your body with just plants, and I had a lot of stomach stuff because I hadn't been feeding my body right. So it took several years for my body to start kind of like behaving normally with food and stuff. So there's that. But I think, what Jonathan said about being aware of your mental health, I think I buried it pretty deeply with substance use. So just in the last 9 years, I've been able to recognize, I do experience a lot of the things of PTSD and major depression. And I have to stay on top of that just as much as I have to stay on top of being sober, whether it be like exploring new kinds of therapy, like EMDR has been a lifesaver for PTSD for me. And yeah, and you know, like figuring out sometimes I do need medication, and like that doesn't mean that I'm not sober. Um, just because, you know, I have some brain imbalances. Anyone who's experienced the life that I've experienced and had and used substances for as long as I did might have a chemical imbalance in their brain. And you know what? That's totally okay. Like, treat that stuff. I almost cussed, but I promised myself I wouldn't here today. So I'm grateful that today I have a healthy body and a healthy mind, and like my body's healthy enough that I'm sitting here 5 months pregnant, and like that couldn't have happened 9 years ago. So anyway, that's enough out of me.
And I'll just throw in from what I tell when I teach at the Bridge, and a shout out to the Bridge, is I tell them there that, you know, addiction, there's a disconnection, right, from your body and from your spiritual self and from your emotions. And when you practice something mindful like yoga or some kind of a mindful meditation, that's when you're able to start reconnecting. And that's basically what I do when I teach there, is like just to start feeling what you're feeling in your body. I mean, and it might be small to start with, but just to bring that back, you know, and then giving yourself that break, that silence, that serenity or whatever, to kind of feel your emotions and feel, you know, it's important that we listen to what's going on inside of us. And so that's what I got.
Definitely. Thank you, guys. I did want to mention, as we're coming up to the last 15 minutes, if anyone watching on live stream has any questions for our panelists, feel free to add them to the comments, and we can collect questions the last 5 minutes. But the next question I have for you guys, what about support? Like, what kind of support did you guys receive or seek out? If there is any support systems that you guys recommend to people who are sober curious, I'll let you guys talk on that.
I'll hop in first. Like I said when I started, I got sober by myself, and I gave a lot of that glory to myself, and I thought it was just, you know, holding myself accountable and through strong will. And then, you know, my second go around at sobriety, I pretty much learned right away that in order to stay sober, I was going to need some kind of support team or support system. Me personally, I didn't want to go the AA route right away. So I sought out a therapist that specialized in drug and alcohol addiction, had 30 years of sobriety under his belt. And we, you know, I meet with him once a week or twice a week still. And I think it's super important for accountability for somebody that's first, if you're looking to get sober or in those first few months, highly important to do that. Go to meetings even if you don't want to meet other sober people. You know, going back to that identity thing. Yeah, those are my experiences and suggestions.
I know here in Lincoln, and I know nationally, I've been trained in what's called Y12SR. It's a yoga 12-step recovery. And so we offer, it's a 12-step based meeting, and it's followed by a yoga practice. And right now there's tons of them online, but they're all over the place. So we've been doing that over 5 years here in Lincoln. We're kind of on a hiatus now because of the coronavirus, and then I had to have some hip surgery, so I'm out. But that has been an alternative. I know that there's also Refuge Recovery, which is a Buddhist meditation type of meetings that also deal with addiction and everything. And so I think that there are other things out there besides the 12-step programs themselves and going into the rooms. But, you know, I think I had a teacher. I also have studied what is called yoga of recovery, which brings in the Ayurvedic part of yoga, which is the health part of it. So the foods and what we're bringing into our bodies. And her theory is that, you know, we're all looking for something outside of ourselves. And what we're really looking for is that thing inside, and you can call it whatever you want. You know, some people call it God, some people call it Mother Earth or the community or the higher power, whatever it is, but that's kind of what we're searching for. And so I think anytime that you are able to start looking for something greater than you and have something that you feel some devotion for and connection to, that's a help. That's something that's out there for everybody. So yeah.
For me, I was extremely fortunate because I was in a place where I accidentally tricked my brain. My desires for the things that I wanted outweighed my my addiction. I had like accidentally convinced myself that it was going to kill me and my dreams, and literally like so fortunate, so lucky. I was just like, oh God. And so it was just a matter of me reminding myself of that every day and then saying it out loud to everybody around me till they believed me. And now I have a support system, you know, of people that are like, hey, he doesn't drink, stop. Like there's enough, right, that now I feel comfortable being like, no, I don't want that. And so I got super lucky. My anxiety actually like worked out in my favor in that case. So yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do a little bit of personal talking, and I'm also gonna talk from my profession, because what I do is run a peer-run organization that provides support and teaches people how to support people in recovery. So there's a lot there. But for me, when I first got sober, I knew about 12-step recovery, so I kind of dove into that. What I found was 12-step recovery, SMART recovery, WRAP, wellness recovery action planning, therapy, medication. All of those things are the kinds of supports that I need and that I still want to have in my recovery. But meeting people in those 12-step meetings helped me to have friends to do things with, so that I didn't feel alone, because I think when we get sober, sometimes we feel really alone. And if you're sober curious and you're worried about being alone on this journey and like not having any friends, there are so many cool people that are sober, especially like in the Lincoln area. There's a hopping recovery community in the Lincoln area. So like you will not be alone. There's lots of cool people. The Wellbeing Initiative provides, especially right now with this whole COVID thing, we provide lots of support groups for people that are looking to start their recovery or just get support in their current recovery. I talked about wellness recovery action planning. There's both a group for individuals and for family members, provided over Facebook Live and Zoom. Every week on Tuesdays and Wednesdays at 6:30 p.m. And then Smart Recovery, which is a not 12-step. It's completely different than 12-step. It's based in CBT and RBT. And that's a program for addiction recovery. And we have groups of that on Zoom available at 6:30 on Mondays over Zoom and on Facebook Live. So if you check out the Wellbeing Initiative on Facebook, you can get hooked up with those. And then there's just a general peer support group. So if you're like, what's this peer support thing about? I'm in recovery and I think I'd like to make a career out of sharing my lived experience and helping other people get started on their journey. You can join that group on Thursdays at 2:00. So there's tons of recovery support, especially being locked up with COVID right now.
That's awesome. Thank you for that, Sadie. Those are great tips. We do have one question in the chat. Do you have any recommendations on how to be supportive of your friends or others in the scene who are struggling with addiction?
That's a tough question depending on where that person is at with their sobriety. You know, if they're struggling and that means they're not sober currently, inevitably that person has to get sober for themselves, and just know you as an outsider to, I mean, obviously be encouraging, be a good friend, especially if they've gotten sober before, but no, you're not going to be able to change that person. And so I would keep that in mind as a support system. Yeah, that's my little 2 cents.
And I would say, as a parent who has watched her children, you know, so it's hard to not want to go fix it and make them do what you think that they need to do. And, you know, but, and just recently, my son's been through recovery twice now. And the second time, you know, he asked for help. And so until he was really ready to go, we were just there with our support and love, you know, making sure he had a meal occasionally, and you know, but it was definitely, it's his decision, and as it is any of our decisions, you know, and you can't force anybody to do it, but if you can support them and not enable them, yeah, that's my input.
Totally. I think that enabling piece it's a hard line for people to distinguish sometimes what's enabling and what's supporting. I can love somebody unconditionally, by giving them money to get a new phone or pay their phone bill when I gave it to them last month. That's, to me, I don't have, you know, they still haven't learned that they need to pay their phone bill, or they're still using their money for something else. And I'm kind of helping them limp along, instead of, for me, I had to get to a place of desperation for myself to get sober. I had to be ready, and like, I have no other options now to get sober. That's just my experience. Also, one of the things I love that helps me in supporting others and helps other people I know is, like, there's nothing that I can say to somebody that's going to get them sober or make them drink. And I had to be connected with other people who'd been there. Therapists, spiritual advisors could talk to me all day long. Doctors, I don't care what you have to say. You don't know what it's like. Somebody who knows what it's like, I'm like, okay, I kind of got to listen to you. Like, I know you and I used to run the streets together, and now you're doing this and you're like living a successful life. Okay, maybe you got something I want. So connecting people to other people who are doing it is super important for me.
Yeah, you guys said everything that I think. That's great.
I've got one more little thing that I just thought of. If you're trying to be supportive, this is something people have done to me, and I just didn't realize until now how much it means. Is like, if you drink, and you just say you go out with a friend who's sober, and you just decide not to drink that night, and even if they're like, I'm cool with you drinking, it's fine. But just like, you know, it doesn't have to be every time, but that solidarity just means so much. Like, we'd probably be, you get to a point where you're comfortable enough being around alcohol, but you're always just a little bit. And for your friend to just be like, hey, I'm not drinking, I don't need to have a drink tonight, I'm just gonna be in solidarity with you. I think that means a lot and shows a lot. So.
That's real. My husband does not have a problem drinking, but he like loves to mow the lawn and have a beer. But he knows that, like, for him, he could have a beer every day in the summer and do yard work and like no big deal. But he like intentionally doesn't buy beer sometimes just to like not have it in the house and not, you know, like, or we're grilling and normally he would like to get like a fancy kind of beer and have one of those while we're grilling. And he's like, I don't need it tonight, you know? And it just feels like, okay, cool. Well, it's not going to be in the house tonight. Like I can feel good and supported by that.
That's awesome. Yeah, really great advice from everyone. We have 4 minutes. I just kind of wanted to leave this open. If anyone has any advice or tips of like getting through COVID right now and being quarantined and locked in the house, you know, I mean, has that been difficult or kind of helpful, or, you know, any advice for someone who might be around substances that they're trying not to abuse, but there's nothing else to do? 3 minutes now, so not much time, but if anyone has anything to say.
I started learning French. Like, no lie, I knew I was going to be stuck in the house. I knew that I was going to be, I don't have a huge house. I live in a very small apartment. You can only pace so far. And so the first thing I did was I bought a bunch of books. One of my friends gave me this really good book called The Worry Trick. I read it, and one of the things was like, hey, find a hobby. And I was like, well, I'm a musician, so I already have a hobby that occupies my time. I do it all the time. I practice rudiments and do all the stuff. So I tried something that I would like never do on my own. And so I got like a Babbel account, and I was like, I'm gonna learn French. And it's fun, and it's extremely hard, and it works a completely different part of my mind that I would never do. And now I'm excited all the time to do it. So that's occupied a lot of my time during COVID.
For sure, learn French. If you're out there and you're struggling with COVID right now, everyone's struggling with COVID. If you're struggling with sobriety, trying to stay sober, learn French. It's actually the only way to stay sober in a pandemic is learn French. And yeah, I'll just piggyback on that. Like I said in the beginning, I'm a crazy person. I just decided to just go on runs every morning and work out and just feel that energy that way. Get out of the house. I need to get out of the house. I'm sure as everybody has had to.
And I'm going to say, as a yoga teacher, you know, even if you're noticing anxiety and depression and stuff, if you can even get an app or something, you know, to do some mindfulness meditation, some deep breathing, stuff that really begins to activate the calmings in your body and just kind of settles you. I mean, it really helps with anxiety and something. I know a lot of people are having that now, especially when you've already got some other issues going on and then you're stuck, you know, and don't have anybody around. So
yeah, and reach out to your other sober friends. Reach out and check in, because overdose and relapse is super high right now. So just reach out, be there for each other, you know, check in on each other.
I'll piggyback on that app thing too. That was a big part for me getting sober, especially not wanting to do AA. I downloaded an app on my phone. The one I use, the sobriety clock, is called Nomo. Highly recommend downloading some kind of sobriety clock when you're first getting sober, just to be able to track your progress. The apps, you can type in how much money you spend on alcohol, and it can track that, and that can motivate you. For me, it was the little chips I got from the app. And this app specifically was really good about giving you, you know, when you first start out, it's like you made 24 hours, congratulations, 48 hours, congratulations. You just look at that every day, and time goes fast, and before you know it, you've hit a month, and then it's 2 months, 6 months, and then before you know it, you're sober for a year. And just that was monumental for me. It's so important to just have something to look at, and it's the cliche of take it one.
That's cool. I think our stream dropped like right at 5. So thank you guys so much. Grant, what was that app though? I wanted to ask you. What's that app called?
is Nomo.
Nomo.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, awesome. Cool. Thank you guys so much. It was a pleasure talking with you, and like this was great to meet you guys virtually.
Nice to meet everyone. See you, Sadie.
Let's get connected on social
Bye. So good to see you. Nice to meet you guys.
This is the Commonwealth, where we interview leaders of disruptive change. We're collaborating with the music festival Lincoln Calling to feature the artists and entrepreneurs leading Nebraska's creative community. Lincoln Calling is taking place online on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. On Saturday, October 3rd, the Lincoln, Nebraska-based hip-hop artist Hakim is taking the main stage to headline the festival. He is also our guest for today's episode. Along with running a barbershop, a recording label, and a fashion line, Hakim is one of the fastest growing hip-hop artists in the Midwest. We hope you enjoy our conversation. Hakim, thanks for joining me today.
For sure.
Yes.
Not a problem. Thank you for having me.
Yes, of course. I'm really looking forward to the conversation.
Definitely.
So I first came in contact with your music. It was 4 years ago at a house party in the Bottoms before game day. And there were like 600 people in some backyard. Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
One of my craziest shows to this day. I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that.
It was crazy being a part of the crowd. And it's been cool watching your career ever since. So knowing that was 4 years ago, which seems like quite some time.
Definitely.
Yeah. When was that compared to like your first start in music?
As far as like performance wise?
Or even just like when did you first start making music?
I first started making, well, before the career path, Hakim, like I always made music. Like it really started in 6th grade, 6th, 7th grade. 50 Cent was like, he's the one to blame for all this.
Yeah.
Like he got me into music, really.
Okay.
The music videos, just the enticing lifestyle, like that's really where it all started. And then I had a rap group called Z Unit. In the 6th grade, my first rap name was K Ice.
Okay.
So that's really where it all started. And from then, like music has just always been around. Like I just always wrote raps, like literally from then on, like, but it was always like overshadowed because I used to be a basketball player. So like basketball was like what my parents wanted. That's what, I seemed to want at the time. And that it was just basketball. It was basketball up until like a year or two after my senior year in high school.
Okay. So did you pursue basketball after high school?
I went to a preparatory school. So what I did was, as a senior, I went out before I graduated and reclassed as a senior to get better looks and a better advantage to get scholarships.
Okay.
So I did another pretty much senior year out in North Carolina to play basketball.
Okay.
Through my experience out there, long story short, I just hated it. It drove me to hate basketball.
Okay. What about it didn't you like?
I didn't like my teammates. Big part of being homesick, I tried to do this long distance relationship thing.
Okay.
And then really all that was just bubbling. And then what, to boil the pot over was I had a friend out there back home that died. Eddie Key, he died while I was out there. And then like that pretty much was like the snap of realization that how short life was, and realized that I was living life unhappy and not for myself. So I was like, you know what? That's it. Like, bro died. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could go tomorrow. And if I died in that period of how I was living life, whatever it is in the afterlife, I would have looked down on myself and like regretted what I was doing. Like, I wasn't doing what I loved. Like, and I knew music was it. So I was like, you know what? I'm chasing it. Forget it. Like, I'm gonna just go all out with it. So.
Yeah. So what was your first move after realizing that you were gonna pursue music?
My first move was, so again, I was still making videos, like rap videos here and there, like, and it's so funny looking back now that like how much I really loved like rap, and like how like I was just always doing it, putting out YouTube videos, like just like literally just recording myself and just, but I never ever thought that it was gonna be a career. It was just something like I just like being a rapper. Like, it was just cool, you know what I'm saying? After he died, I believe it was either that same night or the night after, I just started writing like a tape, like my first Hakim tape, my first volume tape, Hakim.
Okay.
But I believe Eddie Key was the first song I wrote for that tape.
Okay.
Wrote that, and then I got into these I forget, these little there's these like little contest things that you can do on the. It's like a little pyramid scheme. It was some BS, but like I was so you can like vote for this week's rapper, whatever, and I would get into it. It was like some pay to play type stuff, but I didn't know. I was, you know what I'm saying? So I'd have people back home vote for me, and I ended up making it to like, you know, one of the first little, you know, whatever, first show. I kind of tripped up the stairs to the stage, right?
Where was that first show at? Here in Lincoln?
That was in North Carolina.
North Carolina?
Yeah, that was in North
wow.
Carolina, my very first show ever. Aside from the talent shows that I used to do in like middle school and stuff. But,
yeah.
So I did that. My roommate, when I was in North Carolina, he believed in me kind of at first before anybody did with this rap stuff. He was from Poland.
Wow.
So we was a team full of like, you know, very diverse team.
Yeah.
And he believed in me, and he knew how much I wanted it. So like he paid, it must have been either like $250 or $500, like just out of his money to like get me there. Like,
wow.
And he paid that, and you know, my sister and I had a couple friends on my team. You know, we pulled up, I performed and everything. You know, I did my thing, and so as they announcing the winner to go to the next like region, they announced from like 4th place and up. So they called 4th place, and wasn't my name. Cool, I killed it, so I was pretty confident.
Yeah.
3rd place, you know, not my name. So it was the emotions was getting higher and more anxious. Like, okay, 2nd place, not my name, and then, you know, it's like, then 1st place, not my name. So I'm like, and after seeing all the competition, I'm just like, how? Like, why? Like, how? Like, it was a very, like, I feel like I let my friend down because he had paid the money for me to get there.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there on, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm good at, like, harvesting energy and, like, and my emotions. So, like, I feel like that's somewhere always in me, like, how I lost that, like, that competition. Like, that never sat well with me. The 1st place winner was this, you know, fat, you know, whatever girl. Like, she was just, like, she was up there and literally just rapping about weed. Her whole rap was just about weed. Like, you know, this big girl up there rapping about weed, and I'm like, how did I lose to that? You know, like, my stuff had, you know, content and, like, you know, but that always stays with me.
Yeah, it is inspiring that you took that negative, that negative moment and turned it into like the field for your career. Yeah,
always. I do that with everything.
Yes, yeah. How did what was the path then back to Nebraska where we're at now?
So that was a very pivotal moment of my life. That's pretty much when everything kind of set me off into this trajectory that I'm at now. So come back. And in my mind, I haven't told my parents that I'm done with the basketball. Because fortunate enough, I had a D1 scholarship offering full ride, a smaller D1 out in South Carolina.
Wow, okay.
Offered me a full ride scholarship to play basketball out there. So the fact that I had to go to another state, I was in North Carolina at the time, to go to South Carolina. Granted, my grandparents live in South Carolina, but to go there, restart again, be away from home again, like, and do it all. So I was just like, it's not happening. So long story short, I had to muster up courage when I got back to tell my parents that I was done playing basketball, and then I wanted to pursue rap, be a rapper, right? So I came back, I was in my room. It was one of those nights, my parents were upstairs, if you ever got to break some news to your parents, you really got to like wait for that right time, whether it's, for some money or like, you got to plan it out right. So they were both home. My dad was always working, so like he was home at the time. My mom was upstairs in the room. They were talking, had their door closed, so like it was even worse, so I had to knock on the door. Went up, knocked on the door. They kind of seen the like concern on my face, and they, like my dad, he seen that something might have been up, and he kind of looked at me pretty serious, and he was like, what's going on? And I was like, I'm done playing basketball. And my dad was like, what are you talking about? Because they had paid a lot of money for me to go to that preparatory school out in North Carolina. So they was like, like, what are you talking about? And I was like, I'm done playing basketball. Like, I don't want to play no more. And they was just very confused, like, well, what's the plan? Like, what do you want to do? And I was like, I want to rap. And the whole time that night, they were trying to convince me to do both. Like, you could still, make music, and, when you go travel and play your basketball games in different states, you can carry your CDs in your backpack, and after the game, sell your tapes.
Yeah.
And none of it just sound good to me. Like, I had to, plant my foot on this one, and I stuck with it. I just was like, no, I'm not doing it. And me and my dad's relationship really went south, like, and my parents were going through a divorce kind of at this time.
Okay, bad time.
So this was really like very just a strange time for me. Like, how they say, like, some storms can really just brew, like, a diamond, like, and I think it was just very confusing. Like, so I did that, and me and my dad's relationship was just not good, because literally all my life I played basketball, like from like I'm talking like first grade. Like basketball was supposed to be it, like, and I was really good at it, and it just, and you know, my mom was kind of being supportive at the time. She was just like, you know, like, you know, think about it, you know. The mom is like, you know, the you know, the one that's gonna comfort you and, you know, whatnot, and so they was like, so the next step was like, okay, well, you're gonna have to move out then. They was gonna kick me out because I didn't want to play basketball. It was like, you gotta go to some type of school. You're not just gonna sit around here and be a rapper. So I was like, man, I didn't know what I was gonna do. So long story short, that's how the barbering came in, going to barber school. My dad's been a barber my whole life.
Okay.
So
here in Lincoln?
Yep.
All right.
So that's how that came about. I was like, well, you know, I've always been artistic and good with my hands and stuff. Like, you know, why don't I try out barbering? And even when I did that, my dad wasn't supportive. Like, he was just really like upset that I just didn't continue to play basketball.
Okay, interesting.
So
so then you went to barber school, and then did you open a barber shop once leaving school to support the music?
Nah, the road has been very rocky. Even through barber school, didn't take my dad to really kind of support me until like I was close to graduating barber school. And so once I graduated, I started working at my dad's shop. Then our relationship was like, you know, good again. Like,
okay.
It was cool. Like, he started to kind of somewhat understand the vision. He seen how serious I was with music. During school, I was a server at the Hilton Garden Inn downtown, and I was doing morning shifts and working overnight room service throughout whole school. So I'd go to school from 8 to 5, and my shift started at Hilton Garden. I had to prep. I started getting like tables prep like at 4, but they let me be an hour late. So literally, as soon as I got out of school, I had to rush over to the Hilton, put on my work clothes, my button up, white khakis, and get. So then I worked there from about 5 till 10:30, 11 at night, and then after that, I'd make music at night, and then when I worked the morning shifts at Hilton, it was 4 a.m. So I'd be up all night. Then some nights I wouldn't go to sleep, because you know there's nothing worse than sleep, deciding if you should go to sleep for an hour or 30 minutes and wake up and your head feeling like it's pounding, or just stay up all night.
Yeah.
So most of the times I just stay up all night and just, so it's like I barely keep on grinding. So when I first got my music equipment, my microphone, the computer and all that, I spent my first paycheck on all my equipment. Worked at Hilton, it must have been like $600, $600. I just blew it all on my recording equipment. Sat down with my recording equipment, took it home. It was a later night. Opened everything up, unboxed everything, kind of plugging stuff in. I didn't know none of this stuff. I literally cried that first night, bro. I cried because it was, like I said, it was just a confusing time. Like my dad, backtrack. This was when my dad still wasn't supportive while I was in school. I just cried because I was just so frustrated. I didn't know like how to record myself. I just didn't know. I spent the whole paycheck, and it's just kind of one of those nights where it was just like overwhelming. Like I figured it out. The next day, tutorials, YouTube, how to get the vocal track coming in. Once I started seeing a little signal come in, like mic check, I was like, okay, cool. Like that was the biggest part. Figure that out, and then how do you mix and master your music, the reverb, compression, EQ, all that. Started learning all that. So day by day, I'm kind of picking things up. Some nights, like I said, my dad wasn't supportive. He would stomp on the floor, like go to bed. He'd text my phone, like, cause I'd be recording in the closet, and his room was right above mine. So he'd shut it off, shut it down, and I'd have to record quieter, like so. And then through school. So after school, worked with my dad. Fast forward, everything was cool at the shop. My brother, my older brother, got involved. He was working at the shop. Me and him didn't really get along, for various reasons. Me and my dad worked alongside for like 3 years, and then the March of 2019 is when shit hit the fan, and I left my dad's shop the summer of 19 and did house calls. Pretty much went broke, trying to support my family, doing house calls. I had other, barbershops or barbers. They called in to the barber board and said I was doing house cuts because it's technically illegal. So they was going to try to suspend my license. So like, I was literally, I was in the midst of like trying to make music happen. I was just rocking a hard place. Like I was like, man, I got to make an album and make this thing pop. Like, because I really don't like cutting hair. Like people ask me like, you're so good at it. Like, how did you know this was your passion? I'm like, bro, I don't like, this ain't my passion. Like, I don't like cutting hair. Yeah. I just had to do it because my parents told me I had to go to some type of school.
Yeah.
Like, now I wasn't going to school. Like they also wanted me to be a nurse. So like med school or something like that. So something in the medical field. So literally, like, that's how barbering came in my life. And honestly, I'm very grateful for it because it helped build all this. Like, it's still to this day kind of the fuel towards the dream. Like, a lot of the income has allowed me to be creatively free with music. So
yes, yeah. At what point or have you reached the point where your family like considers you a musician, or are you still working on that?
Definitely. I mean, how the situation left with March of 2019, like, I don't speak to neither one of my parents. I don't speak to like half of my family.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's a tough thing.
It's life, bro. It's honestly life. So I don't speak to them. They definitely do consider me as a artist now. Like, growing and growing through the years. Like, a little bit before I left my dad's shop, like, I think he started to like grasp that, like, this was like going somewhere for me. Like, he kind of knew that things were going somewhere. But it's where we at now.
Yeah.
I think they definitely understand, my impact as an artist in a community and just the growing Hakim throughout the years. Like,
yes.
So they know where it's going.
How did you land on the name Hakim? Because I looked up online, and in Arabic, Hakim means either judge or wise. How did you land on that?
It's actually my middle name.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, it's actually my middle name. So, but it took me a while to figure out Hakim was gonna be my rap name.
Okay.
It was out in North Carolina when I figured out my rap name. I went from K-Ice to Khalifa the Kid, and then I think I dropped Khalifa to the Kid because Wiz Khalifa. People already used to call me Wiz Khalifa. And then from there, so it was Khalifa the Kid, and I dropped the Khalifa to the Kid. And then after that, I wanted Hakim because I studied J. Cole and Kendrick's name and Drake's name. And I was just like, it's either a 1-2 punch or just the Drake or like, Hakim or like, so I was like, you know what? Hakim, like, Hakim's the one. And then Hakim all caps, how that came about, put in all capital letters, was just because there was already some other Hakims out there that were like already musicians and stuff, and like Hakim is somewhat of a common name, so I was just like, I gotta go with the all caps. So I made it a staple to capitalize all my names. So the Hakim.
Have you always wanted to stay in Nebraska? Because the rap and hip hop community in Nebraska compared to other places in the country isn't quite as developed.
I always wanted to stay here, like always. Like, being away from here never was in like the plans, or like never sounded good to me. Like, I'm always like a prove you wrong type of person. So that's a big chip on my shoulders, like, to really do it from here. And I will do it from here, and it's right around the corner. But that's always been a thing of mine. Like, if you can make it from Lincoln, Nebraska, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, the impact that you gonna have, that I do have on the younger generations and a lot of people that look up to me or look at me for guidance and motivation and stuff, like, to do that, to make it out of Lincoln, Nebraska as a rapper that I am, you know what I'm saying? It's a big statement, you know what I'm saying? How Nebraska is so conservative and the lack of culture that there is here. Like, to do that, you know what I'm saying? I used to kind of lack the confidence of like, man, I don't really have the story. I didn't make it from the hood. Like, I didn't sell drugs. I didn't, you know what I'm saying? My backstory, you know what I'm saying? But, maturing and, understanding myself, like, my story is amazing, and it's still, the way I'm writing my story is like none other. It's very unique. Like, nobody really, I wouldn't say nobody, but I will say nobody has a story like Hakim. You know what I'm saying? Like,
absolutely.
My story is literally handcrafted. There's nothing like it. Like, and I can literally look at that and like, it's gave me confidence to take it further and really put that stamp on the Corn Coast in Nebraska. Like, I really want to brand Nebraska. Like, that's just been so big for me.
Yeah, your story is unique and inspiring in its own way. So
definitely.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, it's good to hear that you know that. Your like writing in your songs is very, I guess, like personal and shares like that inspiring message. So how do you, I guess, like seek inspiration for what to share in your music?
Life, literally, just experiencing life. That's really what it all boils down to. Whatever I do in life, like, spills into the music. Whatever I experience emotionally, just my trials and tribulations through life, like, it just all, like I said, I harvest that emotions and energy. Like, I just harvest it all. Any bad thing that happens to me, like, I take note. I gotta keep pushing, so I can't dwell on it. I can't sit in depression and, oh man, woe is me. Like, I gotta keep it moving, you know what I'm saying? Because I know it's just gonna make better music, It just does. Like, So I try to experience life to the fullest degree that I can. Like, you know, I don't go out and try to make mistakes, but I try to just tap into new stuff that I didn't think would be possible or fathomable until I really understand something. And then once I do, it's like, wow, that was kind of easier than I thought. So then it's like, okay, so what's next? What's bigger on my list that I didn't think was kind of, you know what I'm saying? So I try to always just push past my limit that I thought I had currently, and then, you know, let's try something new. Like,
yeah.
Because good or bad, it's always going to make better music.
You also started your own label called Our Society. Was that just like the next progression on that list that you just mentioned?
Yeah, to be my own record label, like to be an independent artist at that, and then to, you know, have my own label, following in great steps of, you know, Jay-Z. Like, so that's when so November 4th, 2016 is when Our Society LLC became a label. So, you know, that was a big day for us. Like, you know, me, Don, and Dejan at the time, you know, we went and got our LLC. We got the logo trademarked and got the trade name for Our Society. And, you know, it's just, you know, it's like getting stuff like that on paper is just like, you know what I'm saying? That process is like, and then once you do it, it's like, okay, that wasn't so bad. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just overwhelming at first, and then once you go through the motions of getting a trade name and like, well, where do you go to get a trade name and trademark? And you know what I'm saying? And then once it's done, it's like, okay, wow, that's like, so now we can have another business, Corn Coast Company, and now, you know, the Corn Coast Cuts, and like, you know what I'm saying? It's easy now. So what's next?
What are the next things on that list?
And we've been keeping it under wraps for a little bit, but we're going to get ready to open up a CBD brand. So we're going to get ready, and we're looking like probably launch that first or second week of October. So by the time this is out, it won't really be under the wraps. But so yeah, we're going to launch our CBD business.
And how's starting a CBD business in Nebraska? Because you mentioned earlier it's a very conservative state with.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's conservative state, but I mean, most of my age group and stuff, they smoke weed. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's conservative at the point, but at the same time, it's not. It's just not. You know, and CBD is more of a, it's to pretty much market the same product but openly and legally. I think that's the beauty in it. To do something, you know, to literally do something the next best thing of weed in a sense, and push that and market that is just like, I think it's genius. You know, there's some CBD brands already doing it here in Lincoln, and I see their growth, and I see, you know, how well they're moving and how well it's doing for them. And, you know, I wouldn't stand behind a product I haven't tried and loved myself. So, you know, using it for myself, I really like the, you know, benefits and the stuff I see versus, you know, actually smoking weed. So being a conservative state, it's gonna be interesting. I know a lot of my fans and my peers will be the people that initially buy the product and try it, and, you know, from that. But I think after that, where we plan to market it and push it to, the age groups and stuff, and I think who will open the idea to is going to be very interesting, especially with how weed is looked here. I seen the, you know, on the bill, medicinal marijuana, you know, just got, you know,
thrown out like a week ago,
which is insane to me because all the signatures that they worked hard for to get. I really hope it'll change a lot of conservative people's minds on CBD or weed alone, like, because it's not flower the only thing you can smoke. You know, it has medicinal properties for, you know, gummies or your dogs, your pets, you know what I'm saying? So I'm interested. It's a new business, and like I said, you know, win or loss, it's going to be something to experience, you know. It's going to be something to, you know, figure out, you know, the business side of it and all that. So I'm very excited. I always need something new to do. Like, I'm always, you know, the growth is like, has to be exponential. So always, you know, every year every 6 months, something's got to change. We got to tap into something. We got to grow here. We got to, you know what I'm saying, we can't, you know what I'm saying? From opening this place in October of last year to now, it's just like wow. And then the year after that, it's going to be, you know what I'm saying? Like, the future's bright for all this stuff. So.
So within all of this, you do have a fashion line, which you touched on, a Corn Coast Co. Was that just an extension of your artistry and creativity? How did that come to be?
So the clothing, initially, what got me into clothing, and clothing was kind of there too, but I never really paid attention. So when I was K-Ice back in 6th grade, I used to design my own shoes and shirts and shit. We used to draw on our own shoes. I had some white Reebok Classics. I used to draw on and use like this type of paint. So I used to kind of design my shoes since then, literally. So clothing designing has literally always been there. And then when I played basketball in high school, we had this little group called ATF, and I had a graphics design class in high school, and they allowed us to screen print in high school. And I made shirts like it's like we had a crew neck, like we all had these like little sweaters like that we wore.
Okay.
And then shortly after, so when I was getting into barber school, I knew that I wouldn't be able to make music as much, so I needed something to keep my name out there, and that's what the clothing came in. So we started making clothes on the Art Society side. And then, so from there, I was moving clothes, and I was moving clothes well. A lot of people were buying clothes from me. That pretty much, I then was the, okay, since I know for sure I want to do this out of Nebraska, like, I had to figure out how to make Nebraska cool. And, like, you know, everybody, you know, the Nas representing BK, you know what I mean, Biggie, the Bed-Stuy, and then they all, you know, Compton, like, you got to have a place where you repping, because you got to have people are proud to rep something when something's like cool.
Yeah.
So I was like, man, Joey Badass was actually the one that inspired Corn Coast, because Joey Badass, I remember he used to say Beast Coast in his songs rather than East Coast, right? So I was like, man, I really like that. You know, long story short, you know, the corn, like people always be like, oh, it's from the rap, all we got is corn here, you know what I'm saying? Like, so the Corn Coast. And then to build on top of that, the slogan was the make waves where there's no ocean. That's the Corn Coast Company slogan.
Okay.
And that really is like the ripple effect of all this, you know. We literally made something happen where there's a culture that's non-existent. So literally the make waves where there's no ocean. And then from there on, it was just like, I knew once Corn Coast was like, I came up with that, it was just like, that's it. Like, that's literally it. People are going to love this, like Corn Coast. And then now forever, we just build on top of the letters, the C's. A lot of stuff revolves around C's. So Corn Coast cuts, and so we try to build everything off the moniker of the C's, like the Corn Coast. So everything usually kind of revolves, as far as a lot of the business stuff, without making it too corny. So yeah, so our CBD brand, Coastal Clarity, so that revolves around the double C's.
Okay.
So, yeah, we try to carry that. A lot of people peep it, some people don't, but I like it. You know, it all works though. It's so perfect. The Corn Coast is really, it's gold. People love when they hear Corn Coast, like it's just like Corn Coast, like, oh, I get it, like it's witty, I like it. Like I love to see when it clicks for older people, like Corn Coast, like oh, like I get it. Like, I love that when that light bulb clicks for them. So,
yeah. So last question for you, Hakim. If you would, if you could go back and give Hakim the basketball player a piece of advice, what would you tell him?
To always listen to myself, like to just listen to myself, like follow my inner guide, I guess. I just actually seen something like that a couple days ago. It was just like, if you could go back and tell yourself like 3 words, like, and I was like, you know, it's like a meme, you know, sometimes, you know, I literally, I don't know, that one just kind of hit me. It kind of hit. I was like, I was literally thinking, I was like, what would I tell myself in 3 words, you know, 3 words only? So, yeah, follow my guide, I guess would be my like 3 words. Like, everybody has that like inner, like, you know, intuition, like that, you know, just like gut feeling, like, and I mean, and I honestly did. Like, I could have gave in when my parents was like, you know, you can do the basketball and the rap, you know, travel, and, you know, I could have listened to them, and I could have just getting done playing basketball. I could have been playing overseas right now. No, yeah, I'm glad I followed that like inner God. I'm glad I stood to my parents and just live life like, you know, how I wanted to live, and now I'm living exactly how I want to live. Like, nobody can tell me any, like, I've built my dream. I've built my reality. Like, I built my reality. I built what I want to. I built a world that I want to live in. Like, I did it. Like, you know, I wake up and live in a world that I've built for myself. So that's, I guess, what I would tell myself.
I'm looking forward to seeing how your career develops from here. And Hakim is performing at Lincoln Calling, which takes place this weekend, the first few days of October. Go to lincolncalling.com to get more information. The Commonwealth is edited by Kyle Kua, directed by Alec McChesney, and produced in partnership with KZUM Radio. Special thanks to Emmy Hernandez and Isabel Cheeseman for creative guidance. That is it for this week's episode. Thank you for being a member of the Commonwealth. If you enjoyed this conversation, please tap the share button and send it out to your friends and family. If you're listening on Apple Podcasts, please leave us a review. If you want to hear more conversations just like this one, go check out our podcast library. We've been making this show for about a year and have interviewed disruptive leaders from around the world. You can also tap subscribe or follow to stay updated when new episodes drop.
How's it going, Lincoln Calling? My name is Jacob Ignagni. This is my good friend Brandon Ramos, and we are going to play some sad songs for you. Bear with us, because we're just going to play them straight through, so if there's any mistakes, that's the way it's going to go. Thank you. Not the same as the child who shared my name, and all he could have been. Time stands in our way. I've gone too far. I've made mistakes. If only I could change. Try as I might, I couldn't save his life. Maybe it's time I let him die. Mother said, no matter what, he is your dad. Why can't I understand? Am I all alone? My friends, my God, have they gone? Maybe I'm to blame. Try my, I couldn't save his life. Maybe it's time I let him die. We were all standing there, praying to the sky. Each passing cloud sighed, it was time to cry. Lately I've been wondering, where else could I go? From day to day I followed him, I knew it all along. that day my heart caved in, and all that I had done. My dreams were merely memories, never to be sung. Hopeful dreams don't mean nothing to a father's empty heart. And everybody seems to think that they've known him from the start. So tell children and yours, today is not the end. There comes a time in each man's life he must make amends. So he must send. Do a quick little recording check, just in case.
Young drummer.
Young drummer.
I do.
I know your mistress lies her head upon your shoulder in a bed we used to share when we were younger. But even though I know this place is long gone, I still remember every place we wandered. He lies between my ears and walked across them like a tightrope till you fell. Every tear of your scar left a mark on my heart that held me down into you. Save or rip apart the darkness that we tried to sell to eyes of those who walk about the night. can't you see? It's already too late for you when I fall asleep. I can feel blood dripping from my fingernails. I can't breathe. Maybe it's true. Maybe it's you, not me. Maybe all of those stories they told all make believe. Maybe everyone who told me I was worthy couldn't see me. Still I wait for what I can't see, hoping everything will be better in the morning inside of me. I know nothing ever changes. What I can't go to sleep. I could write songs about anything other than death. Can't go to bed without drawing red, shaving off breaths. Each one's so heavy, each one's cumbersome, each one let weight hanging between my lungs, spilling like gas. Sweat on the microphone, breaking my voice. Whenever I'm alone with you, can't talk. Isn't this weather nice? Are you okay? Should I go somewhere else to hide my face? Sprinter, learning to wait. Marathon under my ankles all sprained.
time is like. And of course, you and I tend to take it for granted that this time series, this arrangement of past, present, and future, isn't simply the way life comes to us, but it's the way all things really exist. Now I get back to my main subject. People who are still acting from their own natural selves won't do much real permanent good to other people. Let me explain that. History isn't just a story of bad people doing bad things. It's quite as much a story of people trying to do good things, but somehow something goes wrong. We've learned how unsympathetic, patronising, conceited, charitable people all are. And yet, hundreds of thousands of them started out rarely anxious to do good. And when they've done it, somehow it just wasn't as good as it ought to have been. The old story, what you are comes out in what you do. As long as the old self is there, its taint will be over all we do. We try to be religious, become passive. We try to be kind, become patronizing. Social service ends in red tape officials. Unselfishness becomes a form of showing off. Now here I've got a rather difficult thing to say. On the one hand, it isn't true we shall lose our personal differences by letting Christ take us over. On the other hand, I don't think Christ can take us over as long as we're bothering about what will happen to our personality. The self you were really intended to be is something that lives not from nature, but from God. At the beginning of these talks, I said there were personalities in God. And I go further now. There are no real personalities anywhere else. Give up yourself, and you'll find your real self. Lose your life, you'll save it. Submit to death, submit with every fiber of your being, and you'll find eternal life. Look for Christ, and you'll get Him, and with Him, everything else thrown in. Look for yourself, and you'll get only hatred, loneliness, despair, ruin.
I think the best thing that has come out of this is people really got a chance to see what's important in life and what matters, excuse me. My name is Derek Gaspar Jr. I am the owner and chef at Juju's Vegan, Cajun, and Creole Cuisine. I really practice what I preach, and I think that's why people have responded positively to what I'm doing here, because they can sense that it's genuine. And, you know, I'm not just a guy out here trying to sell vegan food for money. I believe in educating the people and showing people that, you know, they too can make this the same food and, you know, and make a change as well. So, you know, when there's these cool events going on, and not only are they, you know, they're not directed at one type of demographic, there's all types of, you know, artists from different backgrounds and ethnicities and, you know, sexualities and whatever. It's a very diverse group of artists that come through, and there's nothing else like it in Lincoln. So I think it's important to keep these things going so we do have things to do when it opens back up.
It's a homemade
cake made from scratch. Preheat the oven, 350 degrees, and they just have that kind of a taste that nothing else has. 3 whole eggs, 1.5 cups of sugar, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 1.5 cups flour, 1 cup of ground walnuts, and 1.5 cups of cream. And then stir it around. What the French call make the beat. Fold things in gradually. And it has a rather nice look and sound. 350 degree oven, 25, 27, 28 minutes.
FM KZUM is listener-supported community radio in Lincoln, Nebraska. Every week, over 100 volunteers produce compelling podcasts, talk programming, communicate vital information, and produce a diverse schedule of music that reflects our community. 2020 has been a difficult year for all of us. We have missed seeing you at events, but we hope that you've been able to count on KZUM to keep you informed and bring you some joy. Together, we'll keep that dial warm. We look forward to seeing you in 2021.
Connectivity is important. Connectivity allows us to stay productive, but that's only one kind of connectivity. There are others, more important ways to stay connected. Connected to the simple things. The ability to spend that most precious of resources, time, with the people who are most important. Take the time. Take the time for dreams. Take the time to care. Take care of the important connections. We'll take care of the connectivity.
Staying home? There's never been a better time to stock up on Omaha Steaks. Announcing the Omaha Steaks stock-up sale. For a limited time, get naturally aged, hand-cut, grain-fed Omaha steaks shipped free right to your doorstep. Plus all your favorites, from burgers, chicken, and pork to sides and desserts. In stock and ready to ship. All 100% money-back guaranteed. All without leaving home. The stock-up sale. Plus, get free burgers when you shop omahasteaks.com/TV.
That since 1993, the Nebraska Lottery has given over $750 million back to our state. In fact, all 93 counties from Sioux in the west to Richardson in the east have benefited from these funds. The money has gone to protect our environment, support the Nebraska State Fair, and fund scholarships for Nebraska college students. As you can see, the Nebraska Lottery is helping to build a better and brighter Nebraska.
Hi everyone, it's me, Edem Soul Music, and I'm so thrilled to be performing for you this evening. So, before we get into it, I gotta let you know something. I sing in another language, and the language is called Ga, and it comes from the Ga tribe of Ghana, West Africa. And before we get started, I'm gonna give us a little blessing. This is for if you have just been feeling bogged down by everything. This is just an excuse for you to allow yourself to feel good. And this is to bring you positivity, love, and everything that you need. And I pray this all for you. You know, I think something that's really important is understanding what you are the sum of. We are all the sum of our ancestors. Think about it. It took 2 people to make you, 4 people to make them, 8 people to make them, 16, 32, 64, 128, 512, 1024, 2048. Took a lot of people for us to get here. And sometimes we ask the questions, well, what are we the sum of? Well, this is true nature. You say our heart's an open door, but oh, you show me otherwise. You say our heart's an open door, but you showed me otherwise. You give man the right to wisdom. You speak with your lips. You say give man the right to wisdom, but is man ready for it? Are you ready for it? Yeah. So let the seasons come, so we can look back at what we've done. Yeah. Yes, we'll grow old, but with time we'll see the true nature of our souls, of our souls, of our souls. A butterfly floats through these lives while an eagle soars high above the clouds. Like butterflies we float through this life, yeah, like eagles. We only want one thing, and that's to soar. That's to soar. That's to soar. Soar. Yeah. So let the seasons come, so we can look back on what we've done. Yes, we'll go old, but with time we'll como yo a mí, mi que momi no fiano ni abe ni ma abononi silence comes and the night is done, when the air sits still, you can hear them come, the men with their tanks with their bombs with their missiles, missiles with their guns. It's crazy how it falls, right conditions for war, failed chances at peace, never knowing what for. Our love is what keeps us strong, keeps us holding on. It's crazy, just think we could end wars in a blink.
body. Ideas up in my head all day, they dream about it. Made sense, so I turned it into dollars. Got a cashing on it. Got a cashing on it. What would you do if the world never stopped you? Who would you be if the world never stopped you? When would you move if the world stopped for you? What would you do if the world never stopped you? Who would you be if the world never stopped you? When would you move if the world stopped for you? Stop waiting on the world and make your dreams come true. Turn your dreams into reality before it's too late for you. Wake up and then do it again. Do it all over till it's in your head. You're a winner. You own the day. We don't give up. Just own the day. 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 Just own the day. Own the day. Own the day. Just own the day. Own the day. Own the day. Own the day. Kingdom at hand. I'm a queen who's played the game I plays, better watch your hands. I'm calling your bluff, I'm a winner, don't you understand? Got the universe inside my hand, I'm a winner now. Can you feel it now? What would you do if you knew you had purpose? Who would you be in this world on purpose? When would you move if your purpose was driving you? What would you do if you knew you had purpose? Who would you be in this world on purpose? When would you move if your purpose was driving you? blood flowing through my veins. I run, 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 run. One day you wake up and realize we are equals. One day you wake up and realize we are equals. One day you wake up and realize we are equals. One day you wake up, one day you wake up. One day you wake up, one day you wake up. One day you wake up, one day you wake up. One day you wake up, one day you wake up. One day you wake up. Oh, Deshi. Osake oya. Oh, Deshi. Oh, Nulaeba. 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 Oh, Deshi. Oh, Deshi. Oh, Deshi. Oh, Deshi. 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 One day you wake up and realize we are equal. It was such a blessing to be able to perform for you this evening. Again, my name is Edem Soul Music. You can find me on every streaming website service, and you can follow me on all forms of social media. And I have an album coming up, and it will be released at the end of the year. And I cannot wait to share it with you. But before you go, I just want to say, the world is crazy, and even though it may drive us crazy, even though it may drive us to the point of being unstable, even though it may drive us to the point of thinking hatred is rampant in this world, it's not. Because I know that there's good in you, there's good in me, and there's good in us all, and that will prevail. Trust me, okay? This has been a wonderful, wonderful time together. Give yourself a reason to stop and smell the flowers. Thank you and take care.
The only thing that's like solid is the ground that you walk on. And you know, you can even have earthquakes from time to time. So don't ever get comfortable. My name is Hakim. I'm the owner of Corn Coast Company. My business has a barbershop, a clothing store, and it's also the home of my recording studio. So I kind of merged all of my passions and dreams into one facility. Things can be smooth sailing for decades, you know what I'm saying? But something like COVID really made me reevaluate, like, you know, what's your plan and action if something like this comes again, and what if something like this comes again and it lasts longer? Are you ready for that? And one of the most, you know, important things you could give, you know, a artist or a creative is just time. So that gave me time to just work on clothes, improve that. It also gave me time to refine my album. It hurt, you know, a little bit financially, but it was nothing, you know, none of my barbers or anybody at the facility couldn't handle. You know, minor setback for a major comeback, as they say. Make sure you create your life around you how you want to live it on a daily basis. That's what I was saying. So,
awesome.
Strive to do that.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
New cracks in the plates, old flowers in the kitchen sink. Oh, you can see where I'm at, you can see where I'm missing. Can't you drive me crazy, I just can't sleep. My anxiety hates me, I'm an old school Jeep with the doors off. A little scary, but you know you never fall out. I love everything about you. Shit you don't and shit you do. Shit you teach myself about myself while screaming at the roof. Let's have a toast, go ahead and brag. Girl, why front? You're the best I ever had. We could break this down, load it up, take a drag. You should double that drink, I'ma meet you where I'm at, baby.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
The way I talk, the way I walk, the beer I sip on, the weed I bought. It's them long, long nights that I leave you bored. I'm trying to get Italian to coat the floors. I'm trying to get my motherfucking roll on. She like, well, hurry up, you're taking too long. I'm like, well, today it's hard to leave the bed. I got a lot of talent, but depressed as shit. Get money, get money, get money, get money, get money, get money till my eyes close. Please don't ask when my eyes low. I don't wanna know where her mind goes when the time slows and the thoughts grow. Sorrow seeps in through a pinhole. Keeping demons, call them kinfolk. We go way back, old school 6'4".
You say you don't know me. Like you, I'm so lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now. You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
I opened the store in 2003 because there was a need in Lincoln for a locally owned art supply store, and it's been a nice. I'm not a rich woman by any means, but it's been a good livelihood for me and a business that I enjoy. I think some of the small businesses downtown are really, really hurting. They don't have the university support that we have. And I'm worried about those businesses. If they don't come back, you know, these small businesses that are downtown are the culture of downtown. And if they disappear and it gets filled with corporate businesses, it's not going to be the same, not even close to being the same. The arts community is a really important part of Lincoln and downtown Lincoln for sure. If Lincoln Calling is putting in all that energy to take it virtual and still get all these artists to come or perform wherever they are and be part of it, then it's important for people to support it however they can.
Good morning, Lincoln. It's partly cloudy with a slight breeze. Remember to wear a mask, wash those hands.
My calculations will get my people up and out the matrix, convert a hatred to...
I wear a mask.
I wear a mask. I wear a mask to teach Lincoln's youth.
To restore the heartbeat of my city. To be a role model for my generation.
To protect my coworkers.
To keep my family healthy.
Because together.
Because
together, Lincoln is greater than COVID.
Hi, I'm Mattel Rocky, and I own Suru in downtown Lincoln, and we are a women's clothing store, boutique. We also have a lot of locally produced items, jewelry and things like that. We love supporting everything local. "2020 has probably been the strangest year. It's our 13th year in business, so it's our lucky number 13, and that seems really fitting with 2020. And we've learned a lot this year. We've gone a lot online. We now have our store almost fully online, which is hard to do. We have a lot of one-of-a-kind pieces. So I would say that the pandemic has been difficult. It's hard for me not to see my customers. The more you can shop local, the more you can get in and support your local businesses, the more this community will continue through all of this. So it's not just coming into my store, but it's also supporting all of the local restaurants around, all the local bars that you can, and all of the other local shops. I feel like the comeback is going to be greater than anything because we are so ready for it. I mean, everyone's so excited and ready to support and get out there. Every time I see any of the other business owners down here, I just laugh. I'm like, when this is over, we are having the biggest party down here ever. We are ready to just open it up and just have as much fun as we possibly can.
What powers Lincoln? Well, for starters, many of you. LES is a not-for-profit, customer-owned electric utility, a public power company proudly employing more than 500 community members. It doesn't get much more local than that. But how do our family members, friends, and neighbors deliver that highly reliable, entirely public power to our homes and businesses? It starts with generation, by way of coal-fired power plants, natural gas turbines, and innovative renewable energy sources like methane, water, wind, and even solar power. This balance of resources generates the energy that powers our everyday. Transmission lines act as electricity's trusted middleman. 300 miles of these high-voltage lines stream reliable power to substations throughout the Lincoln area. Substations decrease electricity's voltage, preparing it for distribution within a local region. Before delivery, voltage is decreased once more for safe usage in our homes and businesses. Our modern-day electrical grid allows LES to more accurately monitor demand, increase reliability, and keep costs low for the communities we serve. And now, the next time you plug in, tune in and charge up. Your connection will have a stronger tie to local communities that power one another. Stay current with all things LES, online and on social.
I think the best thing that has come out of this is people really got a chance to see what's important in life and what matters, excuse me. My name is Derek Gaspar Jr. I am the owner and chef at Juju's Vegan, Cajun, and Creole Cuisine. I really practice what I preach, and I think that's why people have responded positively to what I'm doing here, because they can sense that it's genuine. And, you know, I'm not just a guy out here trying to sell vegan food for money. I believe in educating the people and showing people that, you know, they too can make this the same food and, you know, and make the change as well. So, you know, when there's these cool events going on, and not only are they, you know, they're not directed at one type of demographic, there's all types of, you know, artists from different backgrounds and ethnicities and, you know, sexualities and whatever. It's a very diverse group of artists that come through, and there's nothing else like it in Lincoln. So I think it's important to keep these things going so we do have things to do when it opens back up.
Behind
mediocre me. Well, I know better than to chase a lazy heart. It don't need no more tears. I can't help the way this feels to me. What's the worst that could happen if you jump ship into the sea? What's the worst that could happen if you chose mediocre me? Well, you can't help all the things that people say. Well, you can't help if you prefer life that way. 'Cause this ain't no motorcycle, no. I never had training wheels. 'Cause love is a vicious cycle. It's more about how you choose to be. Well, I can't help but to lose myself every time I think there's a glimmer of a chance. And I can't help but to see the light, blind myself and fall right on my ass. Well, if you had a moment just to spare for me, give a dog a bone, then let's do a jig and dance until these dogs are calling for home. Home, home. Well, you can't help all the things that people say. Well, you can't help if you prefer life that way. 'Cause this ain't no motorcycle, no. I never had training wheels. 'Cause love is a vicious cycle. It's more about how you choose to deal. How you choose to deal. How you choose to deal. Thanks everybody for listening tonight. We are Bach Mai. Thank you, Lincoln Calling 2020. We're very happy to be here playing some tunes. Yeah, here's another one. It's called December. It's off an upcoming album that we have yet to know when it'll come out. Thanks, COVID. Oh, just kidding. It's a different song. This one's already out. It's on Spotify. Woo. I know your heart's been broken, been picking up pieces day by day, and it's these little shards that cut me, that have me so afraid. When you said I love you, it's not crazy for me to assume that you meant forever, not we would end this soon. Well, you were the reason for this flutter in my chest. This is December, another month up in flames. Now you'll know my name, newly discouraged, another tear lost your time. And finally one that's mine. Well, self-destruction suits me, but what else if not the broken parts? There are too many pieces to a healthy start. And still December, a tender vessel for this flame, and kindling for my shame. Never the doubter, I can feel the weight of words. I've only wielded words. Well, self-destruction suits me, a chance to mend these broken parts. I could seal back up against these fears, my love and all the endless gears that light the dark. between these lips. Hear the song behind my eyelids. frequencies along these ears are whispers of something different. Thanks everybody for listening tonight. We are Bach Mai. Thank you, Lincoln Calling. Thank you to our friends on the crew for recording and doing an amazing job. Thank you to the band. On my right is Molly Gahn. To my left is Logan Myers. And behind me is Joshua Von Kampen. I'm Bach Mai. This is our last song. It's called Daybreak. There's a sing-along section at the end. I hope you sing along with us. If we were live today, I'd be singing at your faces, and you would have to return the favor. Because I want you to sing the words, I know that we are not alone, so that you know in your bones that you are not alone, and I think that is important. The song is called Daybreak. We're Bach Mai. Thanks, everybody. It goes like this. I know that I am not alone, and if you think there's nothing more for you, then won't you come on home? 'Cause there's pain, there's dark, there's hate, There is heartache, but there is love, there's light, there's hope, there is daybreak. I know that we are not alone, and if we try a little harder, maybe we could build this home, built with pain, dark, hate, and heartache, and with love, light, hope, and the daybreak. I know that we are not alone, and if our hearts are rooting for us, there's nothing that keeps from our warmth. We all have our pain, our dark, our hate, and our heartaches, and we have our love, our light, our hope, and the day breaks. And if we sing a little harder, then our fluttering hearts could breathe a little fuller. And if we sing a little harder, then our fluttering hearts could breathe a little fuller. And if we sing a little harder, then our fluttering hearts could breathe a little fuller. All right, I'm gonna sing, and then they're gonna sing back, and it'll be really cute. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. I know that we are not alone. 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 I know that we are not Lincoln College 2020. Woo! Thanks, y'all. We're Bach Mai. Have a great night.
It's a homemade cake made from scratch. Preheat the oven, 350 degrees, and they just have that kind of a taste that nothing else has. 3 whole eggs, 1½ cups of sugar, 2 teaspoons of baking powder, 1½ cup flour, 1 cup of ground walnuts, and 1½ cups of cream. and then stir it around. What the French call make the beat. Fold things in gradually. And it has a rather nice look and sound. 350 degree oven, 25, 27, 28 minutes.
FM KZUM is listener-supported community radio in Lincoln, Nebraska. Every week, over 100 volunteers produce compelling podcasts, talk programming, communicate vital information, and produce a diverse schedule of music that reflects our community. 2020 has been a difficult year for all of us. We have missed seeing you at events, but we hope that you've been able to count on KZUM to keep you informed and bring you some joy. Together, we'll keep that dial warm. We look forward to seeing you in 2021.
Down my spine, 'cause it was coming in. I think we may have found something here, yeah. Sparkling in sunshine, tide is coming in. This is something we might never see again, so gather round and drink it in.
Connectivity is important. Connectivity allows us to stay productive, but that's only one kind of connectivity. There are others, more important ways to stay connected. Connected to the simple things. The ability to spend that most precious of resources, time, with the people who are most important. Take the time. Take the time for dreams. Take the time to care. Take care of the important connections. We'll take care of the connectivity.
Staying home? There's never been a better time to stock up on Omaha steaks. Announcing the Omaha Steak Stock-Up Sale. For a limited time, get naturally aged, hand-cut, grain-fed Omaha steaks shipped free right to your doorstep. Plus all your favorites, from burgers, chicken, and pork to sides and desserts. In stock and ready to ship. All 100% money-back guaranteed. All without leaving home. The Stock-Up Sale. Plus, get free burgers when you shop omahasteaks.com/TV.
scratch her ass, she's doing 3 jobs. But hey, boys will be boys. Boys will be boys. It's just too hard to manage your time. You get around to doing some work. Where is she? Think I'll be a judge. 5 minutes is too long to wait. I get what I want, I don't know why. Oh, why? Day at work and then at home, yelling at my man on a megaphone. You're so worried that you're not, you won't leave it alone. It's astounding how little that you know, and I know. If you stop worrying, I'd be what you call a man. I think there's no such thing. Your whole life's a fantasy. Take too many pills, you make too many spills, you drink too many pills. You got too little walk, you got too much shock, you play too many bills. Alright. Got a sauce to beat, you're breaking off complete. If you like all the same, you got no fucking roots, you need to pay some dues and get your ass off the shelf. Right. Walking up to your boss makes you feel like a horse. It's like another your boss. Got an ass to kiss. Don't think all you'll miss. You got enough to kiss. Tomorrow you'll make some bread, but it's alright now. Tomorrow you may be dead, but it's alright now. Tomorrow you lose your head, but it's alright now. Tomorrow you may be dead, but it's alright now. Tomorrow's alright. Tomorrow's alright. Tomorrow's alright. Tomorrow's alright now. It's alright now. It's alright
What is up, Lincoln Calling? We are the Inner Party for Fayetteville, Arkansas. We hope you guys are staying safe out there at home. Really happy to be playing for you. This festival is real special to us. We've gotten to play it in person before. Hopefully we'll be back the next time it's live. Got a lot of ties to Lincoln, a lot of friends up there, Universe Contest, Thirst Things First, a bunch of other bands. Thanks for having us back. The song is called Minimum Wage.
Messy mistakes, painting the drum, back to the same, to the sun. Just got out, what's in a luck? Looking the door, say you go minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage. Crank, missing a jar, got the pain, it's a sock, looking for dates, off in the mud, what did you say? A shot, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage. I'm fucked up, gotta see Nate, stuck in the fog, shouldn't complain, already soft, gonna remain, still as the pump, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ha ha, minimum wage, ho ho. Minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage, minimum wage.
This next song is about Donald Trump. It was written in 2016 during the election, but obviously still kind of relevant. It's called Jingo Unchained. You can find it on our album Darker, which was recorded in Lincoln at Fuse Recording with our good friend Maddie Sanders. What's up, Maddie?
I hope Chaos is doing okay. I'm so ashamed of the Jingo Unchained. Think about the night, reaches for the bad guy. Jingo Unchained, shame, shame. Jingo Unchained, it's a shame, it's a shame. Jingo Unchained, shame, shame. Jingo Unchained, it's a shame, it's a shame. Make the talk and make the teller. Look it up and make the tell. Looking up and always teller. The tank don't matter. Jingo Unchained, shame, shame. Jingo Unchained, it's a shame, it's a shame. Got so gorilla. Look time for the Nella. I think the was a whaler. up the Nuka-Cola. Jingle and chain, shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, it's a shame. Nervous, nervous, Diablo. No, see you, no, hablo. Just the winners anyway. Well, it's just the winners anyway. Looking up a Nuka-Cola. Toss up a rocket check. What's up to Lucas? Shame, shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, it's a shame. Jingle and chain, shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, it's a shame. Jingle and chain, shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, shame. Jingle and chain, it's a shame, 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 shame. Black hole.
Oh, black hole. Yeah, fuck, sorry.
Black hole era.
Bob hole. just like, that's exactly. Though I'm sure you're much more.
Big Rock. Thank you guys. This is our last song. It's called Back to Work. It's for everyone that is going back to work out there in this pandemic. Stay safe. Thank you very much, Lincoln Calling. This is our last song. It is called Back to Work. It's for all the people out there going back to work in the pandemic. Stay safe.
Back to work. I don't care what you say. I
Facebook.com/theinnerparty, theinnerparty.com. We're working on a new album. It'll be out next year. We'll see you next time.
No, I don't. I'm good. Okay, cool. Hey, Dave, why don't you talk about some gear, bud?
What do you mean? I mean, I am pretty disappointed that in myself that I didn't make the proper preparations to bring my full rig, and I have to make do.
Yeah.
Got some noise issues.
What'd you leave behind?
So, well, my rack is the big thing, and I have a, I have a quality pedal board, but I have a secondary pedal board in my rack that I run in the effects loop of my head that has, like, a lot of the basics of my sound. I have my sonic maximizer, my compressor, my NS2, my, FRV3 reverb, there's some, I think, no, maybe that's all that's in there.
Fucking.
Yeah, I had my tongue a little funny.
I was totally fucking myself up.
Do we cut? Cut? Cut?
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
New cracks in the plates, old flowers in the kitchen sink. Oh, you can see where I'm at, you can see where I'm missing. Can't you drive me crazy, I just can't sleep. My anxiety hates me, I'm an old school Jeep with the doors off. A little scary, but you know you never fall out. I love everything about you. Shit you don't and shit you do. Shit you teach myself about myself while screaming at the roof. Let's have a toast, go ahead and brag. Girl, why front? You're the best I ever had. We could break this down, load it up, take a drag. You should double that drink, I'ma meet you where I'm at, baby.
You say you don't know me. Like you, I get lonely. Unlike you, I don't like me. And I'm done trying for now.
The way I talk, the way I walk, the beer I sip on, the weed I bought. It's them long, long nights that I leave you bored. I'm trying to get Italian to coat the floors. I'm trying to get my motherfucking roll on. She like, well, hurry up, you're taking too long. I'm like, well, today it's hard to leave the bed. I got a lot of talent, but depressed as shit. Get money, get money, get money, get money, get money, get money till my eyes close. Please don't ask when my eyes low. I don't wanna know where her mind goes when the time slows and the thoughts grow. Sorrow seeps in through a pinhole. Keeping demons, call them kinfolk. We go way back.
last the old damn time. And in school we're inseparable, attached at the hip again. Needless to say, you were my only friend. I can still feel the emptiness, like it never left me, hanging over my head like the snow that clung to the train. And I thought things were changing. I thought they were. And I thought things were changing. I guess there was only me. I guess there was only me. There was something about the sunset back in September. You held me and said that you'd always remember. Parking lot meditations and our talks with our relation, hanging in your car like we were on vacation. And sometimes I think about the places you could be now. Drive by your empty house with all the windows down. Echoes of past lives, sadness creeps in again, leaving me on my lonesome, missing my only friend. And I thought things were changing. I thought they were. And I thought things were changing. I guess that was only me. I guess that was only me. If I could go back, tell you how it was wrong, would you let me? Would you let me? Friendships often falter, but ours remains to be concrete. I sure hope you know all that you mean to me. Sure do miss your stories, miss memorizing every word, miss when we talk all night, no worries about getting hurt. I want you by my side for all the days of my life. Want you by my side all the days of my life. And I thought things were changing. I thought they were. And I thought things were changing. I guess that was only me. I guess that was
most ideal, yet least appealing situation we thought we'd ever know. Used to high demands for those we'd stand, but after this, we'll walk again. We'll walk again. surprised I don't see sunlight. 'Cause you're the only one that brings me out. There is no doubt in my mind. 'Cause I know all the reasons to be quarantined. Go and find yourself somebody else, because claim they know better. I could ever provide news from the inside, but changes on whether or not. To your eyes, say I wanna get fucked up while you're in luck. Say I wanna get fucked up while you're in luck. Go and find yourself somebody else, because claim they know better. I can never provide news from the inside that changes on whether or not you stand. Hey, thanks for tuning in, everybody. We are Magu from Omaha, Nebraska. Very grateful to be a part of this event and to be playing alongside of all these incredible artists. Each and every one of these songs that we're performing tonight have never been performed. We actually just got done recording them for a full length over quarantine. Keep your eyes out for that. That'll be released sometime in the near future. If you'd like to listen to some of our other tunes, we have Bandcamp, Spotify, Google Play, and Apple Music, whatever you prefer. But for now, hold on tight and enjoy some new tunes.
Driving me around, but
the right of the participant. That man is indeed on fire. To the left of the participant, cerebellum. Not wearing. To the left of the cerebral cortex.
What is compromising? Compromising for what? Compromising for what reason? To compromise? For what? To compromise. What is compromise?
If a man came into your life, wouldn't you want to compromise?
Stupid. A man comes into my life and I have to compromise? You must think about that one again. A man comes into my life and you have to compromise for what? For what? For what? A relationship is a relationship that has to be earned, not to compromise for. And I love relationships. I think they're fantastic. They're wonderful. I think they're great. I think there's nothing in the world more beautiful than falling in love. But falling in love for the right reasons, falling in love for the right purpose, falling in love, falling in love. When you fall in love, what is there to compromise about?
Why is it so hard to just find someone to where to find love to everyone from me. I'm an anxious fucking nightmare. I think I have the power to change the world. I don't even have the guts to change. Maybe we can talk about this world. Maybe we can talk about this world. Maybe we can talk about this world. Maybe we can talk about maybe we could talk about this world. Call me up to maybe we could talk about this world. Call me up to maybe we could talk about this world. Call me up to maybe we could talk about this world. Woo!
being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. The wolf doesn't act friendly, and therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chop in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that...
And I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
What's it look like when you're standing in line? The terminal says my card's declined. I would go to Mars to find some kind of purpose. It's just that capitalism just makes me feel so worthless. Yeah, your thoughts and prayers, if anything, just make me feel nervous.
Be the wolf or the fox. Be a protector of the flock. The sheep look scared, unaware of their surroundings. Be a shepherd in the form of a dog. Pray to God. God's not really just universal appeal. 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 God's not really just universal appeal.
know that since 1993, the Nebraska Lottery has given over $750 million back to our state? In fact, all 93 counties, from Sioux in the west to Richardson in the east, have benefited from these funds. The money has gone to protect our environment, support the Nebraska State Fair, and fund scholarships for Nebraska college students. As you can see, the Nebraska Lottery is helping to build a better and brighter Nebraska.
The only thing that's like solid is the ground that you walk on. And you know, you can even have earthquakes from time to time. So don't ever get comfortable. My name is Hakim. I'm the owner of Corn Coast Company. My business has a barbershop, a clothing store, and it's also the home of my recording studio. So I kind of merged all of my passions and dreams into one facility. Things can be smooth sailing for decades, you know what I'm saying? But something like COVID really made me reevaluate, like, you know, what's your plan and action if something like this comes again, and what if something like this comes again and it lasts longer? Are you ready for that? And one of the most, you know, important things you could give, you know, a artist or a creative is just time. So that gave me time to just work on clothes, improve that. Also gave me time to refine my album. It hurt, you know, a little bit financially, but it was nothing, you know, none of my barbers or anybody at the facility couldn't handle. You know, minor setback for a major comeback, as they say. Make sure you create your life around you how you want to live it on a daily basis. That's what I was saying. So,
awesome.
Strive to do that.
I opened the store in 2003 because there was a need
in Lincoln for a locally owned art supply store, and it's been a nice. I'm not a rich woman by any means, but it's been a good livelihood for me and a business that I enjoy. I think some of the small businesses downtown are really, really hurting. They don't have the university support that we have. And I'm worried about those businesses. If they don't come back, you know, these small businesses that are downtown are the culture of downtown. And if they disappear and it gets filled with corporate businesses, it's not going to be the same, not even close to being the same. The arts community is a really important part of Lincoln and downtown Lincoln for sure. If Lincoln Calling is putting in all that energy to take it virtual and still get all these artists to come or perform wherever they are and be part of it, then it's important for people to support it however they can.
Slight breeze. Remember to wear a mask, wash those hands.
My calculations will get my people up and out the matrix, convert a hatred to...
I wear a mask.
I wear a mask. I wear a mask. To teach Lincoln's youth.
To restore the heartbeat of my city. To be a role model for my generation.
To protect my coworkers.
To keep my family healthy.
Because together.
Because
together, Lincoln is greater than COVID.
Hi, I'm Mattel Rocky, and I own Suru in downtown Lincoln, and we are a women's clothing store, boutique. We also have a lot of locally produced items, jewelry and things like that. We love supporting everything local. '20 has probably been the strangest year. It's our 13th year in business, so it's our lucky number 13, and that seems really fitting with 2020. And we've learned a lot this year. We've gone a lot online. We now have our store almost fully online, which is hard to do. We have a lot of one-of-a-kind pieces. So I would say that the pandemic has been difficult. It's hard for me not to see my customers. The more you can shop local, the more you can get in and support your local businesses, the more this community will continue through all of this. So it's not just coming into my store, but it's also supporting all of the local restaurants around, all the local bars that you can, and all of the other local shops. I feel like the comeback is going to be greater than anything because we are so ready for it. I mean, everyone's so excited and ready to support and get out there. Every time I see any of the other business owners down here, I just laugh. I'm like, when this is over, we are having the biggest party down here ever. We are ready to just open it up and just have as much fun as we possibly can.
What powers Lincoln? Well, for starters, many of you. LES is a not-for-profit, customer-owned electric utility, a public power company proudly employing more than 500 community members. It doesn't get much more local than that. But how do our family members, friends, and neighbors deliver that highly reliable, entirely public power to our homes and businesses? It starts with generation, by way of coal-fired power plants, natural gas turbines, and innovative renewable energy sources like methane, water, wind, and even solar power. This balance of resources generates the energy that powers our everyday. Transmission lines act as electricity's trusted middleman. 300 miles of these high-voltage lines stream reliable power to substations throughout the Lincoln area. Substations decrease electricity's voltage, preparing it for distribution within a local region. Before delivery, voltage is decreased once more for safe usage in our homes and businesses. Our modern-day electrical grid allows LES to more accurately monitor demand, increase reliability, and keep costs low for the communities we serve. And now, the next time you plug in, tune in and charge up. Your connection will have a stronger tie to local communities that power one another. Stay current with all things LES, online and on social.
So much on behalf of Arquesta Del SolSoul for letting us occupy space, letting us teleport with you. We want you to teleport with us. We want you to travel with us. And we thank you so much for this space that we're about to vibe on. Let's do this!
Sun was out for 6 seconds. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Wow. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Wow. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Wow. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Sun was out for 6 seconds. Wow. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings.
This is a call to all the mothers, madres in the house. This is a call to all the mothers, especially my mama.
Blessings.
This is a call to all the mothers. Mamita, te quiero, te amo, te quiero. This is a call to all the mothers.
Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings.
This is a call to all the aunties. Tia tias in the house. This is a call to all the aunties. Tia tias in the house tonight. This is a call to my baby niece, Naima, in the house tonight. This is a call to Naima. I love you, baby.
Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. I got lost in them 88 keys. Jumped up quick, fast, please. Jumped all over it. I can't be sweet. That's my cold vibe. 13th floor to the elevator fly. Sucker can't swim. Get the funk on. Do your dance if you ain't sweating, then roll on. This is for my mom and grandmother. Hit me up on the phone, said love, spread love, felt proud for your soul. I said it right back. Oh, you the coldest, I know. My mom told me so. My dad told me so. Reina, who we the brother of the recall? All of every one of what the legends at the middle of the map. Kansas City, our reflection, I will show you how to stage they running on your blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings.
This is a call to all the sisters, hermanas in the
Blessings.
space. This is a call to all the sisters, hermanas in the space.
Blessings.
This is a call to all my unicorn beauties out there, unicorns.
Blessings.
This is a call to all my unicorns.
Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones.
R-E-I-N-A.
Blessings.
R-E-I-N-A.
Blessings.
R-E-I-N-A.
Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Una reina de bendiciones, una reina de bendiciones. Blessings. Blessings.
Come on, Earth. Let's go, Earth. hermanos que trabajan de noche y día. Huelga por los niños refugiados de Honduras un día. Huelga por César Chávez, por el